Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 501, 330, The Temporal Killing Trap. Chapter 501, Chapter 330, The Temporal Killing Trap. Above the Golden Province, within the purple bamboo forest, Zhang Fuxing tucked his hands into the narrow sleeves of his coarse linen robe, his gaze sweeping over the two groups in the bamboo forest, raising his eyebrows slightly. The Chui family, whatever. This black-robed man. Who is he? Why does old Su look so grim? He was observing everyone, while everyone was also sizing up the two uninvited guests they've never seen. Su Qinshuan's heart remained heavy, instinctively rubbing the old scar on his left hand, his gaze roaming over the newcomers. These two, when did they appear? He was alarmed, now in control of the Golden Province, the Golden Realm, bolstered by the power of the Great Realm, comparable to a formidable great power, yet he hadn't detected when the two had appeared. And then there's that black-robed man. Su Yansun's brows twitched wildly. The black-robed man tilted his head slightly, despite his aura only being at the level of a grandmaster, extremely feeble, yet carrying a sense of arrogance, asking from a condescending position. Zhang Fuxing, appearing to be a rustic farmer in his coarse linen clothes, frowned and sized up the black-robed man, his eyes flashing with countless star lines, discerning the cause and background of the other. Utterly ordinary. Zhang Fuxing saw his past, just an ordinary grandmaster, born in Golden City, raised in Golden City, with nothing unusual or amiss. Until 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the cause of the black-robed man abruptly ended, his soul scattered, like his body was taken over by some existence. And when Zhang Fuxing tried to peer into the origins of the soul occupying this body, what he saw, where the cause pointed to, was a void. No, more accurately, the cause pointed to heaven and earth? Something stirred in Zhang Fuxing's heart. He quietly utilized the fire eye's golden gaze, this time seeing more clearly. Not heaven and earth. It was a painting, an endlessly unfolding scroll, encompassing the entire world, with the true essence of the black-robed man standing outside the scroll. Map of mountains and rivers. In an instant, Zhang Fuxing thought of this supreme treasure. He squinted. Unsurprisingly, the map of mountains and rivers was no longer in the hands of Li Xing, taken by someone else now. The one who retrieved the treasure was using the map of mountains and rivers to manipulate reality, directly occupying the body of this unfortunate fellow. In other words, the true form of the black-robed man's spiritual will was outside the map of mountains and rivers, quietly observing the reality within the scroll, watching everything within the purple bamboo forest in the scroll. Interesting. As his thoughts raced, Zhang Fuxing calmly spoke. He looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man raised his eyebrows, did not reply, but looked at Su Qinshuan. What has Senior Su considered? Su Qinshuan was silent, his brows furrowed. The black-robed man chuckled playfully, hands folded behind his back, calmly said, "It seems Senior Su is still unwilling." He calmly reached out, pointing at a certain celestial human among the Chui family. Su Qinshuan, Zhang Fuxing, and Ruan Yutu all looked at the celestial human, only to see that suddenly a limb was missing. The scar at the amputated area clearly has been there for many years. In the next second, the celestial human's other hand and both legs disappeared as well, and another second later, the head vanished in a thin air, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Zhang Fuxing was astonished. When did this happen? What kind of technique was this? The faces of the Chui family members changed dramatically. Su Qinshuan leapt to his feet, his expression utterly grim. The black-robed man said proudly. He paused slightly, then spoke indifferently. The light and airy voice echoed in the purple bamboo forest. A deathly silence ensued. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked. It was the young man who suddenly visited, clad in coarse linen. The young man's face was expressionless, calmly narrating. He paused slightly. Zhang Fuxing lifted his eyelids, his eyes sparkling with spirit. A trace of astonishment flashed across the face of the black-robed man, observing the young man up and down, but soon regained his calm. He still maintained a condescending posture, casually asked. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, merely rubbed his chin, his thoughts whirling. It seemed he guessed right. Map of mountains and rivers. It must be because of the map of mountains and rivers. The map of mountains and rivers is clearly a supreme treasure situated within reality, yet standing outside the scroll, it can gaze upon and even interfere with reality. Moreover, it can even interfere with the history of reality outside the scroll. But the map of mountains and rivers seems not to directly intervene or alter in the river of time. What it changes is the history of the reality in the painting, and thus directly reflects the altered history's outcome as real. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized the reality within the map of mountains and rivers was not true reality, more akin to an illusion, a virtual construct, but the alterations imposed upon it can manifest directly into reality. Such a terrifying supreme treasure. Chapter 502, 330, The Time Assassination Game. 2. Chapter 502. Chapter 330, The Time Assassination Game. 2. This is still only in the hands of a person who has not become a deity. What if it's in the hands of a divine spirit? What if it's in the hands of a celestial venerate or Buddha? Zhang Fuxing stared at the black-robed man, the intensity in his eyes growing stronger, but the black-robed man suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, a cold expression flashing across his face. As the words fell, the black-robed man lightly snapped his fingers. In the same instant, Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt his spiritual sense frantically warning him, as if a great danger was approaching. Just as he was about to open the gate of the past to make it so he had never been to the purple bamboo forest, a sudden intuition occurred to him. Celestial secret. Zhang Fuxing saw the workings of the celestial secret, and the warning of spiritual sense also flashed by and swiftly weakened. Under the guise of flight, he did not exist in reality. Standing here now was merely a shadow. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. Since he was not in reality, he naturally would not be changed or interfered with by the map of mountains and rivers. At least he would not be changed or interfered with by such a weak holder of the map of mountains and rivers. His thoughts turned, and he slightly activated Flight Shadow, a part of himself existing in reality again. To be precise, it was himself from half a year ago. The black-robed man appeared puzzled. Your past is incomplete. You're missing half a year of your past. He smiled and snapped his fingers again. At the same instant, outside the capital, a certain young man stood before a scroll, stroking a wooden carving. An exhausted voice came from the wooden carving. Only the great sect-level youth suddenly began to glow, merging with the map of mountains and rivers. He manipulated the map of mountains and rivers, anchoring the time when that rough-clothed youth was merely a martial artist. The image in the scroll shifted accordingly. The young man's fragment of consciousness entered the scroll, casually choosing a body to quietly occupy. Thus, history changed. Half a year ago, Jiangzhou, after several days of spiritual healing, Lu Zhengbang finally broke away from the contamination, lying on the bed with disbelief on his face. Facing him, an elderly man named Zhou Jihong shook his head. After a pause, Zhou Jihong continued. Lu Zhengbang's eyelid twitched. A grandmaster who has fallen into demon over 30 times. How is this possible? Zhou Jihong slightly shook his head. A figure from the Investigation Bureau headquarters spoke peacefully. He suddenly shuddered as Lu Zhengbang looked at him with confusion. A black robe emerged on the old man's body. The elderly man in a black robe examined his hands, silently receiving the memories of this body he had temporarily occupied. Investigation Bureau? It will suffice. But a look of bewilderment crossed the black-robed man's face. That rough-clothed youth's time as a martial artist is only half a year ago. In other words, within half a year, that rough-clothed youth went from an ordinary martial artist to such a high level, able to directly visit Su Qinswan. Fortune. The black-robed man mused to himself with excitement, then raised his head, collecting his thoughts, and spoke with vigor. The black-robed man conjured light and shadow, revealing a face, not the rough-clothed youth. Instead, it was a youth appearing to be 18 or 19 years old. Indeed, this was the real form of that youth, revealed by that supreme treasure. This is... Lu Zhengbang was surprised, then answered. The black-robed elderly man nodded faintly. A moment later, he held the location information of the person named Zhang Fuxing, his figure disappearing from the spot, leaping toward the distance, yet feeling a bit confused. Zhang Fuxing, such a familiar name. The black-robed man didn't give it much thought. A few leaps, and he was on a commercial street, instantly locking onto a youth walking along the street. He smiled as he approached, blocking the youth without immediately killing him, instead asking, "Little guy, you seem to have many secrets but are missing half a year of your past, and in this half year have reached a very high level." A look of greed appeared on the black-robed man's face, his eyes intently focused on the young Zhang Fuxing before him. He couldn't help but rub his hands together. A grandmaster against a youth at martial artist level. A clear overpowering. However, an unexpected event occurred. This young man's face did not show surprise, confusion, or fear. He simply gazed at him with interest, then remarked. The black-robed man widened his eyes. "What is this?" His mind suddenly froze, realizing the surrounding hustle and bustle had silently stilled. Everything fell into a dead silence. Everything was calm, as if everything around had been paused. Only the youth in front of him stretched lazily. The black-robed man saw the youth smile and speak, saw Bodhi sway, golden springs surge, refining and blooming, clouds rise and fall. He saw a huge will slowly turn. He was drenched in sweat, suddenly recalling where he had heard the name Zhang Fuxing before. The black-robed man was horrified, turned to flee, his divine thought trying to escape immediately, to flee past this time, away from this segment of the past. But he saw this past suddenly twist, suddenly shatter. Then there was a mighty river. Then that terrifying, blessed life Buddha, his head emerged from the river, quietly gazing at him. Upstream of the river, there seemed to be a towering imperial palace. The black-robed man's scalp tingled. A slaughter plot. Chapter 503, 331. Go big or go home. Part 1. Chapter 503. Chapter 331. Go big or go home. Part 1. Everything indeed unfolded as expected. A gigantic head emerged from the river of time. To be precise, it was the false, fictional river of time. Though false, fictional, yet was identical to the real river of years, recreated by Zhang Fuxing based on what he had once seen. As expected, the map of mountains and rivers recognized it as reality. In the horror-stricken gaze of the person in black robes, the enormous head surfaced from the river of time and spoke in a deep voice. The rumbling sounds echoed above the illusory river of time. The person in black robes felt his breath almost come to a standstill. His divine thought and spiritual will wanted to extract themselves and flee, but it was impossible. Just like the illusionary Jiangzhou city, he had constructed with a map of mountains and rivers, completely under his control. The river of time, borrowed strongly by Zhang Fuxing through the map of mountains and rivers, was entirely under his control. Time may shackle only soul, spirit, and will. How could one escape? Zhang Fuxing's eyes were blazing intensely, chaotic qi flowing within, submerged beneath two massive great sun golden lamps, to fictionalize reality, even fictionalize time, and evolve perfectly, then make the fictional become true. If the map of mountains and rivers were under his control, Zhang Fuxing's smile grew even more radiant. This supreme treasure he was determined to obtain. The capital must be visited. Zhang Fuxing stared at the person in black robes, speaking with indifference. He stopped paying attention to the horror-stricken and bewildered person in black robes, fidgeting with the fictional reality and river of time constructed by the map of mountains and rivers, once again immersing himself into a certain past segment. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, manipulating the illusory time, tracing back nearly 19 years. It was in a hospital. Zhang Wentao excitedly slapped his thigh, immediately inquiring about his wife's condition. The weak Zhou Guifeng looked tenderly at the wailing child. Suddenly, everything froze. Zhang Fuxing's figure emerged slowly from the void. After a moment of pondering, he made a decision in his heart. Speaking to himself, Zhang Fuxing reached out his hand and stroked. 3 peaches of immortality appeared. Just like the ginseng fruit planted in Miss Ming Yu's heart field, the great power domain involves planting immortal medicine in essence, qi, and spirit and brow heart root, nourishing oneself by the flourishing immortal medicine. This is not the most orthodox or original divine path cultivation, but the times are progressing. The original great power level is akin to celestial human, but celestial human undergoes a slow, singular calamity, whereas great power consistently experiences calamities, changing every 500 years, exchanging for great calamities every 1,000 years, cycling endlessly until breaking boundary or perishing. The method of planting medicine is to transfer calamities, considered a rare, now stronger than before cultivation technique. In the midst of the freeze, Zhang Fuxing reached out, gently opened the brow-heart roots of Dad, Mom, and the infant, planting the 3 peaches of immortality on their brow-heart acupoints, planted in the heart field corresponding to essence, qi, and spirit. Thus, the brow-heart acupoints and hearts of the 3 began to glow, reflecting illusory fields in the heart's location, with a peach of immortality buried on the field. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, feeling it was not enough. Transforming into a great saint spirit seemed imminent. His own breakthrough to great power would take at most 3 to 5 months in the short term. With the help of the contract, it might only take half a month's effort. He closed his eyes in contemplation, connecting his thoughts to the divine realm, the mutated peach tree planted there, shaking the withered branches, the blood. Peach tree that could easily harm him in the past. Now in front of Zhang Fuxing, it stirred not the slightest ripple. He tore open that peach tree, engraving his fundamental spiritual imprint within the tree's heart. The tree branches danced wildly. The blood peach hanging from the branches surged vigorously. But soon, this peach tree fell silent, becoming extraordinarily obedient. Plucking the blood peach, which was evidently the source of mutation, Zhang Fuxing transplanted and planted the entire tree onto the infant's brow. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. A small peach, a mutated peach tree, although it could greatly shorten the time he lingered after breaking into great power, but this was merely relatively speaking. He was unsure if the immortal medicine planted in the brow-heart acupoint would accelerate in tandem with the cultivation time exchanged through the contract. Chapter 504, 331. Time for a big gamble. 1/2. Chapter 504. Chapter 331. Time for a big gamble. 1/2. The most reliable method is to find some more. Find a lot more. He thought of the ginseng fruit in Miss Ming Yu's heart. Zhang Fuxing was still a bit hesitant. This was theoretically feasible, but what if something went wrong? Miss Ming Yu dying tragically for no reason? He couldn't get over that in his conscience. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fuxing once again stuck his head out from the fictional river of time. In the horrified gaze of the shackled man in a black robe, he gazed at the palace pavilion upstream in the illusory river, staring at the figure sitting cross-legged inside. Zhang Fuxing called out, 1 second, 2 seconds. After a brief silence, that creature, supposedly fictional, actually opened its eyes and smiled at him. As expected, the Supreme from the painting can wink and smile at me. So how could the Supreme in the map of mountains and rivers fictional time not be a true Supreme? Such a person has long surpassed all restraints of common sense. The being upstream nodded gently, with a smile full of cheer. Is this? He looked around and slightly raised his eyebrows. Zhang Fuxing thought to himself indeed, bowed his hands. He recounted his conjecture. The being upstream listened quietly, and then nodded. fellow Taoist Fuxing's reasoning is correct. Pausing for a moment, the being sitting upstream expressed with interest. Zhang Fuxing nodded resolutely. The being upstream nodded, pondered for a moment, and then spoke in a peaceful tone. As the words fell, he pushed his hand, sending something glowing across boundless time and space, quietly floating in front of Zhang Fuxing. It was a half-broken, charred willow branch. Zhang Fuxing had a guess in his mind, but still asked. The being upstream calmly stated. Zhang Fuxing swallowed his saliva, not asking how the willow branch fell into Yu Huang's hands. He bowed and accepted the broken, innate willow branch. Looking up, he saw a second item floating over. The being upstream was concise, coughing slightly, his expression somewhat weary, then waved his hand, speaking no more. Clearly, even in the fictional reality of the map of mountains and rivers, intervening at the current node also caused backfire to him. As for where the backlash came from, Zhang Fuxing did not know. He just held up the innate willow branch in 9 heavens and earth, bowing to the silent being upstream, and then resolutely leaped into another segment of time. It was 6 months ago, when Miss Ming Yu first arrived in Jiangzhou City. At that time, the flesh plague had already begun to spread, but with no intervention from the Investigation Bureau, it was temporarily contained within the lower 3 districts. The god of plague had not descended, and Jiangzhou had not yet been destroyed. And Zhang Fuxing's head spun with excitement. It truly was. The map of mountains and rivers' transformation from illusion to reality does not interfere with the past in reality. In reality, Jiangzhou had indeed been destroyed, and yet it remained intact. Zhang Fuxing was increasingly amazed by the terror of the map of mountains and rivers. Is this the supreme treasure at the level of the supreme? The map of mountains and rivers was like this, as were the chaotic bell, cyan wave sword for immortal slaying swords, Tai Chi diagram. Calming his mind, Zhang Fuxing quickly locked onto Miss Ming Yu's location, and then cut down. At this exact moment, Jiangzhou City roared with thunder. In the 9th district within the Chai Gate, a woman with a cinnabar mark on her forehead, as if an elegant lady from a painting, suddenly looked up. Her spiritual sense frantically warned her, her heart rising with a very ominous premonition, exclaiming, above, there was only light, only a continuous stream of chaotic light. Accompanying the chaotic light was the Panga banner, the rotation of the stars of the celestial sphere, and the heavens issuing a killing intent. Even the great power level Miss Ming Yu could not put up any resistance. She indeed had the power to instantly kill Zhang Fuxing, but likewise, with control over the 4 sword-killing techniques and the lethal move of the Panga banner, Zhang Fuxing, in an ambush, also had the capability to instantly kill a great power. Therefore, the entire Jiangzhou heaven and earth, and even the entire Golden Realm, trembled at this moment. Jiangzhou heaven and earth stood up, transforming into a long sword. The sword fell again, accompanied by the open heaven sword aura emitted by the Panga banner and the chaotic sword light, pinning it down. The elegant woman was nailed through, her body cracked, her divine thought dissipated, her ancestral acupoint forcibly opened. She struggled, but was pinned by the open heaven sword aura. Unable to break free, she could only gaze, gasping, at the figure walking out of the void, shrouded in the primordial cloud. Who? The newcomer rasped, reaching out to seize. The ginseng fruit planted in the ancestral acupoint, planted in the heart, was thus pulled out by Zhang Fuxing. Miss Ming Yu let out a wail, her essence, qi, and spirit completely collapsing, dying. Zhang Fuxing could not bear to see this scene. Before Miss Ming Yu completely fell, he returned to the river of time, casually altering this past. The timeline submerged to the riverbed, and a new history floated to the top of the river. Miss Ming Yu had not died. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a dull breath, carrying various treasures back to 19 years ago, back to the hospital. Everything remained stagnant. He gently peeled open the infant's brow, placing the 9 heavens and earth into the baby's heart, and then planted the ginseng fruit and innate willow branch respectively inside. Thus, all things were accomplished. Zhang Fuxing was silent for a moment. Finally resolved, a more daring thought popped into his mind. Chapter 505, 332. Drastic Changes in Reality. Three Lights, Divine Water. Chapter 505. Chapter 332. Drastic Changes in Reality. Three Lights, Divine Water. Zhang Fuxing's face lit up with excitement as he manipulated the flow of time, forward, and forward again. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. Until 784 years ago, just before the construction of Jiangzhou City began. Desolation. All he could see was desolation. This land had not yet begun construction, not a single brick or tile in sight. Zhang Fuxing whispered softly, his brows ancestral acupoint wide open, various wheels spinning, his vast and boundless spiritual will surging. He was refining. He was forcibly refining the entire Jiangzhou heaven and earth in silence. It was done. Jiangzhou heaven and earth became a part of himself. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, using star pivot, altering the celestial secret, concealing and hiding the fact that Jiangzhou had been refined. Then, time continued to flow forward. He returned to 784 years later, just a few days before Old Bull's divine descent. Zhang Fuxing raised his head, flipped his palm, covered it. Each aerospace ship of the Investigation Bureau, still advancing and not yet arrived, exploded with a roar, and the flesh plague that had spread throughout the city was forcibly removed and extracted by him. The entire city plunged into dead silence and confusion. In the city, Miss Mingyue stood on the land of the 9th District, gazing at the majestic figure above the celestial vault, indistinct, unclear, only able to see the figure shrouded in a profound and mysterious cloud, in front of a restaurant in the city. The arriving Niu Dali and Qin Yuk also gazed in shock at the celestial vault. "Is it?" Qin Yuk questioned, her mind void of the thought of confronting her junior brother. Niu Dali did not respond, just stared blankly, that figure too vast, bearing a huge wheel like a terrifying ancient demon god. It truly was a divine spirit. Niu Dali suddenly shivered, a question surfacing in his mind. So this is how powerful a divine spirit truly is. Can I really devour a god? Only a newborn calf does not fear a tiger. But after witnessing the grandeur of a divine spirit, his initial madness completely dissipated. Such an existence, can I truly devour it? Niu Dali was in a trance, yet saw that terrifying figure step down, landing right on the long street. As the primordial cloud rolled, a glimpse of the terrifying existence's true form was revealed. Both Niu Dali and Chun Yuk rubbed their eyes simultaneously. Zhang Fuxing, in restaurant likewise rubbed his eyes. "That is Zhang Fuxing?" Niu Dali felt a shiver down his spine, staring intently at the indistinct face hidden within the profound and mysterious cloud. It's junior brother. It's indeed the same face as junior brothers. In horror, he saw that terrifying being glance lightly at him. In that one gaze, Niu Dali astonishingly perceived a sense of time's vicissitudes. His legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, his mind in disarray, but he saw the terrifying existence not pausing at all, taking another step, crossing a long distance, twisting space, descending in the 9th District. Zhang Fuxing had no interest in dealing with these trivial matters. After all, it was just a virtual past. No need to interfere. He had only one task to do. A soft shout, the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron appeared in his hand. Under Zhang Fuxing's urge, it grew taller, taller. The sea-stabilizing divine needle iron pierced into the void, breaking through the edge of the real dimension and the great universe. Along the altar used for praying to the god of plague, it reached straight into a different dimension. The divine embryo that should have descended, thus under the guidance of the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, still descended. So, to ensure the virtual reality becomes true, after the outcome becomes true, Old Bull's divine embryo body will not be directly obliterated. As for the process in between, it didn't matter. All alterations in the map of mountains and rivers past will only manifest the result without truly altering that segment of history in reality. Thus, all matters have come to fruition. Zhang Fuxing whispered softly, not engaging more with old acquaintances in this segment of time. A thought flicked, and he returned to the long river of virtual time. Then, he reached out, gently pinched. The wisp of the black-robed man's divided soul was crushed by him. Not a bit of information was transmitted back. Likewise, the virtual reality concocted by the map of mountains and rivers also came to an end here, and then became true. History did not change, time did not move, only the result came true. The real world then turned upside down. Real world, outside the edge of the capital. The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, the map of mountains and rivers spinning wildly before his eyes, the blurred scene reflected within disappearing. My divided soul, inconceivable for the black-robed man. How could that be? Even though with the assistance from the mysterious existence in the wood carving, only a wisp of divided soul entered. But if truly encountering danger, the divided soul should be able to withdraw at any time, right? Yet now, the divided soul fell and shattered directly. Not a single memory transmitted back. Strange, too strange. The wisp of true spirit imprisoned within the wood carving fell silent, evidently, also in disbelief. For a long time, the spiritual will in the wood carving spoke. What did your divided soul do in the map of mountains and rivers? The black-robed man was stunned. After another moment of silence, a voice came forth from within the wood carving. With my assistance, your divided soul could initially urge the map of mountains and rivers. Logically, it couldn't possibly die within, could withdraw at any time, unless. After a pause, the misty, vague voice turned grave. The figure in the black robe was even more bewildered. I still don't understand. The will within the wooden carving paused for a moment, then said lightly. The figure in the black robe swallowed hard, a shiver running down the back of their head. Meanwhile, in the capital, lying on a sofa, snacking and watching a mortal movie, Old Bull shuddered and stood up abruptly. He was horrified to find that his memory was being altered. No, it wasn't altered. More accurately, a new segment had been added. In the fresh memory, he had neither devoured Jiangzhou heaven and earth, nor descended due to the blood sacrifice. It was the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron that had summoned him down. And the being holding the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, carrying a pitch-black and ink-like rotating wheel disc emanating divine light, had a form that, though shrouded in celebratory clouds, could still occasionally be glimpsed. Old Bull felt a creepy chill, a shiver running down his skull. It was him, silent for a long, long time. Old Bull mumbled to himself, breathing slightly, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. No one answered him. Above the golden province, within the ancient starry sky, the carriage quietly floated. The already quite integrated Mingwei, with the celestial position of plague, slowly opened her eyes, a shocked expression appearing on her face. The past has changed. She lowered her eyes, gazing toward the golden province beneath the starry sky, and with divine vision, it was clear, the once destroyed Jiangzhou city, created merely as a facade by young Master Zhang, had at some moment been replaced. It had been replaced by the truly genuine Jiangzhou heaven and earth. As for that city, it was completely intact, bustling with people, incredibly prosperous, and the hundreds of thousands who should have died 6 months ago had not died. Mingwei felt a chill down her spine, altering history, rewriting the past. This is something that only a Daluo can accomplish. It's naturally impossible for young Master Zhang to have attained Daluo, but precisely because of this, it is even more terrifying. Mingwei muttered in a daze. Meanwhile, at this very moment, within the Golden Province, in the purple bamboo forest, in the bewildered gazes of Su Qianshuan and the Chui family clansmen, the mysterious black-robed figure suddenly evaporated, vanishing into thin air. They instinctively cast their gaze toward the mysterious young man, only to see him standing quietly in place, eyes slightly lowered. Su Qinswan slightly raised an eyebrow. Before the words were fallen, he suddenly changed color, lowering his head, staring at the purple bamboo forest below. Su Qinswan also saw the suddenly intact Jiangzhou heaven and earth, seeing the hundreds of thousands who had already died but were now perfectly fine. What is going on? In the midst of bewilderment, Su Qinswan suddenly sensed something. Raising his head swiftly to the side, seeing that mysterious young man in rough hemp clothing had at some point raised his head, flowing light and color. A high-quality, intimidatingly mysterious light was flowing from the young man's ancestral acupoint between his brows, bringing forth infinite vitality and unfathomable divine water, both flowing out simultaneously. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a small breath of clear air, silently perceiving the earth-shattering transformations occurring within himself. Reality iterates. The past remains unchanged, but the results alter. Thus, the peach of immortality, the peach tree, innate willow, and ginseng fruit, all along with 9 heavens and earth, had rooted in his ancestral acupoint and heart field for 19 years, nurturing for 19 years, nurturing for 19 years. The vitality of the peach of immortality and ginseng fruit, the profound weight of the 9 heavens and earth, along with the mysterious 3-light divine water created by the innate willow. All of it, the 19-year nurturing, was erupting at this moment. Zhang Fuxing could feel the water path he mastered by devouring a large amount of pure shrine messenger meat was advancing rapidly. The profound 3-light divine water, though acquired only recently, had become something akin to a lifetime companion due to the reality-turning effect of the map of mountains and rivers, incredibly intimate, incredibly familiar. The 3-light divine water had thus coexisted with his body for 19 years. Zhang Fuxing could clearly sense his self, once symbolized by the unique path and will path, had now gained an additional symbolic reference for the water path. When he extended his fingertip, it was even possible to see a droplet of fabled 3-light divine water rippling at his fingertips. Amid the bewildered gazes of everyone, Zhang Fuxing sighed softly for the second time, then reached out and seized the air. Su Qinswan suddenly sensed something, looked down in bewilderment, and witnessed the whole of Jiangzhou heaven and earth suddenly becoming illusory. And then, the entire Jiangzhou heaven and earth, along with hundreds of thousands who should have died long ago, were all swallowed into the mysterious young man's body. Another voice of contentment expressed. Zhang Fuxing stretched lazily. A certain sense, refining Jiangzhou heaven and earth was equivalent to an ordinary venerate refining a blessed land or Buddha country. Although it couldn't make him achieve a realm breakthrough to great power, he still had to complete the step of the great true spirit, but it had also brought him to the peak of the venerable realm, just a step away from becoming a great power. Such a thought emerged in Zhang Fuxing's mind, and then he lifted his eyelids, gazing at the people within the purple bamboo forest. He spoke calmly, his voice resonating, the profound chaotic light reflecting quietly. In his words, Zhang Fuxing lifted his head, gazing at the boundless celestial vault. He could feel that the great change in reality seemed far from being limited to what was currently visible. It was time to head to the capital. Chapter 506, 333, Setting Out. Now is my time to attain great power. Chapter 506, Chapter 333, Setting Out. Now is my time to attain great power. 6K chapter, another 6K to come later. A delegation led by the old patriarch of the Chui family, whose strongest were only celestial humans, had no say when faced with some mysterious and powerful entity. After all, Zhang Fuxing is not Su Qinswan. The latter can run away as a monk, but cannot run away from the temple. And truly going too far, making a deadly enemy of the Chui family's ancestor, is a troublesome tension. After all, he is a true great power. But Zhang Fuxing is different. At this moment, the patriarch of the Cui family was wiping sweat, cautiously observing the ordinary youth in coarse linen attire in front of him, and he lowered his voice humbly. After a pause, the patriarch continued. Zhang Fuxing asked with interest. The patriarch chuckled bitterly twice. The capital is the real core of the Federation, and everyone who wants to enter the capital must pass through a pair of supernatural mirrors. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Supernatural mirrors? He asked. The Cui family members looked at each other, unable to answer, but at this moment Su Qinswan spoke, gazing at Zhang Fuxing with extreme apprehension. The supernatural mirrors are both supreme treasures of the speaker, used for inspection and suppression in the capital. Listening to Su Qinswan's explanation, Zhang Fuxing's expression grew slightly serious. The demon-reflecting mirror, heaven mirror? Famous, renowned. However, with a great divine technique to fabricate the past and the ability to make oneself not exist in reality, leaving only a shadow trace, plus the mantra, all things are void, there should be a chance to deceive these two mirrors that have not been deliberately activated. After all, whether it is the great divine technique or the flying shadow technique, they are among the 36 great divine techniques. All things are void is even more so, originating from the primordial celestial venerable, a truly top-tier mystical technique in the Tao of cause and effect. However, all of this requires cooperation from someone, such as the Cui family. Arrange a passable identity for me within your Cui family. The more ordinary, the better. Zhang Fuxing said casually. The members of the Cui family looked at each other, while Zhang Fuxing pondered. If entering the capital is so stringent, how did Lin Dong and Chen Yuk enter? Was there a special approval from a big figure in the capital? As his thoughts turned, he heard the patriarch of the Cui family carefully say. Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly. He was somewhat puzzled about what the 10 venerables were, and just as this doubt arose, through the reverberation of cause and effect, the universe provided him the answer. At Zhang Fuxing's current level, whenever he wishes to know something, unless it involves a great secret, he can directly and naturally comprehend it. This ability is usually possessed by a great power, but due to the special nature of the fully true man fruit position, it was bestowed early. Through the cascading of events and the communication of cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing mostly understood what the 10 venerables were. In short, they are the Federation's 10 great family names, and any divine spirit race can compete for the title of 10 venerables. The 10 venerable families compete every millennium, and becoming one of the 10 venerables grants vast Federation resources and privileges within the Federation and Council. Oddly, regardless if the ancestors in the family are venerates, great powers, or great divine power users, there's a chance to become one of the 10 venerables, simply because the 10 venerables competition focuses only on the younger generation, not the strongest within the family. The rules are bizarre and contrary to common sense, which implies a deeper issue. However, Zhang Fuxing did not delve into it, since it does not concern him. His plan is merely to use the Cui family as a stepping stone to enter the capital. Zhang Fuxing stated. The Cui family members exchanged glances, reluctantly agreeing. To rewrite the family lineage for an outsider is a great humiliation, but the young man before them was exceedingly powerful, at least a top-tier venerate, along with the mysterious disappearance of that enigmatic black-robed man. On the side, Su Qinswan was moved. Daozuan? What a grand name! It was evidently not his real name, but even if it is an alias, daring to bear such a name speaks volumes. Where exactly does this unheard-of young man come from? Su Qinswan couldn't figure it out and resolved not to offend him. Zhang Fuxing stretched lazily. The Cui family patriarch quickly nodded, offered a salute, and when he looked up again, the mysterious young man who went by Daozuan had vanished. Along with him, the girl as graceful as an immortal also disappeared. Dragon Boat City. Zhang Fuxing did not seek out Shi Jingyuan, merely walked side by side with Ruan Yutu in the bustling and lively streets, observing the mundane human world. Chapter 507, 333. setting out. Today, I shall witness the birth of a great power. Chapter 507. Chapter 333. Setting out. Today, I shall witness the birth of a great power. He is looking at the past, and also introspecting, observing the self. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. Zhang Fuxing silently comprehended. Besides the sword Dao, he also grasped 3 different Daos again. 10% of the Dao of Earth, 20% of the Dao of Life, and a full 50% of the Dao of Water, all coming from planting immortal medicines for 19 years. Zhang Fuxing introspected, looking at the additional special patterns on the Dao rotation wheel in his body, his eyes shimmering. In thought, Zhang Fuxing unknowingly arrived outside Dragon Boat University. Dragon Boat University is open to the public, and the security did not stop the two from entering. Once inside, they saw students coming and going on the wide campus, and, among them, 2 old acquaintances, Lu Yao and Zhong Yu. Wan Yutu noticed Zhang Fuxing's gaze and spoke softly. After a pause, a look of sentiment appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. When I left the Golden Province, I blessed my old friends, and both women also received great benefits. At this moment, it turns out they already have the aura of grandmasters. Zhang Fuxing looked at the 2 women who concealed their aura and didn't show their top martial arts master-level cultivation, gently shaking his head. Just let them be. As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing suddenly frowned. A rich thread of starlight quietly flashed in his eyes, insightfully observing the cause and effect on Zhong Yu and Lu Yao, only to find that their cause and effect are somewhat peculiar and bizarre, each pointing to a distant place with unclear causes. Even he couldn't see the cause and effects clearly. A somber look crossed Zhang Fuxing's face. Although he couldn't see where the cause and effect led, he could sense that it was related to him. Thus, there's only one possibility. Zhang Fuxing lowered his gaze. The titles of World-Honored One Buddha and Blessed Life Buddha have spread far and wide, and most people don't know that Blessed Life Buddha is Zhang Fuxing. But to truly powerful beings, this is not a secret. Thus, naturally, it implicates my old friends. Wan Yutu gently asked at this time. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand, did not say much, and squinted. He deeply looked at the 2 women again, then quietly discerned Shi Zhian's situation. Sure enough, he too had a vague cause and effect. Not just old Shi. The other old friends sent to Dragon Boat City earlier, elementary and middle school classmates, Uncle Wang from the neighborhood, even Uncle Yu and Aunt Li who had already retired in Spring Thunder City, they all also had that bizarre, unclear cause and effect. A colder color shone in Zhang Fuxing's eyes, his thoughts communicating with the world venerate Dao body stationed in the other shore world, observing his parents and Wei Lingzhu's situation. Fortunately, there was no such strange cause and effect on them. This indicates that the figure behind the scenes is not yet able to infiltrate the other shore world. So what does he want to do? Zhang Fuxing does not know. There's no real need to stay in the Golden Province. If time allowed, Zhang Fuxing could take his time to reminisce with old friends, but for now, race against time fits better. In an era of great strife, he simply cannot idle. The capital's Lindongxi, the map of mountains and rivers sealed in the starry sky, yellow eyebrows northern emperor from Yinchang'an. Other complexities abound, such as Liu Bang and Xiangyu outside Yingtian province, and a fragment of the heaven-flipping seal that Shun Baobao found in the starry sky. Plus, there's still the universe with 4 divine corpses not yet refined. Even without considering the old, true spirits awakening more and more, just the current intricate affairs already leaves Zhang Fuxing somewhat breathless. He doesn't dare to pause for a moment. He can only continue to move forward, and forward. Zhang Fuxing deeply looked at the students coming and going on the campus, looked at the oblivious Zhong Yu and Lu Yao, looked at the university life he has never experienced in this lifetime. Then, he turned and left. Qinghe Province. Since the governor recently took refuge in the other shore world, and before the new governor could take office, Qinghe Province can be said to have descended into chaos. Among the 49 provinces of the Federation, apart from the Celestial Dao Province, There are 16 provinces each in the upper, middle, and lower regions. Chapter 508, 333. Setting out. Today I shall witness the time of great power, 6K, 1/2_3. Chapter 508, Chapter 333. Setting out. Today I shall witness the time of great power, 6K, 1/2_3 in the lower 16 provinces. The venerates are the most powerful. The middle 16 provinces already have the divine spirit races. As for the upper 16 provinces like Qinghe, there are families of great power within the provinces. For instance, the Chui family or the Zhao family within the Qinghe province. At this moment, within an upper city exclusively occupied by the Chui family universe, Chui Luduo yawned, adjusted her colorful gown, and softly said, "This trip to the capital is unlikely to be peaceful." Beside her, Chui Wending nodded gravely. The whole world knows that our Chui family possesses a celestial book that can rewrite a person's lifespan. The book of life and death can rewrite lifespans, meaning nothing to those with the boundless lifespan of a divine spirit, but for beings beneath the venerate, the Chui family can dictate who lives and who dies. There are almost no exceptions. The only failure occurred in the Golden Province when a candidate book holder used the Book of Life and Death to erase someone's remaining lifespan, but it failed. The opponent inexplicably gained another 10 years of life. Chui Liuduo's eyebrows and eyes trembled slightly, her gaze flickering. If things become extreme, some may not want us to reach the capital alive. The three beside her remained silent. In family competitions, each prominent family sends 4 outstanding youths. They're the ones going to compete this time. With the call, Chui Luduo, Chui Wending, and the other 2 quickly exited the practice field to look toward the descending aerospace ship. The aerospace ship, superior even to the space aircraft, capable of navigating and exploring in the starry sky. Its main cannon, with sufficient charging time, can even destroy a small planet. At this moment, as the aerospace ship landed, Chui Luduo saw the patriarch leading a group of family elders coming down, but following behind were 3 youths they had never seen before. Chui Luduo glanced indifferently and calmly said, she was the primary prodigy of the Chui family, possessing terrifying innate talent, combined with the family's resources divided towards her. At merely 27 or 8 years old, she was already a top-notch, innate great cultivator. 9 out of 10 grotto heavens had been opened. Under the gaze of the 4 outstanding youths, the family elders each returned to their halls, while the patriarch approached with the 3 young men and women. Chui Luduo turned a blind eye, while Chui Wending carefully evaluated them. He recognized one, having seen a photograph, a candidate book holder from the branch family named Chui Wenda, but the other 2 he had never seen before. The young man looked ordinary, wearing straw sandals and rough hemp clothing, like a person from the rural bottom tier. As for the young girl, Chui Wending's face flashed with an enthralling expression. The young girl had skin like congealed fat, walking as gracefully as a swimming dragon, and seemed like a startled swan crossing the clouds. Her eyebrows like fine ink, apricot eyes, and jade-like nose made her an unparalleled beauty not fit for the mortal realm. She looked more like an immortal descended from the heavens. Chui Wending swallowed, and the other 2 young men beside him were also mesmerized. Even the proud Chui Luduo was taken aback at first glance. The old patriarch approached at this time, speaking calmly and breaking the entranced reverie of Chui Wending and the others. The 4 of them quickly paid their respects. The old patriarch responded with a nasal sound, maintaining a calm and indifferent demeanor, looking straight ahead as he spoke. This is Chui Wenda, who will be the book holder of our Chui family this generation. Chui Luduo furrowed her brow, wanting to speak, but the patriarch raised a hand to interrupt, pointing to the young man in rough hemp clothing. Saying this, he quickly continued, not giving the 4 any opportunity to speak, and pointed to 2 of the young men. Chui Qianyuan and Chui Honghu were astonished, and even Chui Luduo frowned. The old patriarch waved his hand dismissively, speaking in an undeniable tone. "The matter is settled. Luduo, Winding, you two prepare to leave for the capital tonight." With that, the old patriarch led the two young men, who were full of reluctance, away, leaving the other five looking at each other. Chui Luduo cast a glance at the three outsiders, snorted lightly. "Since great-grandfather has chosen you, surely he has his reasons." Having said this, she turned and left, her colorful gown trailing behind. Chui Winding shook his head with a wry smile. "That's just how Sister Duo is. Don't take it to heart, the three of you." Unable to resist, he looked at the stunningly beautiful young girl, almost like an immortal. "You two, following my brother," Ruan Yutu spoke in a gentle voice. Chui Winding, touching his nose, didn't dare to meet the gaze of the astonishingly beautiful girl, glanced at Chui Winda, and finally looked at the young man dressed in rough hemp. "Dao, Venerable? What a grand name. Just which fourth aunt was it? And when did she marry someone from the unheard-of Dao family?" The Chui family was intricately interwoven, with a flourishing population and a myriad of relatives. After thinking for a long time, Chui Winding still couldn't figure out which fourth aunt it was. He simply stopped trying to figure it out and gestured with a hand. Zhang Fuxing nodded warmly. Chapter 509, 333, Setting Out. Now is the time for me to prove my great power. Chapter 509, Chapter 333, Setting Out. Now is the time for me to prove my great power. Night falls. Before setting off, the old clan leader instructed and advised. Chui Luduo furrowed her brows. "Grandfather, isn't the ancestor coming in person?" The old clan leader chuckled softly and cast a nonchalant glance at the young man in a coarse cloth robe yawning on a chair. He calmly said. Chui Luduo furrowed her brows again, but ultimately said nothing. The starship slowly ascended, sailed out along the border city, appearing on the world plateau. Thick mist covered the sky and blocked the sun. Chui Luduo quietly sat cross-legged, meditating, while Chui Winding walked to the porthole, gazing at a distant point of light. In this dense fog, nothing bright should be visible, yet there it was like a guiding lighthouse. Chui Winding asked, puzzled. Chui Luduo, who was meditating, and Chui Winda, who was caressing the wooden box containing the Book of Life and Death, both looked outside the porthole. An elder accompanying them said in a low voice. Chui Winda couldn't help but ask, and Ruan Yutu raised her eyelids. As for Zhang Fuxing, he just sat quietly, with his eyelids drooping. The elder's face was full of reverence. Chui Luduo gazed at that speck of light, somewhat lost. Her eyes sparkled, she murmured softly. The elder smiled, not intending to discourage, just instinctively glanced at the young man in the coarse cloth robe, sitting quietly. He wondered, how does this terrifying being compare to the world-honored one Buddha? Surely, still far behind, right? The elder quietly withdrew his gaze. Beside him, Chui Luduo gazed at that speck of light for a long time, finally exhaled. She looked at the group beside her. Her gaze swept past Ruan Yutu, landing on Chui Winda and the coarse cloth-robed young man called Taoist Venerable. Chui Luduo smoothed her bangs, revealing her snow-white, slender neck, and spoke calmly. Once at the capital, dangers abound. There could even be ambushes. After a pause, she continued. Chui Winda stood up nervously, bewildered as to why he was chosen, why he suddenly became the book holder. Meanwhile, the coarse cloth-robed young man raised his eyelids, smiled, and shook his head. Anger flickered in Chui Luduo's eyes. She was about to scold, but was stopped by the elder raising his hand. Chui Luduo's lips trembled, snorted coldly, staring indifferently at the coarse cloth-robed young man, only to find him completely closing his eyes, as if asleep. Chui Luduo's eyelids twitched, cold-faced. She turned and left, ignoring Chui Winda, and only left a sentence behind. The cabin fell into a dead silence. Zhang Fuxing, however, paid no heed, his thoughts slowly immersed in the divine realm. The time has come, precisely today, precisely at this moment. Zhang Fuxing stood above the cloud sea of the celestial realm within the divine realm, murmuring with an incomparably deep gaze. In the capital, though not full of divine spirits, at least 90% of the great divine power users in the real universe are gathered there. Going to the capital is both a great opportunity and great peril. It is also time for realm breakthrough of great power. Chapter 510, 334. Finally becoming a Holy Spirit, opening high heaven again. Chapter 510. Chapter 334. Finally becoming a Holy Spirit, opening high heaven again. Five-Finger Mountain. The Pope of the Pantheon, suppressed under Five-Finger Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. A disciple hurried over, holding light and shadow in his hands. It's the world venerate. The light and shadow merged into Five-Finger Mountain. The Pope of the Pantheon carefully scrutinized the engraved content, and his expression brightened. The Pope of the Pantheon murmured softly, his face showing even more excitement. According to the words left by the world venerate on the decree, within half a year, that person was to assist him in breaking free. Of course, the decree also mentioned a minor matter. The Pope of the Pantheon pondered these two things in exchange for a celestial position. A great deal. The Pope of the Pantheon murmured to himself, his face revealing a look of reluctance. Yet he couldn't afford a price like this. So be it. With a light sigh, the Pope of the Pantheon communicated with 10 great divine power users in the different dimension, relaying this matter back to them. After a moment, it seemed the 10 great divine power users had reached a verdict among themselves. The great divine power user named Tiger Lord sent back a message. The decree of the world venerate seemed to sense something slightly twisted. Thus, the contract is established. Under the astonished gaze of the Pope of the Pantheon, a phantom celestial position blossomed in the void. He reached out to grasp it, but couldn't catch it at all, only watching helplessly as the phantom celestial position fell into the different dimension and then abruptly solidified. A celestial position. It truly is a celestial position. The world venerate actually granted a celestial position. The Pope of the Pantheon exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, above the cloud sea of the celestial realm, Zhang Fuxing reached out and summoned 2 orbs of light from the contract, one representing 10,000 years of cultivation, the other 10,000 years of spiritual practice. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, his eyes burning with intensity. He took a deep breath, his thoughts shifting, descending into the vast void, anchoring half of his true spirit within. True man Fu Li then opened his eyes, lowered his gaze, looking down upon the myriad worlds of the great void, his eyes quickly locking onto a vast universe. Zhang Fuxing whispered, stepping upon the void. With every step a lotus blossomed, the wheels of various doctrines turning slowly behind him. Primordial cloud burst forth from the ancestral acupoint of his brow, as 36 colored lights wove into a thin sheen. Step by step, lotuses bloomed, phenomena rose and fell, celestial music resounded, and it seemed even the sound of the phoenix duet was heard, with 9 great suns shining. Such resplendent scenes spread out in the great void. Zhang Fuxing then stood on that vast, boundless universe, looking through the edge of the universe, gazing within. He murmured softly in awe. This universe was truly tremendously huge, spanning tens of billions of light years, encompassing countless star seas and clusters. In his previous life, the Milky Way would be but a drop in the ocean within this universe. Zhang Fuxing's expression was solemn and respectful. 36 colored lights surged, the vast divine thought, accompanied by primordial cloud, also burst forth from his ancestral acupoint, bit by bit entwining the entire universe. This process was tremendously slow, and judging by the pace, it would take several millennia just to initially refine the universe, barely dragging it into the divine realm. This far exceeded initial expectations, but did not matter. Zhang Fuxing let out a light exhale, 10,000 years of cultivation merged with himself. A moment became 10,000 years, 10,000 years a moment. Seventh millennium and 800 years. Through my relentless efforts, my divine thought finally enveloped the entire vast universe. Although my divine thought only enveloped the outer shell of the universe, everything within still needs to be imbued to be fully refined. But enveloping the outer shell already counts as preliminary refinement. So this universe could then merge into my divine realm. 10th millennium, this universe was truly excessively vast and mighty. Since initially refining it, 2,000 more years have passed, yet I have only refined 1% of the universe's contents. Fully refining this universe seems unattainable within any foreseeable time. 10,000 years now concluded. On the vast universe completely shrouded by divine thought, Zhang Fuxing, or rather true man Fu Li, slowly opened his eyes. He gently exhaled a breath of clear air, along with the accumulated times of 10,000 years. The vast universe trembled, silently and imperceptibly merging into Zhang Fuxing's divine realm. Despite being a massive universe, within the infinitely expansive divine realm, it didn't seem that big, but the entire three realms, from the celestial realm to the mortal realm, then to the nine nether realm, all appeared insignificant before the vast universe, akin to a speck of dust. It was utterly impossible to place it into the divine realm's three realms. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, had an idea, and with a slight thought, the vast universe, like Jiangzhou City, when moved into the divine realm, suspended infinitely high in the divine realm, only slightly lower than the Eight Sceneries Palace. Thus, this vast universe became an ancient star within the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, his gaze landing on the Jiangzhou heaven and earth, also transformed into an ancient star. He stepped into it. People came and went in the city after the brief panic of disconnection from the outer world. Life returned to tranquility for millions of people. Zhang Fuxing walked through streets, through old places, past the now deserted Hongji Martial Arts Dojo, Jiangzhou University, Lishu Middle School. Chapter 511, 334. Ascending to Holy Spirit, Opening High Heaven Once More. Chapter 511, Chapter 334. Ascending to Holy Spirit, Opening High Heaven Once More. Then it was the underground clinic, turned into ruins and being rebuilt, and the home where he lived for more than 10 years. He walked home alone, reached out to touch the mottled walls, recalling the bits and pieces of the past. A final soft sigh, the sense of cool aloofness and isolation brought by 10,000 years of cultivation finally dissipated. Human nature returned once more. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes and murmured softly. He shook his head, walked out of bustling Jiangzhou City, left Jiangzhou heaven and earth, and gazed at the vast universe. Sitting cross-legged in the void, one thought connects with the light sphere, merging silently after 10,000 years of spiritual cultivation. Thus, time elapsed, seas became mulberry fields. Everything within the divine realm accelerated abruptly, a moment for 10,000 years. In the nine nether realm, roaming soul spirits were countless. In the mortal realm, after 10,000 years, although the heaven and earth arena had not been opened, after lifting the indomitable decree, the five great nations began conflicts anew. In 10,000 years of war, dynasties changed, yet faith was never extinguished. Likewise, through the tempering of blood and fire, the fourth, fifth, and even more venerate factions gradually rose up. By the 10,000th year, besides the initial martial cottage, divine temple, and sword tomb, for more venerate factions appeared in the mortal world. They were Celestial Mountain, Phoenix Tower, as well as Fist Sect and Saints Valley. The seven great venerate factions, but venerates were no longer only seven. Altogether, with the seven great factions and five great dynasties, there were over 30 venerates. The heaven and earth primordial chi in the divine realm has thickened countless times. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, looking at the vast universe. In 10,000 years' time, The vast universe had also gone through 10,000 years. At this very moment, the entire universe was no longer bright. It became dim, somber, as if it reached its twilight years. But the real reason was, there were no creatures left in it. Or rather, all creatures were one person, one existence. The Weaver. A smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face as he surveyed the 10,000-year history of the vast universe. The Weavers starting from Earth, using the 4 divine remains in the land of great treasure as bait, successively killing the other 3 outer gods, transforming them into his different selves, and then based on this, over the 10,000 years, corrupting the whole universe, turning all life in the whole universe into himself. If it weren't for myself refining the universe, if the universe weren't within my divine realm, perhaps this Weaver would have already achieved great power. Zhang Fuxing murmured slightly, carefully probing, finding the only living being retaining self was precisely the girl named Zhang Xuelan from before. That girl was suppressed by the Weaver in the burial ground of the 4 divine remains, bound by countless chains. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, made a decision, and immersed his will into the universe. But unlike the last time he entered this universe, the last time it was true man Fu Li who entered, but this time it was the old heaven, the supreme heaven, the heavenly will who entered. Within the divine realm, everything follows the heart. Earth, land of great treasure. Chains pierced the crone's limbs and body. She hanged numbly in the stone cave, numbly watching one person after another laboring before her. They were people, yet not people. A child engraving mysterious runes in the stone cave rose, carried the secret medicine over, and gently said to the crone. The crone numbly opened her mouth, swallowed the life-prolonging secret medicine. She was long destined to die, just barely living until today, thanks to bowls of medicine. The crone asked for the innumerable time in the 10,000th year. Everyone laboring in the stone cave simultaneously turned their heads at the same moment. Staring at the crone, millions of people spoke in unison this instant. The sound of millions echoed in the massive stone cave. Zhang Xuelan let out a bitter laugh. These people were all the Weaver. No, now called the Joyfuls. All people, all beings, not just on Earth, but across the whole universe. All beings' consciousness were interconnected, belonged to the one existence. Once the Weaver, now the Joyfuls. He was almost the entire universe. Zhang Xuelan numbly and lifelessly looked at the enormous cave. The cave was formed when the land of great treasure collapsed. She was hanging right above the once great Buddha palace. Ahead were 4 infinitely towering divine corpses. Beneath were the remnants of the great Buddha palace. Even after 10,000 years, the 3 Buddha statues worshipped by the celestial monk for countless years still had not withered, quietly lying within the wreckage. Zhang Xuelan dully lowered her head, as always, staring at the Buddha statue in the center of the 3. She recalled for the 10,000th time that scene from 10,000 years ago, unable to distinguish if it was real. But that scene, that day, the memory of the Buddha statue winking at her, remained deeply rooted in her mind. She murmured, even if there really were a Buddha, it should have been assimilated by the Joyfuls. The crone sighed softly, just numbly staring at the Buddha statue, numbly enduring countless years of infinite loneliness. Chapter 512, 334. At last a Holy Spirit, opening high heaven once more. Chapter 512, Chapter 334. At last a Holy Spirit, opening high heaven once more. 10,000 years have passed, but perhaps, for countless 10,000 years more, she would still be suspended here, until the universe faded into silence. As for why exactly, she did not know. Time passed bit by bit, and she wondered if staring too long had caused illusions. Zhang Xuelan seemed to see the beautiful central Buddha statue wink at her. Expressionless, she blinked as well, trying to dispel the illusion. Yet when she opened her eyes again, she distinctly saw the Buddha statue stand up. What's happening? Zhang Xuelon thought numbly. Is it the joyful ones? As soon as the thought arose, the vast and massive cavern suddenly fell into deathly silence, and she looked up blankly, only to see millions of joyful ones at work all suddenly stand up, gaze at the Buddha statue, and open their mouths together. The hissing shouts of millions echoed, and a ripple stirred in Zhang Xuelon's numb eyes. A chill ran down her spine, and her long-stilled emotions surged once more as she looked sharply at the Buddha's statue. No, not the joyful ones. In shock, Zhang Xuelon saw the golden surface of the statue fade away. The mottling also disappeared. Skin began to appear, long black hair, and a monk's robe. The Buddha statue transformed into a person. The Buddha raised his head, looking kindly at the suspended old woman. Zhang Xuelon's lips trembled, and suddenly tears fell like rain. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. She suddenly began to struggle fiercely, screaming, "Escape! Hurry and escape!" But her scream was abruptly cut off. Escape to where? Where could she escape to? The entire universe, all the wills of living beings were connected. All beings were one person. All were joyful ones. There was nowhere to escape to. Millions of voices shouted. The whole cavern was upheaved. Then more people, more beings. Countless humans, birds, beasts, insects from Earth, strange creatures from beyond the planets, life from all over the universe, all rushing towards this planet. They covered the sky, densely packed. They gathered together, each as a tiny dot, forming a face larger than the solar system. Then, countless lives spoke at the same moment. The roar shattered the sun. Jupiter evaporated. The moon was instantly torn to pieces. The entire solar system perished, leaving only Earth, and the tremendous roar surged like a great tide into this tiny planet in the galaxy. Then, that's the end of it. The Earth was unharmed. The Buddha raised his head, speaking gently. An expression of terror appeared on the faces of countless beings. Or rather, it was the convergence of the wills of all those endless beings, that vast spiritual entity called the Joyful One, which was now terrified. He discovered he could not move. As he gazed at the handsome youth, he was struck by the illusion of staring into a vast sky, while he was just a tiny ant beneath it. Impossible. The Joyful One howled in fear, struggled, wanting to escape, yet nowhere to escape. All the brilliant stars in the universe had indeed been extinguished. The universe had become an absolute void. The handsome youth spoke gently, and the Joyful One's vast spiritual entity, far surpassing that of the great power, was thus extracted, forcibly compressed to the size of a normal person, and then prostrated. Zhang Xuelon stared blankly at the prostrating spiritual entity before the handsome youth. Her mind collapsed, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before her. The Joyful One, who had assimilated all life in the universe, that terrifying being who wielded the four great powers, that supreme existence, was just defeated, and it was all over? Zhang Xuelon's lips trembled, tears still streaming down. So at this moment, Zhang Fuxing stepped forward, crouching down, carefully studying this compressed spiritual entity, full of marvel. Did you inherit the Bodhi Buddha corpse? Zhang Fuxing reached out and touched the trembling spiritual entity, clicking his tongue in wonder. If I weren't the destiny of this world, I probably wouldn't be your match. The Joyful One wanted to speak, but nothing came out. He could only tremble. Zhang Fuxing gently asked, "So, why did you leave that girl behind alone?" He spoke, pointing, and the old woman's body began to twist, turning back into the girl she once was from an elderly state. As for the Joyful One, he remained silent. Zhang Fuxing still gentle. The Joyful One was horrified, tried to raise his head, tried to speak, but saw only a hand as gentle and warm as jade, reaching into his body. Then, all that he was, the four great authorities he wielded, the wills he spent 10,000 years assimilating, all became a wedding garment, became a part of Zhang Fuxing. However, unlike him, Zhang Fuxing did not choose to wield the wills of all beings. Instead, he fragmented a portion of his own soul into countless silken strands. Chapter 513, 334. Ascending as a Holy Spirit, Reopening High Heaven. Chapter 513. Chapter 334. Ascending as a Holy Spirit, Reopening High Heaven. The endless threads of soul spirits were cast into boundless life forms, using them as a foundation to achieve complete souls one after another. Zhang Fuxing felt all the memories of the joyous companion, exclaiming in surprise, finally understanding why the other left Zhang Xuelan behind. This girl, this woman from beyond the realm, from the real universe, once a venerate, once the holder of the celestial position of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, was suppressed by the four outer gods over 10,000 years ago when she entered this universe. Her celestial position was taken, her cultivation and memory stripped. The reason she was left behind was very simple. Zhang Xuelan was originally a life form in this universe, only born in the higher reality universe. Zhang Fuxing looked towards the skeleton of the four gods, focusing on the South Pole Longevity Emperor corpse. This Zhang Xuelan turned out to be part of the Southern Emperor's corpse, a lingering thought of the Southern Emperor. He murmured to himself, lightly snapping his fingers. The entire universe's time, or rather, the state of all particles in the universe, rewound 10,000 years. Thus, the universe flourished once again. The only difference this time was that all souls of life came from Zhang Fuxing, all part his will. He became the great sage spirit of this universe. Thus, all knowledge learned by life forms would be learned by Zhang Fuxing. When cultivating, he could let all life forms in the universe assist his cultivation. Every experience and encounter of these boundless beings would, upon their death, be accompanied by their souls, returning to Zhang Fuxing's spiritual will, which would then be purified and reincarnated into new lives, repeating the cycle endlessly. The life of the entire universe was an extension of Zhang Fuxing's soul. As if to say, the joyous companion was one person controlling countless bodies, while the great sage spirit was infinite lives from the same soul spirit. In this way, Zhang Fuxing appeared at the universe's center, expanding, 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 until he stood as tall as the universe. He tread upon the universe's frontier, and his head reached the universe's frontier until he crazily absorbed every moment's experience and knowledge of countless wise beings, until bright light radiated from his body, the celestial medicine and the ancestral acupoint between his brows swayed. The great power realm was smoothly achieved. It was the fully great true man, the cosmic great sage spirit, the infinite venerate Fuxing. A great power, yet not just a great power. The realm of great divine power users, the fully true monarch fruit position. The great sage spirit whispered as the entire universe simultaneously quaked. He opened his eyes, reaching out a hand in touch. Bodhi Buddha corpse, joyful Buddha corpse, Gaochen Emperor corpse, longevity Emperor corpse. At this moment, they shot out from the ground, separating from the universe, falling before the Eight Sceneries Palace. Zhang Fuxing did not take Zhang Xuelan with him, temporarily leaving her in place, while he withdrew and returned to the Eight Sceneries Palace. Sensing the terrifying power within his body, experiencing the strength of the great power realm and the great sage spirit, Zhang Fuxing gently exhaled, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, gazing at the four divine skeletons. Wake them. He's not insane. Leave them to nourish the divine realm. Too dangerous. Then perhaps try refining with the six-ding divine fire. As thought spun, Zhang Fuxing perceived the power at the great power level in his current state, lightly knocking upon the void. Thus, high heaven opened once more. The Northern Emperor holds a high heaven order. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. Chapter 514, 335. Subjugating the Northern Emperor, Seeking Audience, 1/2. Chapter 514. Chapter 335. Subjugating the Northern Emperor, Seeking Audience, 1/2 Capital. Chun Wanyu clutched her heart. Quietly standing at the inspection zone on the edge of the capital, an overwhelming sense of unease surging in her heart. She softly asked. The fellow cultivator accompanying her softly spoke. Seeing the astonishment on the girl's face, the fellow cultivator lowered his voice. Chun Wanyu's tense expression slightly relaxed. So that's how it is. But still, she silently placed her hand over her heart again. Inside resides a group of divine spirits. Isn't very good. It seems she is being used as some sort of special container, a kiln nurturing those divine spirits. Chun Wanyu can clearly feel a certain trait of hers is continuously being lost, traits brought by that strand of six-ding divine fire. Sweat appeared on her palms, her body hair stood on end, and her toes tingled slightly. From head to toe, she felt uncomfortable everywhere, a heaviness on her chest akin to a giant stone pressing down. The signal light of the guiding board turned green. The metallic barrier of the inspection zone slowly opened, and the fellow cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. We've all passed the check. Chun Wanyu followed behind him, cautiously stepping out of the inspection zone, crossing a massive bridge, and was stunned by the incredibly vast city before her eyes. Chun Wanyu did not reply, but just stared, dumbfounded at the magnificent scene before her. Standing on this spot looking out, it doesn't seem like a city, more like a giant steel tree or a celestial pillar, piercing through the clouds, connecting the earth and the celestial vault. Countless buildings either stack vertically or wind up, standing on a section of white jade stairs, and above was a grand, solemn Taoist palace. 8 Sceneries Palace. The investigative look on Emperor Zui's face vanished entirely, a tremor in his heart, suddenly silencing. Vague silhouettes appeared, so dim that even he couldn't see clearly. Including himself, there were 9 people. Miss Mingyue shook her head, staring at an unfamiliar dark silhouette, softly spoke. All eyes turned towards the Northern Emperor. In the 8 Sceneries Palace, Zhang Fuxing did not immediately open the door of the Taoist palace, letting those waiting outside enter. Chapter 515, 335, Subduing the Northern Emperor, Ritual Audience, Part 1/2. Chapter 515, Chapter 335, Subduing the Northern Emperor, Ritual Audience, Part 1/2. 2 reasons. One is the Northern Emperor. He is hesitating whether to let the other party in. Unlike before when Miss Mingyue was let inside, at that time Miss Mingyue was ultimately just a great power, and he was confident in suppressing her. But the Northern Emperor? This is the foremost person of Daluo. Zhang Fuxing thought to himself. He may not have the ability to suppress the other party. The most crucial thing is that the Northern Emperor and the Taiching Celestial Lord of Tao and Virtue must be very familiar, and it would be very easy for him to see through the flaw in myself. If the flaw is really seen, it won't be fun. Another issue is related to another piece of High Heaven Order. Yuan Fei Dao and Yuan Tian Dao each hold one piece of the High Heaven Order. Yuan Fei Dao's was inherited by the Northern Emperor. As for Yuan Tian Dao's, it remained at Yuan Mansion in Chang'an Town. Zhang Fuxing is pondering. Now that most of the Northern Emperor's attention is here, he probably won't focus too much on Yin Chang'an. Could this be an opportunity? Could I, taking advantage of this good opportunity, send the other piece of High Heaven Order into Yin Chang'an, into someone's hands? The first person to come to Zhang Fuxing's mind is Li Jing. This old guy, is he unquestionably loyal to the Northern Emperor? Not necessarily. If I interfere in the name of Tai Ching, could Li Jing become my pawn, a piece placed beside the Northern Emperor? Zhang Fuxing doesn't know either, but it's worth a try. His thoughts turned over and over, communicating with the world venerate Dao body, sending out Lin Chang'e in advance, holding the 9-ring scepter and brocade robe, along with that piece of High Heaven Order, personally entering Yin Chang'an. This is an opportunity. After arranging everything, Zhang Fuxing then lifted his eyelids, gazing beyond the Taoist palace. He smiled silently. At the same time, outside the 8 Sceneries Palace, 8 people were all scrutinizing this newcomer. The third seat Huang Qiuxian spoke in a low tone. No one answered. The 10th seat Kong Shuntong's eyes flickered, coming to this place again. Did the great celestial venerate in the Taoist palace discover his little actions? If discovered, why still summon him to high heaven? If not discovered, then it means this so-called great celestial venerate isn't that great. Everyone had different thoughts. The 5th seat Buddha-san was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the newcomer beside him, he spoke, explaining the matters above high heaven to the other peacefully. The beings joining above high heaven are getting stronger and stronger. Making good connections is quite a good choice, especially when one wants to flip the table. The Northern Emperor listened quietly to this dark silhouette's narration. His gaze was looking up at the plaque of the 8 Sceneries Palace, his heart still trembling, thoughts turning endlessly. Heaven interchangeable Tao, using insufficiency to serve abundance? The Northern Emperor's heart sank slightly. Indeed, this is what Taoist friend Tai Ching practices. Taoist friend Tai Ching values non-action, values the naturalness of the heavenly Tao, and the difference between the natural heavenly Tao and the human path lies in this. Naturally, the heavenly Tao, therefore, naturally uses things of abundance to serve those of insufficiency. Human path, or the path of all living things, emphasizes the word strive. All things strive. Only the heavenly Tao does not strive, ruling by non-action. As thoughts roamed, suddenly, a huge rumbling sound came, and everyone instinctively looked towards the 8 Sceneries Palace. The chaos mist rolled to retreat to both sides, and the door of the Taoist palace opened with a bang. Miss Mingwei was exclaiming. The other seats also spoke in unison. They stepped forward, walking side by side towards the 8 Sceneries Palace. Kong Shintong glanced at the newcomer, following closely behind, pondering. His thoughts turning, he approached intimately. Kong Shintong spoke very politely. In this way, even if this newcomer is a great divine power user, they wouldn't feel offended. However, he saw the newcomer just glanced at him indifferently. The other seats glanced sideways, and Kong Shintong's face stiffened. This newcomer, why is their tone even greater than mine? Kong Shintong's expression darkened as he noticed the other seats had entered the Taoist palace. He snorted coldly and stepped inside. The Northern Emperor followed, but abruptly halted at the entrance of the Taoist palace. He couldn't enter. The master of the Taoist palace did not grant him entry. Those already inside the Taoist palace were somewhat bewildered, turning back to look at the newcomer blocked by a wave of chaotic qi outside the palace. What is this situation? Especially the earliest entrance, from the 1st seat Chen Wanyu to the 4th seat Shi Jingyuan. After being on high heaven for so long, this was the first time they encountered such a situation. The Taoist palace suddenly became somewhat quiet. In the deathly silence, the great celestial venerate, seated in the upper position of the Taoist palace, shrouded in chaos mist, seemed to slowly lift his eyelids, and the chaos mist rolled like a tide. The Northern Emperor outside the Taoist palace took a deep breath and, under the watchful eyes of many, extended a hand in salute. A low, solemn voice flowed in from outside the Taoist palace, echoing in the depths. The seats initially froze, then widened their eyes. Tai Ching, Taoist friend? Kong Shintong's breath caught. A being from a past world? The other seats were also dumbfounded, especially Chen Wanyu, Huang Qiuxian, and others felt bewildered because a being from the old world felt too distant to them. And as for Miss Mingyu, at this moment, no one was more shocked than her. She alone knew exactly what it meant to call the Tao ancestor a Taoist friend. So, who is he? Miss Mingyu felt a chilling sensation in her heart. In the midst of deathly silence, the chaos mist suddenly consolidated, and the great celestial venerate sitting in the mist uncharacteristically spoke. The great celestial venerate's words weren't loud, yet they felt like a giant iron hammer, wildly pounding and smashing in the minds of each seat. Master of all celestial stars, first among all phenomena, ruling all celestial bodies. Kong Shintong swallowed hard. Miss Mingyu felt icy cold all over, and instantly knew who stood before them. The old friend of her master, one of the 6 lords of the celestial court, the Northern Emperor Ziwei. All the seats were dazed. Just then, the great celestial venerate's voice resonated once more. Although the great celestial venerate's voice was calm, the seats all sensed something subtly awry. What does it sound like? The celestial venerate is mocking? As for outside the eight sceneries palace, the Northern Emperor broke out in a sweat, cupped his hands, and responded dryly. Taoist friend Tai Ching, you weigh the words too heavily. The great celestial venerate gave a light laugh and said faintly. The Northern Emperor was drenched in sweat. He felt a bit panicked, very panicked, pondering where he might have offended Taoist friend Tai Ching. The more he pondered, the more panicked he became. Taoist friend Tai Ching. Could he be seeking reckoning? With a slight gasp, the Northern Emperor was silent for a while, finally gritting his teeth, ignoring the eyes focused on him, and under the gaze of all the seats, clasped his hands firmly and bowed respectfully toward the great presence in the Taoist palace. His voice rose, echoing eight directions, as the seats watched a series of dauntingly titled shadowy figures pay homage to the great celestial venerate, falling into silence. Kong Shuntong was also drenched in sweat. In silence, in the mist, a faint smile flashed across Zhang Fuxing's face. Indeed, he had wagered correctly. After such years and such ages of contention, how could someone like the Northern Emperor, who seeks to prove the supreme, not have grievances with Tai Ching? Moreover, the Northern Emperor had indeed invested all his heart and soul here. Within Yin Chang'an, the High Heaven Order had already fallen into Li Jing's hands. Li Jing should also be made to see the emperor he serves, bowing humbly and paying homage. In the void, Zhang Fuxing silently bowed. Thus, another shadowy figure emerged at the end of the white jade steps. Chapter 516, 336. The Remaining Hatred of Tianpeng. Emergence of the Doluo Palace. Chapter 516. Chapter 336. The Remaining Hatred of Tianpeng. Emergence of the Doluo Palace a moment ago. Yin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an stepped upon the clouds, each step raising a vast Buddha's light. A thread of Zhang Fuxing's will had descended upon her at this moment. Thus she became him. The vast Brahma sound fluctuated throughout Chang'an City. Zhang Fuxing's will took control of Lin Chang'an's body. At this moment, a great sun circle light shone behind her head, surrounded by Brahma sound and chanting, with clusters of auspicious clouds, truly resembling a bodhisattva. A voice resounded from the imperial palace. Li Jing, along with the other 24 members of Lingyan Pavilion, strode forward. The former stared at the woman who seemed like a true bodhisattva and spoke in a deep voice. Lin Chang'an glanced lightly at Li Jing, comprehending in her heart. The Northern Emperor's entire focus was indeed placed on the Eight Sceneries Palace. Even if not, he would surely not dare retract his focus at this moment. It would be an offense to Tai Ching. Thus, Zhang Fuxing manipulated Lin Chang'an's body, speaking calmly. World venerates decree. How can it be delayed? 3 consecutive commands to retreat, each more potent than the last. Zhang Fuxing employed the great lion's roar, astonishingly forcing everyone aside from Li Jing to step back. The celestial clouds rolled, creating a brief vacuum in this place. Li Jing's expression remained unchanged. He spoke coldly. He flipped his hand, forming the heaven and earth palm seal, though not daring to harm the woman before him, intending merely to push her out of Chang'an. However, with just a thought, Zhang Fuxing, who had descended here, spoke. The palm seal suddenly dissipated completely. Li Jing was yet to react, surprised as the vast, inexorable force crushed down fiercely. He did not even have time to resist before being crushed into the ground, raising a gigantic dust cloud. At this moment, Li Jing was merely a remnant true spirit of a descent body, though still cultivated to a level of great power, but across an entire universe as great true spirit Zhang Fuxing, whose spiritual will exceeded the boundaries of great power, added with blessings from the 9 heavens and earth, peach tree, and innate willow from the ancestral acupoint between the brows, even with just a thread of will descending now. When utilizing that great cosmos, suppressing beings of the same realm was effortlessly easy. Li Jing, crushed into the ground, still wished to struggle, intending to employ some secret techniques, divine techniques beyond this realm. Yet the Tao sound echoed in his ears. Receive world venerates decree. To convey a message. Li Jing's hair stood on end, his entire body stiffened, watching a great command manifest, directly penetrating his spiritual world. At the same time, Zhang Fuxing manipulated Lin Changle's body, taking a step to the edge of the imperial palace. Then he spoke eloquently, with golden words and jade speech. The realm of great power already possessed some form of words and laws follow, though not as capable as great divine power user, where one word may become the law of the world, yet still remarkable. The Brahma sound resounded at that instant. Li Xuan involuntarily floated out of the imperial palace. Before he could speak, Lin Changle reached out a hand in caress, granting the nine-ring scepter and brocade kasaya. Celestial secrets raged, the heavenly mandate event of the westward journeys beginning already reaching its conclusion. Zhang Fuxing did not immediately retract his will, but instead moved his thoughts, descending a great boundary, enveloping himself and Li Shuyuan within, isolating them from inside and out. And then, Li Shuyuan saw this personage. No, this woman receiving Avalokitesvara's celestial position, spoke softly. Li Shuyuan's expression was bleak, eyes cast down. The female immortal surrounded by Buddha's light remained indifferent and spoke. Peacefully, Li Shuyuan raised his head, staring at the female bodhisattva before him. The female bodhisattva spoke tranquilly. World venerate naturally knows all, but what must be asked still must be asked. After asking, world venerate can then come to know. Li Xuan remained silent momentarily. A fierce expression surfaced on his face. Calamity. He laughed bitterly, closing his eyes. Li Xuan's face grew grayer, teeth gritting audibly. Listening to Li Xuan's words, Zhang Fuxing felt extremely heavy in heart, manipulating Lin Changle's body, softly speaking. And you? Li Xuan's lips trembled, closing his eyes in pain. Lin Changle continued. Li Xuan took a deep breath, seemingly calming his mind, closed his eyes. His voice grew steady, speaking deeply. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 517, 336. Heaven Peng's Remaining Grudge, Delua Palace Revealed, Part 2. Chapter 517. Chapter 336. Heaven Peng's Remaining Grudge, Delua Palace Revealed, Part 2. We, the Sutra Takers, receive vast divine merit, stored within our essence, energy, and spirit. Yet, under the weight of this merit, Zhang Fuxing remained silent, thinking of the braised meats he had devoured earlier, rich with merit-purple qi, transforming him into an innate spiritual being. But what suffering must these sutra takers endure? Flayed and boiled day and night, consumed by countless earth deities and Yin spirits, laden with merit, seeking death but finding none. Merit, merit. The female bodhisattva inquired finally. The world-honored one Buddha wants you to lead the way. Li Xuan suddenly raised his head, staring at the female bodhisattva before him, remained silent for a long time, then spoke dryly. The female bodhisattva said calmly. Li Xuan was dazed and lost in thought, suddenly chuckled. Where in the world is there anyone who does not seek merit? Zhang Fuxing didn't know if this Marshal Tianpeng truly believed or just pretended, but it didn't matter. Everything would naturally become clear with time. The female bodhisattva pressed her hands together and praised the world-honored one Buddha, then turned and left. As she departed, she said peacefully, "The five-finger mountain has appeared in the mortal realm." The bodhisattva thus disappeared into Yin Chang'an, leaving only the residual Brahma sound, echoing endlessly. The Northern Emperor folded his hands together, bowed, performed his ritual greetings, and worshipped. Thus, at the end of the white jade steps outside the Eight Sceneries Palace, Li Jing used the high heaven order given by the female bodhisattva to ascend in consciousness to this place, and what he saw first. He quivered slightly, gazing at the form of the emperor shrouded in darkness, and then looked at the three large characters on the board of the Taoist palace. 8 Sceneries Palace. Taoist friend Tai Ching summoned. It truly was a summon by Tai Ching. Li Jing's breathing became rapid. It was at this very moment. Inside the 8 Sceneries Palace, Zhang Fuxing's face flashed a faint smile, and he slowly spoke. Such a grand ceremony. How can I possibly deserve it? The Northern Emperor remained bowed, motionless, though Tai Ching should not manifest at this point in time, but he dared not wager. Even if it's just a projection of Tai Ching, if truly targeted at him, his path to enlightenment would be utterly severed. Now, he could only implore for this Taoist friend Tai Ching's understanding, implore for their non-interference nature. The Supreme acts without action, hence almost never intervenes in the worldly affairs. Only an incarnation sits in the Doluo Palace. As for the true body in the 8 Sceneries Palace, since the divine enthronement, it has never shown itself to the living. Time ticked away little by little. Every seat felt anxious and frightened. The Northern Emperor was drenched in sweat, and the observing Li Jing was completely speechless in a daze. Unaware of how much time had passed, the great celestial venerable brought 2 fingers together, tapping the void 3 times. Accompanied by 3 talk sounds echoing all around, Zhang Fuxing maintained a calm tone, narrating. The Emperor Zui's heart relaxed. He solemnized his etiquette, saw the chaos light veiling before him dissipate, only then attempted to step forward, quietly entering the 8 Sceneries Palace. He did not glance around. This was a place he had visited many times, nor did he attempt to perceive, gaze in the mist-covered figure, for that would be a truly disrespectful act. Now, as unlike before, at present, all the Supremes are missing, unable to manifest in this era, which means there's no one who can balance Tai Ching. These Daluos beneath the Supremes survive in the cracks relying on the mutual play and balance of the Supremes. Meanwhile, Li Jing, standing at the bottom of the white jade steps, also walked into the 8 Sceneries Palace with trepidation, with all seats gazing towards him. As for the celestial venerate amidst the mist, no longer spoke. As for Li Jing, he did not declare his true name. Being summoned by the Supreme Tao Ancestor, combined with the scene of the Emperor worshipping just now, apparently explain a lot. Such thought flashed in Li Jing's mind. Instead of being angry, he was delighted. Not everyone has the privilege to become a pawn of the Supremes. In a dead silence, the true man standing beside the chaos mist coughed twice, speaking calmly. The 6th and 9th seats have perished, no longer exist. The 8 Sceneries Palace fell into silence once more. The 6th and 9th seats are gone? A sense of unreality emerged in the minds of the seats, an unreal feeling. Kong Shintong stood silently in the corner, quietly observing everything. He was pondering whether this so-called Northern Emperor was truly an extraordinary ancient existence. This person has not displayed great power. Everything spoken between this person and the Great Celestial Venerable. This so-called Great Celestial Venerable did not penalize him. This implies the other party might not have perceived his actions. Also implies the Great Celestial Venerable might not be that strong. Kong Shintong's mind churned with thoughts. The more he doubted about this so-called high heaven. At the same time, besides him, the Northern Emperor and Li Jing, the rest of his seats have already begun to discuss fervently. They spoke of some recent special news. Chun Wanyu and the Buddha Sun both hinted that there seemed to be special supreme treasures in the capital. Chapter 518, 336. The lingering hatred of Tianpeng, Duo Palace appears _3. Chapter 518, Chapter 336. The lingering hatred of Tianpeng, Duo Palace appears _3. Huang Qiuxian remained silent, not disclosing what he had witnessed in Chang'an. After all, a certain individual involved was right before him. Shi Jingyuan and Du Mingsheng seemed unremarkable. and Shun Baobao merely outlined the progress of the excavation of the Starry Sky relics. For some reason, all the seats seemed somewhat despondent. Perhaps it was due to the news of the fall of the 6th and 9th seats. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy, the true man sighed lightly and spoke calmly. The Northern Emperor raised his eyelids, sinking into silence, while Li Jing couldn't help but swallow. Both understood what it meant to take a seat, but Zhang Fuxing clearly sensed the Northern Emperor's hesitation. What was he hesitating about? Did he think that taking a seat would mean he belonged to the lineage of Tai Qing? After a moment of silence, the shadowed figure that was Li Jing carefully spoke. The true man nodded. Li Jing hesitated. He truly didn't know what to offer. After all, what could he possibly have that would catch the eye of Tai Qing's technique? Perhaps, after pondering for a moment, despite the shadow distorting his voice, he still deliberately rasped his voice. 3 portions of divinity? Zhang Fuxing was astonished. What was that? He knew about divinity. He had it too, residing within the depths of his true spirit, growing with the worship of the beings in the divine realm. But what was it specifically useful for? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. He simply observed Li Jing's pained expression beneath the shadow, appearing to suggest it was very precious. As thoughts raced through his mind, the true man nodded, his hands outlining light and shadow, crafting a grand contract. Li Jing felt 3 parts of his divinity being stripped away, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan. Yet it was at this moment. The Northern Emperor took a deep breath, speaking deeply. All seats simultaneously turned, first towards the Northern Emperor, then towards that great figure in the fog. The great figure seemed to lift its head once more. The Northern Emperor quickly cupped his hands, speaking in a low tone. Pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath. Back then, what happened? What cause and effect? Zhang Fuxing gazed through the chaos mist at the Northern Emperor who had straightened up, suddenly smiling. 3 tasks, or rather, calling upon the Northern Emperor 3 times. This was better than him taking a seat. Very well. Zhang Fuxing lowered his head once more, the true man stepping forward, speaking with deep meaning. With these words, the true man bowed, while the great celestial venerate in the fog waved a hand, and everyone in the Taoist palace unconsciously flew out the door, returning to the mortal world. The 8 sceneries palace returned to silence and solitude. The shadow of the true man dispersed, and Zhang Fuxing was about to inspect the 3 parts of divinity from Li Jing and research his own current capabilities, when suddenly a prayer's voice rose, echoing forth. 3 distinct prayers, coming from Chun Wanyu, Buddha's son, and Shun Baobao. The high heaven above was no longer the high heaven it once was. No longer could one speak freely. Zhang Fuxing wondered, choosing to first listen to Shun Baobao's prayer. The other merely detailed an affair just previously unspoken of. During the excavation of the Starry Sky relics, Zhang Fuxing abruptly stood up from the meditation mat. His eyes shone brightly. Chapter 519, 337, Arrival. You're using the Netherworld to scheme against the master of the 9 Netherworld? Double length. Chapter 519, Chapter 337, Arrival. You're using the Netherworld to scheme against the master of the 9 Netherworld? Double-length chapter, Taiji Hall. Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The hall doors slammed shut, dismissing the nearby attendant reporting Guanin's entry into the city. He sat alone on his throne, his expression dark as water, with eyes slightly lowered. The lamps on both sides of the Taiji Hall flickered uncertainly. The Northern Emperor sat in silence, and sat. For a long, long time. He gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face wavering unpredictably, muttering to himself. A being emerged from the shadows, appearing like a pure, great solar brilliance. It respectfully said. Light and shadow appeared, revealing the conversation between Lin Changle and Li Shuyuan. The Northern Emperor quietly watched everything and suddenly asked. The Northern Emperor's expression was enigmatic and calmly said, listening to the Northern Emperor, the solar light seemed thoughtful. The Northern Emperor lowered his eyes, a deep abyss within them. After a pause, the Northern Emperor's voice suddenly sharpened. The solar light seemed to comprehend. The Northern Emperor pondered for a moment, nodded, but then shook his head. He sighed deeply. The supreme beings are the hardest to fathom. Listening to the Northern Emperor, the solar light fell silent, softly lamenting. The Northern Emperor nodded, his expression even more profound, as if recalling a past event. The so-called rebellion against the supreme beings is itself the will of the supreme beings. The great solar brilliance quivered slightly, seemingly horrified by the terror of the supreme beings. After a long time, it asked. The Northern Emperor lowered his eyelids, his fingers tapping the void, and in the sound of talk, he remained silent. For a long, long time, he suddenly raised his head, gazing into the empty void, staring fixedly, speaking firmly. A deep voice echoed in the Taiji Hall, and in the void, and around the nine-ring scepter and the embroidered kasaya. All right, return these two treasures to Taibai. Other shore mountain. The world-honored one, Buddha, sat quietly in the grass hut, listening calmly to the words of the Northern Emperor through the karmic links and hidden means placed on the nine-ring scepter. Everything was initially isolated, with nothing to hear or see. But with every talk sound, that isolation seemed to ripple, briefly breaking, allowing him to hear the words of the other side, to hear the discourse on the supreme beings, and even to see the Northern Emperor sitting in the Taiji Hall. The world-honored one on the other shore mountain, and the celestial venerate in the Eight Sceneries Palace, uttered the same whispers. Zhang Fuxing sat beside the meditation mat, his gaze profound, wondering why the Northern Emperor would suddenly speak these words. Murmuring, Zhang Fuxing breathed heavily, his eyes bright and clear. Shaking his head, he buried the thought deep in his heart, and as a true man, Zhang Fuxing continued to listen to Shun Baobao's prayers. Every word and sentence entered his heart. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, organizing the information obtained from Shun Baobao. Listening to this, it sounds like the 8 trigrams furnace. Who are those fanning the flames? Chapter 520, 337, Arrival. You're using the netherworld to scheme against the master of the 9 netherworld? Double length, _2. Chapter 520. Chapter 337, Arrival. You're using the netherworld to scheme against the master of the 9 netherworld? Double length chapter, _2, Lost in Thought. Zhang Fuxing, in his true man identity, drafted a decree bestowing Shun Baobao with a strand of divine essence from thin air, stating in the decree for her to continue observing the Taoist palace within that relic. Only then did he collect his thoughts and reach out his hand to caress. The 4 divine remains floated into existence in the void, the Buddha's corpse solemn, the Emperor's corpse heavy. Zhang Fuxing murmured. He rubbed his brow, observing closely, seeing that between the skin of the 4 divine remains, there were countless illusory gold threads. These gold threads intertwined like a net, seemingly sealing the divine remains tightly. Otherwise, the residual aura of such remains could likely suppress and kill oneself. Similarly, without these gold threads, despite the absence of revival from those 4 legendary beings, new consciousness should have emerged within them. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, knowing that seeking answers from the Eastern Emperor would likely be futile, as the latter would use the same rhetoric to block him. Recounting too much, knowing too much, would be perceived by other supremes. Zhang Fuxing murmured, attempting to invoke the 6-ding divine fire for refining. Such divine fire can truly, slowly refine away the divine remains, except for the Bodhi Buddha's corpse, which indicates its higher level indirectly. Yet the bigger issue is his inability to control the 6-ding divine fire well, as the divine remains dissolved within the fire, but the illusory gold threads, sealing and binding the remains, also dissolve. Zhang Fuxing dared not gamble on which would refine faster. The singular 6-ding divine fire struggles to refine the remains, but what about? Zhang Fuxing thought of the relic deep within the starry sky, the Doluo Palace. He suppressed the impulse to directly head into the depths of the starry sky, prioritizing the map of mountains and rivers first. The relic stood there, not yet attracting the attention of the powerful, but the map of mountains and rivers was different. Zhang Fuxing examined Chenhuanyu and Buddha Sun's appeal through incantations, seeking aid from the true man. Both wanted assistance from the true man, privately contacting the other seats to resolve their own predicaments. The former hid venerate and great power within his heart, while the latter schemed to reverse capture the body of the six-armed Great Black Heaven. But similarly, their words revealed they were currently in the capital, and the reasons for being there were the same. Zhang Fuxing murmured, his gaze deep, discerning cause and effect. Although unable to completely survey, he could roughly sense the before and after. The special supreme treasure referred to by both sects was the map of mountains and rivers. After silently sensing the external circumstances for a moment, the starship was still half a day away from arriving at the capital. Zhang Fuxing didn't rush to return to his true self, but quietly checked his current situation. Zhang Fuxing silently sensed the terrifying power within his body, his eyes sparkling. His brow quietly opened, revealing not emptiness, but that great universe, gently rising and falling. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, the universe within his brow subtly rotating. Zhang Fuxing released a breath of clear air. Under full exertion, the universe heavy and vast, coupled with the three light, divine water, and so on. Great divine power users are already another fruit position. The gap between them and great power is akin to that between venerate and celestial human. Zhang Fuxing admonished himself not to directly confront great divine power users. The immortality herb he nurtured is far superior to ordinary great power. Once he completely empathizes with the universe, he has refined and the great heaven and earth, verifying the great divine power user, then that will be the time. Thoughts turned, ultimately settling into silence. Zhang Fuxing rose, walking to the edge of the Eight Sceneries Palace, gazing into the divine realm and three realms. Chapter 521, 337, Arrival. You're using the netherworld to scheme against the master of the nine netherworld? Double length. Chapter 521, Chapter 337, Arrival. You're using the netherworld to scheme against the master of the nine netherworld? Double-length chapter. The ancient saint within the nine netherworld Yellow Springs was still struggling, unable to communicate. He lifted his head, gazing at the grand cosmos that had transformed into ancient stars, gazing at the myriad creatures in harmony, gazing at Zhang Xuelan, who seemed to be the remnants of the southern pole longevity emperor spirit, gazing at the original human ancestor's body buried in a land of great treasure. In a sense, that was his own true self. Zhang Fuxing was in no hurry to unearth it. That was a backup plan left by Hua for him. He sighed softly, recalling the true self. Starship. In the dining room, Chui Wending consoled. That down-named person is just a country boy, wearing coarse hemp clothes and straw sandals, with a straw hat made of straw. He's from the Golden Province, so it's normal he doesn't know the etiquette. Chui Luduo took a spoonful of thick soup made from the marvelous medicine of heaven and earth in her mouth, her pores relaxing, her body at ease. She calmly said, I wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Chui Wending was slightly stunned. Not simple. Chui Luduo raised her long, snow-white neck, a hint of curiosity flashing across her face. Chui Luduo raised her eyebrows. Chui Wending was shocked and suddenly had a thought. Chui Luduo first snorted coldly, then fell silent. She, being nurtured with resources by the Chui family and recognized as the first prodigy of the contemporary Chui family, was certainly no fool. All signs indicated that this guy might indeed be the Chui family's ace. Maybe he'd been kept hidden, reserved for the 10 Hope contest. However, Chui Luduo raised her slender neck again and quietly spoke. Chui Wending stared dumbfounded at his spirited sister Doer. The diner's door suddenly rose. The two glanced sideways to see the young man in coarse hemp clothing entering with a girl named Yutu, who had an immortal-like aura. The clan elder and Chui Winda followed alongside. The clan elder chuckled and said, "That pot of 100 marvels soup should be ready." He gave a couple of instructions, and soon the servants brought a small pot of medicinal soup to the table. The clan elder smiled. "It's made from 100 kinds of precious, marvelous medicines of heaven and earth, boiled together." Zhang Fuxing sat down with Ruan Yutu in the spacious ship's dining room, eyeing the small pot of 100 marvels soup. Even he couldn't help but admire the depth of the Chui family's resources. Over 100 heaven and earth marvelous medicines. These marvels of the heavens and earth are hard to come by. On his journey, he had only encountered 2 types, one being the qi and blood marvelous medicine from before, and the other being Shi Jingyuan's white bone lotus seed that could enhance spiritual accumulation by 100 years, and they were both low-grade marvelous medicines. This pot of soup was made entirely of top-grade ones. One portion of top-grade marvelous medicine is worth 100 of the low-grade. The clan elder cheerfully divided the small pot of soup into 5 portions, just enough for each of the 5 youngsters to have a bowl. As for himself, he didn't take even a sip. Chui Winding couldn't help but glance at the girl named Yutu, but held back his words, refraining from asking why this girl also received a bowl. He didn't want to offend people for no reason. Besides, the girl was truly stunning. Shaking his head, Chui Winding cautiously picked up his bowl, took a sip, and was momentarily struck. His limbs and bones were instantly cleared, warmth rushing from his toes to his head, strengthening his essence, qi, and spirit. Before he could take another sip, he heard a loud thud and instinctively turned to see. It was the youth in hemp clothes, having placed the empty small bowl on the table. He had finished it all in one go. Chui Winding muttered, then realized something was off. After just a sip, he felt as if he could ascend like an immortal, yet that down-aimed person drank a whole bowl and seemed unaffected. Beside him, Chui Luduo noticed it too, her pupils contracting slightly. The dining room fell into silence. After some time, everyone finished their portions of the 100 marvels soup. The clan elder coughed and softly said. After a pause, his expression turned serious. "Lower to 1,000 zhang?" Zhang Fuxing was puzzled. What does this descriptor mean? His confusion just emerged, and cause and effect resonated. The world provided the answer. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. The capital was a city spiral built on a massive columniform structure, measuring 8,000 zhang from bottom to top. Thus, the capital is divided into zones by 1,000 zhang increments, including the floating islands on the sides of the column above 8,000 zhang, totaling 9 zones. Chapter 522, 337, Arrival. Are you plotting against the master of the 9 netherworld using the netherworld? Double length, _4. Chapter 522. Chapter 337, Arrival. Are you plotting against the master of the 9 netherworld using the netherworld? Double length chapter, _4. But then, what is that columnar object? Zhang Fuxing's heart was once again filled with doubt, but this time, the heavens did not provide him an answer. This matter holds great secrets, or perhaps this object has a remarkably high status. His curiosity grew, and he resolved to calculate the causes and effects, easily obtaining the answer. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, his eyes slightly profound. It was the legendary Heavenly Connection Tree. The Heavenly Connection Tree, a tree connecting the heavens, a bridge between the cosmos, humanity, and divinity. As his thoughts wandered, he heard Chui Winda beside him asking, "After nightfall, one must not wander the streets." The elder of the clan's expression slightly tensed as he spoke in a deep voice. Chui Winda's eyes widened, and Zhang Fuxing also became interested again. Ghosts? Likewise, the heavens did not provide him with an answer to this doubt, so he could only listen in silence. The elder nodded slightly, speaking in a deep voice. The authorities have never officially acknowledged it, yet it doesn't mean it does not exist. The fact is, every time after nightfall, in the capital, especially below the 2,000 zhang region, the legendary netherworld appears faintly. Malicious spirits roam within. After pausing briefly, the elder exhaled a turbid breath. Everyone exchanged glances. Even Zhang Fuxing was slightly shocked. Above a great divine power user? Is it a true saint of the fourth realm of the divine path? Or perhaps a celestial venerate or Buddha of the fifth realm? Interesting. The elder looked around, solemnly advising, but more people remain there forever? A subtle silence settled in the dining area. A slight sense of trepidation pervaded. Of course, Zhang Fuxing and Ruan Yutu were exceptions. The latter scoffed at the so-called netherworld. Ghosts? A Buddha sits beside him. As for Zhang Fuxing himself, he felt a vague thrill, understanding that this so-called netherworld could be a great opportunity. This thought flashed through Zhang Fuxing's mind. The Chui family elder continued. As they spoke, the starship trembled gently, indicating their arrival at the capital. Within the capital, higher than the 8,000 Zhang region, suspended on a floating island beside the heavenly connection tree. In one of the great families, a participant of the previous 10 Hopes contest, someone bowed to report. After a pause, the subordinate cautiously asked. Sitting cross-legged, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes. He stated calmly. A middle-aged man with an aura at the level of a venerate but posed as a servant paid his respects. After a pause, the middle-aged man cautiously continued. The elderly man frowned, turning his gaze. Even Kong Shantong, who was visiting, raised his head with surprise. Taoist Venerable? What a grand name! Kong Shantong, playing with the exquisite treasure tower in his hand, clicked his tongue in wonder. Taoist Venerable? The cautious venerate responded. Kong Shantong exclaimed. The true spirit within the exquisite treasure tower also raised his head. The name was indeed a bit grandiose. The elderly man arched his brow. The venerate nodded. Perhaps. Both the elderly man and Kong Shantong were slightly moved. For them, two great divine power users, celestial human wasn't worth mentioning. But those competing in the 10 Hopes contest are all young men and women under 30. A top-tier, celestial human below 30? Now that's somewhat alarming. Kong Shantong clicked his tongue. The Meng elder nodded slightly. Brother Kong is right. The most outstanding of our Meng family's younger generation have only just entered the realm of celestial humans. Kong Shantong stroked his chin. I was tempted to order a hit on the Chui family. A book of life and death at Qilin. Child, the threat is too great. He smiled. Our Confucius and Mencius families value benevolence and righteousness. We cannot resort to assassination. Kong Shintong's smile suddenly disappeared, his face turning expressionless as he asked. Chapter 523, 337, Arrival. You're using the Netherworld to scheme against the master of the 9 Netherworld? Double length. Chapter 523. Chapter 337, Arrival. You're using the Netherworld to scheme against the master of the 9 Netherworld? Double-length chapter. The venerate cupped his hands. Kong Shintong said casually. The elderly man with the surname Meng chuckled. Kong Shintong also laughed heartily. The two great divine power users exchanged glances, then quickly moved past this unimportant topic, and the venerate took the order, made his salute, and quietly withdrew. After he left, Kong Shintong sealed the exquisite treasure tower, sealing its true spirit's perception of the outside world. Then spoke. The elderly Meng shook his head and sighed. Kong Shintong licked his lips, his eyes shining brightly. The elderly Meng's expression became stern. The elderly Meng shook his head. Kong Shintong laughed. The elderly Meng pondered for a moment, finally nodding. That could work. His eyes reflected a brilliant light. The spacecraft slowly arrived at the inspection area outside the capital. Zhang Fuxing, accompanied by Ruan Yutu, disembarked from the great ship with the others, suddenly raising an eyebrow. When inspired by a whim, there must be a reason. Who is idle enough to plot against me? Zhang Fuxing was not alarmed, because this time the sudden inspiration was very slight, and the spiritual sense gave no warning. In fact, not only was there no warning, it was instead excited. Zhang Fuxing pondered, but did not continue to dwell on it. since it was auspicious rather than ominous, he decided to let things take their natural course. Standing with the Chui family in the inspection area, watching the Iron Curtain fall, he suddenly frowned, sensing something terrifying was gazing at him. Was it the demon-revealing mirror and the vast heaven mirror? Zhang Fuxing's thoughts turned, his expression slightly stern. Divine technique, stars align and shift. Divine technique, soar and obscure. The stars align and shift alters celestial secrets and destiny, weaving false past narratives. Soar and obscure blurs reality and illusion, concealing one's cultivation state externally. With the combined power of two great divine techniques, along with all things are void, that palpitation for being forcibly probed by a terrifying entity quickly dissipated. As expected, nothing was revealed. Accompanied by the staff member's clear voice, the Iron Curtain slowly rose, revealing the whole city built upon Jinmu before Zhang Fuxing. At this moment, it was nightfall. The moon hung in the sky, stars shone brightly within the capital, or rather the celestial capital. A fog enveloped everything, drowsy and heavy. The clan elder whispered. Just as a hovercar arrived, Zhang Fuxing, who had originally intended to separate from the Chui family, suddenly frowned and abruptly halted his departure. He looked with interest at the driver in the hovercar. This guy isn't human. The body dispersed, but the soul spirit was clearly a fierce ghost. An ancient fierce ghost, not from the present world, with a very antique aura. An ancient fierce ghost, possibly a remnant from a previous age. So, Zhang Fuxing mused, a strange expression appearing on his face, using the netherworld to plot against the master of the nine netherworld. No wonder the sudden inspiration. The spiritual sense indicated it was auspicious, not ominous. An ancient fierce ghost. I indeed have to make a trip to this netherworld. Zhang Fuxing then smiled and boarded the hovercar together with Chui, Lu Duo, Chui Wending, and others. Chapter 524, 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. Chapter 524. Chapter 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. The recent chapters are difficult to separate, so they are merged into two for 2 days. Unlike the hovercars of the Golden Province, the hovercars of the Celestial Capital surprisingly have space warp patterns engraved within them. Normally, they are only 7 to 8 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide, allowing entry. But inside, they are even more spacious than a football field. Inside, it is also filled with people, all from aristocratic families rushing from the 49 provinces. Looking closely, there might be as many as 10,000. Chui Wenda exclaimed in shock, with an elder beside him nodding slightly and explaining in a deep voice. After pausing, the elder continued. Chui Wenda shook his head in confusion, while Chui Luduo and Chui Wending beside him also fell into contemplation. The elder asked and answered himself, in other words, all prodigies? Chui Wenda's expression changed, while Zhang Fuxing quietly glanced around, his eyes momentarily reflecting dense strings of cause and effect. Beneath the illumination of cause and effect, the details of the 10,000 people within the hovercar were laid bare to him. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue in amazement. Over 90% of the people here possess special constitutions or life plates, for instance, having a natural sword bone, an innate body of purity, or being born with a ruler's life plate or 7-kill life plate, truly befitting this era of great contention. He pondered, these people, if placed in other declining eras, the vast majority here would be protagonists of storybooks, but now, they are merely among the masses. Insignificant. Finally, waiting for today's last group. Inside the hovercar holding over 10,000 people, it was bustling with noise. There were complaints. The elder led several to their seats, murmuring, this competition is arranged by the 10 visions of the last round. Kong and Meng families? Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. The Kong family, led by Kong Shintong, was the former director of the Investigation Bureau and also head of the Ancient Saint sect. As for the Meng family, if remembered correctly, the head of Meng family is Meng Qingtan, current leader of the observatory, and secretly, also the Pope of the Celestial Principle sect. The ancient saint and Celestial Principle sects seem incompatible on the surface, yet the popes are close friends. Zhang Fuxing smirked silently, Old Kong. This old guy, impure thoughts, audacious, scheming against himself, scheming against the other shore world, also scheming against the high heaven. It's the perfect time to exploit the remaining value from this competition. As thoughts swirled, the hover car started moving. At this moment, it was rushing towards the 2,000-foot region. Inside, voices were clamoring. Many who knew each other among the aristocratic families were having heated discussions. Many noticed the Chui family members boarding last. Such discussions permeated all around, many prodigies gazing over, mostly with undisguised hostility. To alter lifespans, in other words, anyone below a divine spirit encountering the Chui family is likely going to die on sight. The best way is before the Chui family members can react. Strike and kill them. At this moment, at least 1,000 killing intents locked onto them. Chui Wending felt uneasy, glanced at the calm expression of Duoduo's sister, then at the unchanged expression of Chui Wenda. He couldn't help but mentally ask. Chui Wenda replied through mental transmission. Chui Wending was rendered speechless. It seems that makes sense? Subconsciously, he glanced again at the young man in hemp garments, suspected to be the family's trump card. The other was bowing his head, seemingly lost in meditation, equally unmoved by the piercing, heavy, layered killing intents. Nearby, an immortal girl, similarly so. Cui Wendino laughed bitterly. Time passed. Within moments, the hover car reached its destination. An aristocratic family member remarked softly. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, looking out the window. The hover car was hovering next to a massive hotel. This place was situated on the platform of the 2,000-foot region. The entire celestial capital was composed of ring-shaped platforms connected horizontally by divine trees. The platform extended 300 miles wide, surrounding the divine trees, 8,000 feet in height, with 80 layers, each larger than the former Jiangzhou city. Chapter 525, 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. 8K plus double. Chapter 525. Chapter 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. 8K plus double chapter. The driver's somewhat wooden and sinister voice echoed within the car cabin, accommodating thousands. This is the residence prepared by Master Meng for the aristocratic children participating in the competition. He spoke while smiling, his voice carrying a chilling undertone, causing many of the aristocratic children with relatively low cultivation to shiver. The car door opened, originally half a meter wide, extending to 30 meters wide under the spatial patterns. Zhang Fuxing followed the Chui family elder and disembarked amidst the crowded throng, which was then guided to disperse by one servant after another. Arriving so many people at once, it was past midnight by the time they were completely settled. The elder exhaled, as the 6 of them were allocated a large suite with 6 rooms and 2 living areas, spanning 300 to 400 square meters. At this moment, he glanced around and suddenly spoke with intention. The official competition starts on March 1st, half a month away. Taoist Venerable, during this half month. Beside him, Chui Wending asked, puzzled. The elder ignored him. Zhang Fuxing casually replied. He thought clearly. The calculation related to the netherworld may not necessarily be aimed at him. It is likely to target the Chui family. To join the game, one needs to stay with the Chui family. Besides, the celestial capital is vast, and as a newcomer, he indeed had no destination. As for Lin Dongxi, Zhang Fuxing's gaze was deep. Upon entering the celestial capital, he could already perceive Lin Dongxi's location at the utmost heights in the 8,000-foot district. The elder walked over, drawing the curtains, and then turned back. Everyone should rest after the fatigue of the journey. As for me, I need to head out for a while. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, speaking with interest. The elder hesitated for a moment, scratching his nose before frankly admitting. After a pause, he added, Chui Wending curiously asked. The elder answered. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. Old Lord Tai Shui? This name is interesting. A coincidence? He checked cause and effect, but hit a wall again, unable to trace specifics. One can only say, as expected of the Federation's capital, with any person, it's hard to discern their inner cause and effect. Either their life plate or position is extraordinarily high, or they are a great power of the current era. Interesting. The elder instructed, leaving quickly, and the spacious living room instantly fell silent. The always silent Shui, Lu Duo, suddenly spoke. Zhang Fuxing glanced at her as she stared straight at him. Spow! Zhang Fuxing chuckled. This little one really wants to challenge him. He waved his hand, not responding, and under Chui Liudua's almost fiery gaze, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Through the curtain-like sheer fabric, Zhang Fuxing gazed at the outside scenery, his gaze growing deeper. Couldn't sense the netherworld, but sensed the cold death chi. On this entire floor, this entire 20th floor platform, the death chi flowed, and where both death chi and yin chi were most concentrated was precisely this hotel. Probably not a coincidence. Nodding towards Ruan Yutu, Zhang Fuxing ignored Chui Luduo, who was grinding her teeth, and returned to his room solo. Once the door closed, he stealthily slipped out of the hotel. Zhang Fuxing changed into a dark black robe, his straw sandals turning into gold-threaded black boots. The rough straw hat was directly removed, replaced by a mask resembling a ghost or terror. Upon closer inspection, the mask resembled the appearance of the Central Pole sect leader. Netherworld. Zhang Fuxing walked along the deserted long street, whispering with interest. Zhuge Yui replied indifferently. It's just that the yin chi is heavy here, prone to mistakenly entering the netherworld. Beside her, Zhuge Si shivered, looking at the deserted long street with a mournful face. But surely we shouldn't sneak out? Zhuge Yui cast a contemptuous glance at her younger brother, snorted. Zhuge Si looked bitter. Sis, don't you know how we became one of the 10 outlooks? Zhuge Yui glared at him. Stop talking nonsense. Listening to his sister, Zhuge Si rolled his eyes. Chapter 526, 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. 8K plus 2 in 1. Chapter 526. Chapter 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. 8K plus 2 in 1. He rubbed his forehead and said. Zhuge Si's words stopped abruptly, squinting his eyes. A man in a silver robe was walking towards them, a figure the siblings knew all too well, the leader of the younger generation of the Sima family. Sima Sure. The man in the silver robe walked along the long street with his hands behind his back, giving the siblings a faint glance. Zhuge Yui's pretty face turned cold. Sima Sure sneered. Why so angry? Listening to this mocking voice from the man in the silver robe, Zhuge Yui ground her teeth, making a grating sound, and said coldly. Sima Sure laughed heartily. He suddenly restrained his smile. The two confronted each other from a distance, the forces clashing, naturally stirring the dust, and under the violent air distortion, bringing up visible ripples in the air. They were both almost in the realm of the celestial human. Zhuge Si found it difficult to breathe, involuntarily taking a step back, but saw the clash between his sister and Sima Sure growing increasingly intense. Light kept colliding in the void, appearing and disappearing, flashing and fading, with the void itself showing signs of cracking. Sima Sure spoke in a low voice. A look of confusion appeared on Zhuge Si's face. Lord Tai Sui? What is that? Wasn't it said that going out might bump into the netherworld by chance? And what is this secret decree? He saw his sister's eyes suddenly become sharp. Why? Did that old thing from your Sima family instruct you the same? Sima Sure chuckled. He glanced at Zhuge Si. As for this little fellow, Zhuge Yui glared coldly, with 10 grotto heaven reincarnations faintly revolving behind her, while Sima Sure smiled, not backing down an inch, just as the clash of forces was about to turn into an actual combat. Thud, 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 suddenly, there were footsteps at the end of the street. Zhuge Yui and Sima, sure, both froze. Why would there footsteps? During their confrontation, they both used ancestral treasures to shield the area, even disrupting the celestial secret. Logically, no one should be able to get close. Instinctively, they looked towards the small alley at the end of the street. Thud, 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 the smooth sound of footsteps grew closer. The alley was deep and dark, revealing nothing. Until the newcomer reached the alley entrance, the first thing that came into view was a boot stepping into the bright light of the long street. The boot was a dark cyan color, embroidered with gold thread, resembling ancient official boots, followed by a figure in a mysterious robe, with pure black threads embroidering designs on it. The mysterious and black colors blended together. The designs were barely discernible, resembling palaces and mansions, high mountains and ancient bridges, tightly packed and strange. Finally, what met their eyes was a face half covered by a bronze mask. The auras of conflict between Sima Shi and Zhuge Yui automatically redirected, pressing down towards this newcomer. The void twisted. The former energy aimed to crush the newcomer, while the latter meant to shackle him. But as the forces approached the mysterious robed figure, the surging, mountain-shattering energy shockingly melted away like ice and snow. Both turned pale in shock. Zhang Fuxing dusted off his robe, adjusted the cool, bronze mask on his face, and said with a smile. He looked at them with curiosity, clicking his tongue in amazement in his heart. One from the Zhuge family, one from the Sima family. Both were among the top 10 of the past millennium. In some sense, until a new contest is completed, both families remain among the top 10. Zhuge, Sima. Such a coincidence? Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered with a dark hue, and he immediately understood. All right, it wasn't a coincidence after all. Cause and effect reflected. Sima indeed descends from the royal line of the Jin dynasty, and Zhuge indeed is a descendant of the former prime minister's lineage. 2. Voices exclaimed simultaneously, as a broken spear appeared in Sima Shi's hand, and Zhuge Yui raised an eyebrow, a bright lamp in her hand appearing from nowhere. Zhang Fuxing glanced over, slightly surprised. The broken spear obviously had some age to it, surprisingly carrying some of the human emperor's seal's charm. And as for the lamp, it was extraordinary, clearly from the old world. Upon inspecting the cause and effect further, the lamp was the main lamp of the seven-star lamp, while the broken spear was the spear used by the Sima family to assassinate the Wei emperor. It had been refined into a supreme treasure. Click! Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt a bit dazed. In his past life, the stories of the three kingdoms were very familiar to him. Now seeing the descendants of the Sima family and Zhuge, the prime minister, right in front of him, how could he not feel dazed? It actually made him feel slightly unreal. Sima Shi and Zhuge Yui asked again in unison. Zhang Fuxing shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 527. 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. Chapter 527. Chapter 338. Just call me Central Pole Sect Leader. Just passing by, why must I? He paused, looking around. Sima Shi and the Zhuge siblings also looked around, startled by the sudden change. The previously empty long street was now cloaked in a thin mist, filled with indistinct figures, and even the ancient cries of vendors could be heard. Fried noodles, selling flowers, other shore flowers. The calls echoed incessantly, and Zhuge Yui and Zhuge Si exchanged glances. Netherworld. Then, Zhuge Yui saw the mysterious figure in dark clothing and a bronze mask crouch down and pick up a handful of soil. Zhang Fuxing held the soil, brought it to his eyes, and sniffed it lightly. Death Qi and Yin Qi filled it, along with an extremely ancient aura. This soil was truly Netherworld soil. Or perhaps Nine Netherworld. But it was not the future Nine Netherworld within Mithria's belly. Zhang Fuxing's eyes sparkled. Using the position of the Central Pole Sect leader, he immediately sensed it was indeed a fragment of the true Nine Netherworld. He stood up, brushing off the Yin dirt from his hands, and the surrounding mist thickened and then thinned, as various scenes came into view. In the distance was a mighty city. Overhead was a pitch-black circular sun. As for the nearby area, it resembled an ancient market, but the vendors and customers in the market were not human. Or rather, most of them were not human. They were wandering souls and fierce ghosts. As the mist dissipated, the fierce ghost vendors calling out all turned to gaze at the four people. Then they all simultaneously withdrew their gazes. "Can't mess with them. Can't mess with them," muttered the large fierce ghost selling wontons. 3 innates. The ghost selling other shore flowers chimed in. "He looks quite intimidating." As she muttered, the ghostly woman with the flower basket extended her long tongue, licking her lips while gazing at Zhang Fuxing. Her pale cheeks surprisingly flushed. Not just her. The ghostly women in the market all fixed their eyes on Zhang Fuxing, each whispering similar words. They all seemed to desire an intimate moment with this man in dark clothing and a bronze mask. In the truest sense of the word intimate. Sima Shi and the Zhuge siblings simultaneously looked at the mysterious man. Zhuge Si shrank back, muttering, "What's this?" Zhuge Yui irritably smacked him, looking at the man in dark clothing and the bronze mask with even more gravity. Zhang Fuxing himself felt a bit uncomfortable. Why did these ghostly women all seem like they were in heat? It couldn't be because of his status as the Central Pole sect leader. He concealed it well, and there was no way these little ghosts could see through it. What was it? Other shore bone? Underworld body? Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, curious and puzzled. Yet the heavens offered no answer, and no matter how he traced the cause and effect, he couldn't fathom it. He didn't want to think too deeply, so he approached Sima Shi and the Zhuge siblings with a grin and said cheerfully. Sima Shi, dressed in a silver robe, gave a cold glance. Before he could finish, his heart suddenly chilled. His spiritual sense silently warned him not to curse aloud. Sima Shi had a strong premonition that if he dared to curse this man in dark clothing and the bronze mask, he might be punished by heaven. Indeed, heavenly punishment. He was struck with fear. Zhuge Yui shielded her brother, squinting. Zhang Fuxing laughed and waved. "Though you say so, aren't you two families looking for that Lord Tai Sui?" Sima Shi's breath caught. Zhuge Yui felt a chill in her heart. He had heard everything, knowing that they and that scoundrel Sima were both 10th Wangs. Yet he was so blatantly unafraid. What could he be relying on? Could he be a celestial human? Or perhaps a venerate? As her thoughts raced, Zhuge Yui glanced sideways at Sima Shi and said coldly. Sima Shi remained silent, offering no retort, only solemnly gazing at this man in dark clothing and the bronze mask. Sima Shi continued his silence, while Zhuge Yui exhaled softly. After speaking, she saw the man in dark clothing and the bronze mask smile as he replied, "Me?" Zhang Fuxing raised his head, glancing at the black sun-like object in the sky, which upon closer inspection was a giant vertical pupil. The candle dragons? Aye. He thought of the corpse of the candle dragon within the future 9 netherworld inside Mithria's belly. Recalling it now, that corpse indeed lacked one eye. As his thoughts wandered, Zhang Fuxing continued. Luo Feng? Zhuge Yui instinctively exchanged a glance with Sima Shi, both family foes, yet temporarily united. After all, an external enemy loomed before them. Chapter 528, 338. Just call me the Central Pole sect leader. Chapter 528, Chapter 338. Just call me the Central Pole sect leader. Both of them were pondering the name Ro Feng, as if they'd never heard of it before. Zhuge Yui suddenly raised her eyebrows, sharply noticing. In the marketplace, some ghosts with thick traces of time on them seemed to pause slightly upon hearing the name Ro Feng. But they only paused briefly. She collected her thoughts, held the bright lamp, and said quietly. Zhang Fuxing said with surprise. He didn't deliberately lower his voice, so the ghosts clearly heard the words Lord Tai Sui. This time, whether they were ancient old ghosts or newly deceased ghosts, all of their faces showed a look of terror. Zhuge Yui turned her head away, avoiding Zhang Fuxing's curious gaze, and did not respond, merely silently holding the bright lamp and walking forward. The flickering candle seemed to be leading the way. Zhang Fuxing shrugged indifferently and followed with relaxed steps. The four of them then passed through the marketplace, heading towards a larger small town in the distance. Besides the majestic fortress city far away, that small town was the only settlement visible as far as the eye could see. However, it was inhabited by ghosts, though there were living people too, but they were evidently outsiders, and each emitted a formidable aura. Zhang Fuxing glanced briefly, noticing that even the weakest among them were in the innate realm. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, believing it possible that beings beneath the innate realm had been torn apart by malevolent entities and fierce ghosts. Approaching the small town, the bright lamp held by Zhuge Yui shone even brighter, and the broken spear grasped by Sima Shi began to tremble slightly. Zhang Fuxing looked towards the shadowy stone tablet at the town's entrance, which bore only 3 blood-red characters. Granny Ming Town. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows again, glancing at the majestic fortress city that even he couldn't clearly envision. After approaching this town, the fortress city actually became clearer. Above the fortress were the words 9 Netherworld, and the city bore the name Central Extreme. 9 Netherworld Pass, Central Extreme City. Zhuge Yui heard the mysterious man in dark clothing and a bronze mask express this sentiment. She paid no attention, remained vigilant, held the bright lamp, and was the first to step into the eerie and secluded town. Zhang Fuxing withdrew his intense gaze from Central Extreme City, quickly caught up, and his thoughts were churning. Central Extreme City, Central Extreme. He didn't think it was a coincidence. But whether this Central Extreme is his Central Extreme, it truly wasn't easy to say. After all, when he once molded the celestial position of the Central Pole Sect leader with the 1 Chi becomes 3 pristine ones technique, that celestial position spanned back and forth through history. Even in Miss Ming Yu's memory, there truly was such a Central Pole Sect leader. And the master of 9 Netherworld, hitherto Emperor Hutu, also transformed to since ancient times has been Hutu's Central Pole. Could it be? Zhang Fuxing's heart trembled. The more he thought, the more he believed in such a possibility. He suppressed the impulse to go to Central Extreme City. 9 Netherworld Pass was very threatening. His spiritual sense was warning him as he stared. Not to be careless. He collected his thoughts, looked around Granny Ming Town, noticing that living people were much scarcer than in the marketplace. And there were no ordinary wandering spirits or little ghosts, only some formidable malevolent entities, comparable to innate and celestial humans, appeared in this town. Zhang Fuxing observed everything calmly, followed Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi, directly proceeded to the town center, arriving before a small building. On the building there was a plaque, engraved with characters saying Tai Sui. Zhuge Yui lightly exhaled, held the lamp in one hand, and gently knocked on the building's door with the other. Creak! The door opened on its own, dust fell away, gray air flowed, and a voice echoed out. It was unexpectedly the sound of a startling wood block, followed by the steady, storytelling voice. The voice fell, then another startling wood block sound. A great malevolent entity inquired. The storyteller stroked his beard, waved his hand, shook his head. It cannot be said, can't be recalled. Another great malevolent entity asked. The storyteller swayed his head. A living person asked. The storyteller, dissatisfied, slapped the startling wood block, stepping on the visiting elder of the Chui family, looked at the querying person, a young person in dark attire and a bronze mask, face unseen. He chided, "Grandpa taught me, where is there any deceit? Who are you, young one? What's your name? You have no manners whatsoever." Lord Tai Sui looked at the Zhuge siblings and Sima Shi, immediately understood. People of the Zhuge family and Sima family, here to seek the supreme monarch, but you must wait. He slapped the startling wood block again, tapped his toe on the back of the Chui family elder, raised his eyebrows, stroked his beard, and asked a second time. Zhang Fuxing smiled, cupped his hands calmly. The storyteller shivered, stood up, stepping on the elder of the Chui family, causing him to grimace and bare his teeth, then shouted angrily. Zhang Fuxing looked at the storyteller, laughed, and said, his smile suddenly vanished. The light voice echoed through the building. The storyteller Tai Sui's hand trembled, dropping the tightly grasped startling wood block. Chapter 529, 339. Fully Dharma Body, Suppressing the Tao Lord with a Single Hand. Chapter 529, Chapter 339. Fully Dharma Body, Suppressing the Tao Lord with a Single Hand. With a crisp clatter, the wooden block fell to the ground, and the supernatural beings in the Tai Sui pavilion exchanged glances. Central Pole. Sect leader? What is that? The supernatural beings were confused, feeling that this title seemed somewhat familiar, as if from a distant, untraceable old world, but among the countless old worlds, none could recall it clearly, nor remember what the Central Pole sect leader was. Yet upon hearing this title, their hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. The Tai Sui pavilion fell into a dead silence. The huddled elder of the Chui family dared not breathe, even a big breath, while Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi were both tense, pondering over these 4 words Central Pole sect leader. As for the storytelling Lord Tai Sui, sweat dripped from his forehead, drop by drop. Zhang Fuxing spoke lightly. He was cloaked in mysterious robes and wore a bronze mask, pacing forward as he scrutinized the sweaty Lord Tai Sui with a smile. In the midst of dead silence, the wooden doors of the Tai Sui pavilion suddenly shut. The shop attendant responsible for welcoming guests hunched in the corner, while the shopkeeper, whose presence rivaled that of a pseudo-venerate, quietly made his way upstairs. Zhang Fuxing did not mind these small actions, only calmly examining the so-called Lord Tai Sui. He glanced at the Chui family elder, whose face was full of pale terror, clearly unaware that this so-called prominent figure of the Grey Realm was shockingly one of the Netherworld. It seemed the Chui elder was forcibly brought here after meeting Lord Tai Sui. As for this Lord Tai Sui, his appearance looked completely ordinary, unlike the supernatural beings nearby clad in red wedding dresses and drenched in murky water, a goatee, gray robe, complete with eyes, nose, and mouth, exactly like an ancient storyteller. If there was anything different, it was his aura. After mastering star shifting, Zhang Fuxing was already extremely sensitive to the circulation of celestial bodies. At this moment, he discerned that this storyteller carried a considerable amount of star aura. Stars Tai Sui. Could it be one of the 60 Tai Sui deities of the heavenly stems and earthly branches? If so, is that Lord Tai Sui the yearly Tai Sui, star monarch ruling over the 60 Tai Sui deities? As thoughts turned, Lord Tai Sui finally could not withstand Zhang Fuxing's gaze, involuntarily retreating a step, stepping just behind the back of the Chui family elder. His breath was quick, voice dry. Lord Tai Sui spoke with much more courtesy, regardless of who the person before him was, since he could know of Luo Feng and the Central Pole sect leader. There's no way he could be simple. Moreover, daring to use such titles? Either a newborn calf, not fearing the tiger, or a truly skilled, daring person. Lord Tai Sui thinks it's the latter. As for possibly actually being the Central Pole sect leader, impossible. Taking a deep breath, Lord Tai Sui bent down to pick up the Jining tome from the ground, once again fixing his gaze on the mysterious person in mystical robes and bronze mask. In a deep voice he said, hearing Tai Sui's words, Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Of the same kind? Walked out of the netherworld? He looked around, observing the supernatural beings whose presence bore the weight of ages, likely remnants from the old world. His mind began to ponder. This netherworld seems even more extraordinary than imagined. Could it be the netherworld preserves some beings from the old world? This thought flashed through his mind. Zhang Fuxing's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately asked, with these words, others in the Tai Sui pavilion, other supernatural beings remained bewildered, still not understanding. Yet Lord Tai Sui's expression changed again. He retreated several steps. He stared intently at the figure in mysterious robes and bronze mask. After a long silence, he spoke dryly. Zhang Fuxing, Thought, indeed, then smiled. Tai Sui of Jiazi, the year is Jiazi, the foremost of the 60 Tai Sui deities. The 60 Tai Sui deities, in the chronological system of heavenly stems and earthly branches, are used to mark the years, with a cycle of 60 years. The 60 Tai Sui deities rotate corresponding to their respective year. For example, the Tai Sui of Jiazi corresponds to the Jiazi year. The Jiazi year is quite famous. Zhang Ju, the leader of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, initiated it in a Jiazi year, hence came the saying in the year of Jiazi, all under heaven rejoice. After another long silence, the Tai Sui of Jiazi took a deep breath, gestured with his hand, inviting. Pausing for a moment, he instructed the supernatural beings alongside him. The supernatural beings nodded respectfully. On the floating island, at the Origin Research Institute, the old dean caressed a dark green wooden staff, looking at the pitch-black entity suppressed beneath layers of grand formations in the heart of the institute. Beside him, an old woman furrowed her brow and said. The old man gave a bitter smile. Chapter 530, 339, Fully Dharma Body, Subduing the Tao Lord with One Hand. Part 2. Chapter 530, Chapter 339, Fully Dharma Body, Subduing the Tao Lord with One Hand. Part 2. He raised his hand and pointed at the black object being suppressed in the array, then pointed at the swirling light above it. Listening to the old man's words, the old woman also examined the black object in the array up and down, pondered for a moment, then spoke. The yellow-teethed old man shook his head. Pausing a moment, he rubbed his brows and changed the topic. The old woman finally smiled and nodded. They're my disciples, both extraordinary. The yellow-teethed old man pondered. Deep Buddhist nature? Why would your sect want such a person? The old woman nodded, but then shook her head. After pausing, the old woman continued. But they still haven't passed the ultimate test. The yellow-teethed old man listened quietly, seemingly contemplating something. After a long time, he sighed. As he spoke, the yellow-teethed old man rubbed his chin and continued. While speaking, the imaginary screen before them outlined a map of the netherworld's landforms. The old woman looked at it. The entire netherworld appeared not as a continent, but as a crooked, elongated shape, like a long snake. She pointed to the snake head. The yellow-teethed old man nodded, spoke solemnly. After pausing, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The deep voice echoed in the underground space. The old woman licked her dry lips and spoke absent-mindedly. Exhaling a turbid breath, she squinted and stared at the terrifying supreme being within the array. Continued. Listening to her words, the yellow-teethed old man first remained silent, then spoke calmly. The old woman raised her eyebrows, seemingly remembered something, and surprisedly looked. The yellow-teethed old man replied, puzzled, "Didn't I say?" The old woman opened her mouth, smiled bitterly. As the yellow-teethed old man rolled his eyes and was about to speak, a researcher hurriedly arrived. The researcher held the golden decree. Gasping, said, the yellow-teethed old man was stunned, took the decree, glanced at it, then frowned and waved to dismiss the researcher. Beside him, the old woman asked. The yellow-teethed old man stroked the golden decree. A puzzled expression surfaced on his face. The old woman frowned in thought, shook her head. The yellow-teethed old man exhaled, his expression becoming resolute. Lord Tai Sui was not in Granny Meng Town. Zhang Fusheng, along with Zhuvi Yui and others, followed behind Jiazi Tai Sui. Having traveled a very long distance from Granny Meng Town, at this moment, looking back, Granny Meng Town was already too small to be seen. Jiazi Tai Sui muttered, frequently glancing back at the mysterious figure in black clothes and bronze mask, feeling continuously uneasy. Who exactly is he? As the group continued their journey, approaching the magnificent giant city increasingly. Along the way, Zhang Fusheng asked calmly. Jiazi Tai Sui shuddered, smiled awkwardly. The Zhuge siblings and Sima sure exchanged glances, already aware that this Lord Tai Sui and the mysterious person in black clothes and bronze mask were not ordinary. Chapter 531, 339, Fully Dharma Body, suppressing the Tao Master with one hand. Part 3. Chapter 531. Chapter 339. Fully Dharma Body, suppressing the Tao Master with one hand. Part 3. At this moment, they all pricked up their ears, listening to the secret. Zhuge Yui saw the person in black with a copper mask smile and asked, "A world-shaking demon monkey?" She also saw Lord Tai Sui shudder a little. The Great Sage equal to heaven? What a grand title! The yearly Tai Sui sighed and said in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing was even more puzzled. Why couldn't the Great Sage equal to heaven be mentioned? As for the matter of breaking the 9 netherworld with a swing of his stick, he had some guesses, considering that day's Li Xin, or rather, Zhu Beiji's words. It was probably because of the tragic fate of Monk Tang, Zhu Beiji, and others. He was so enraged that he rebelled against heaven. However, to be able to break the 9 netherworld, the great saint should have achieved Dao Yuo. But Zhang Fuxing recalled the words of the Northern Emperor, that all the actions of the living beings were within the calculations of the Supreme, including rebelling against the Supreme. So, the great sage rebelling against heaven was also within the will of the Supreme. He couldn't help but sigh softly, then change the topic. The yearly Tai Sui glanced at Zhang Fuxing and remained silent. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, but did not press further. They continued forward. When a majestic 9 netherworld pass came into view, the yearly Tai Sui finally stopped, pausing in front of a dilapidated Taoist temple. He spoke softly. Everyone looked over. The Taoist temple was very ordinary, very run down, overgrown with weeds, vines growing wild. The temple's gate was split, and the plaque above had 4 characters. Taiping Taoist Temple. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. The first thing he thought of was Taiping Dao. And the Taiping Taoist lord was the one who proclaimed Song Tian is dead. Huang Tian should stand. In the year of Jiazi, great luck to the world, that was Zhang Jiao. In some sense, it was this Taiping Taoist lord who opened the curtain to the downfall of the great Han of that era. Weren't we going to seek Lord Tai Sui? Zhang Fuxing frowned as he saw the yearly Tai Sui step forward and knock once. The split gate of the Taoist temple rumbled open, revealing a dark interior accompanied by a clang sound. Then another clang. The sounds connected endlessly. Standing outside the temple, they could vaguely see a figure inside, continually striking the copper chimes. The yearly Tai Sui gestured invitingly. Zhang Fuxing, along with Zhuge Yui and others, stepped in with large strides. As they entered, the temple gate slammed shut. Zhuge Si shivered in fright, shrinking his neck. Zhuge Yui's heart was also tense, with everything around dim and dark. Visible was only the blurry figure sitting ahead, accompanied by the endless sound of copper chimes, echoing and swirling. Clang! Clang! Another 3 consecutive sounds. The sound of the copper chimes stopped here. The dark figure put down the wooden hammer, seemingly raising his head. The dark Taoist temple suddenly lit up, lamps rising, illuminating everything within. Still dilapidated, desolate. Inside the temple was an aged Taoist, sitting upright on a decayed corpse. The copper chimes in front of him weren't even copper chimes, but rather made from human bones. The aged Taoist lifted his head, his blurry gaze piercing through. Zhuge Si stumbled, nearly falling. The 7-star lamp in Zhuge Yui's hand swayed, seeming ready to extinguish at any moment. As for Sima Shi, he was gripping the broken spear tightly, sweat seeping from his forehead, heart pounding like a drum. The Taoist's gaze finally rested on the person in black with a copper mask, seemingly examining, scrutinizing. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Is this a great power? He remained calm, walking forward with hands behind his back in front of the terrified gazes of Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi. Speaking in a peaceful tone, the old Taoist addressed as. Lord Tai Sui shook his head, speaking slowly. He pointed at the decayed corpse he was sitting on, then at the copper chimes, or rather the bone chimes, made from its ribs, then said eerily. The eerie voice echoed in the temple. Zhuge Yui and the others were bewildered, not understanding. while Zhang Fuxing felt a weight settling in his heart. Zhang Jiao. How could it be Zhang Jiao? How could it really be Zhang Jiao? Zhang Jiao beheaded Yin Jiao, beheaded the yearly Tai Sui, star monarch. That's simply absurd. Furthermore, with the 9 netherworlds shattered, the netherworld separated, it was countless years after the Three Kingdoms era. How could Zhang Jiao appear in the netherworld and still exist to this day? All sorts of confusion swirled in his mind. Before Zhang Fuxing could ask, Zhang Jiao slowly spoke. Zhuge Yui and Sima sure exchanged a glance. The former raised the lamp, speaking in a low tone. Sima sure likewise held the broken spear. The two voices echoed within the Taoist temple. The Taoist who called himself Zhang Jiao nodded, slowly saying. After a pause, he spoke eerily. The eerie voice sent tremors through the lamp and spear. All around came dense wind chime sounds. On the surrounding walls, there were actually bone chimes hanging. Looking closely, investigating carefully, every bone chime carried the aura of ancient times, each one carrying a distinctly different divinity aura. Chapter 532, 339, fully Dharma body, suppressing the Tao master single-handedly. _4. _4, in other words. Each bone bell is made from the bones of different deities. At this moment, tens of thousands of bone bells ring simultaneously, the swaying sounds stirring lamentations of the deities. No, the lamentations of earth deities. The ringing of the bone bells reflects the dying appearances of their original owners through the flickering candle flames. Land gods, mountain gods, city gods. One earth deity after another. One god after another wails and cries, weaving a bizarre and piercing great sound that can tear through soul spirits. Zhuge Yui groans, Sima sure kneels halfway, and Sima Si rolls on the ground, clutching her head. Silently watching all this, Zhang Fuxing furrows his brow slightly, thinks for a moment, and steps forward, lightly stamping. The sound of the myriad bells abruptly ceases at this moment. As if halted by this single step, Zhuge Yui gasps for breath, subconsciously looking towards the mysterious figure in black robes with a bronze mask, the Taoist sitting on the annual Tai Sui, seated on the corpse of Yin Jiao, the prince of Yin Shang, then raises his eyes again, staring at Zhang Fuxing. The Taoist asks. Zhang Fuxing calmly replies. The Taoist expression remains unchanged, without even the slightest change in his pupils, just shaking his head and saying, in his hand, floating dust appears without notice, lightly waved, and amidst thousands of threads are densely suspended stars. Each star is comparable to a true star, heavy to the extreme. Thousands of threads approach him, yet the figure in black robes with a bronze mask only exhales a clear air. Those thousands of threads and countless stars stop 3 inches in front of him, unable to get any closer. The Taoist's expression tightens. Impressive technique. He extends a finger again, opening the ancestral acupoint at his brow, reflecting an ancient realm from which yellow turban warriors emerge, each surrounded by thick divine light, exuding an aura close to the level of great power. 10,000, 10,000. Zhang Fuxing praises. He naturally recognizes these are not real living beings, but divine techniques, one mighty divine technique. Scattering beans to make soldiers does not create ordinary soldiers, but generals, top-tier, celestial generals close to the realm of great power. If this Taoist cultivation were enhanced by 3 more parts, breaking into the realm of a great divine power user, what was created would be truly mighty. Looking at the swarm of yellow turban warriors encircling him, 10,000, 100,000, million. The space infinitely stretched. Zhang Fuxing's surrounding area of square inches, forcefully stretched into an ocean of stars vast and boundless. 1,000,000 yellow turban warriors, each as large as the sun, charging all together. An average great power would probably perish instantly. Yet, Zhang Fuxing only peers through the dense assembly of yellow turban warriors, looking at the old Taoist still sitting. after the words fall. Zhang Fuxing slightly closes his eyes, then opens them again, opening the ancestral acupoint at his brow, connecting with the great universe, enhancing his treasure body. Afterward, the fully Dharma body reappears. The space of square inch stretches again, from vastness like a sea of stars to an unbounded great void encompassing all worlds. In the dazed eyes of Zhuge Yui and others, the seemingly ordinary figure in black robes with a bronze mask has transformed into a figure cloaked in 36 colors of light, surrounded by endless primordial clouds, growing larger, 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 so large it surpasses the imagination. The million yellow turban warriors, majestic as stars, all added together, are smaller than a single pore in his presence, even less to mention. Larger than the universe. The Taiping Taoist Lord finally changes color, waving the floating dust again and again. 8 million yellow turban warriors emerge, shouting to kill, rush into it. Moreover, a phantom, blue sky, manifests overhead, pressing down, together upon the figure cloaked in 36 colors of light. The vastfully great, true man of the universe merely smiles. Zhang Fuxing gazes at the descending blue sky, his spiritual sense warning him, praising. After the praise, in startled, incredulous gazes, the vast, fully great, true man just stretches lazily, saying, and thus, he disappears. From now, from this moment, from celestial secrets, destiny, cause and effect, reality, he disappears, exceeds the limits of thought, imagination, and sight. 9 million yellow turban warriors look around confusedly. The majestic blue sky hangs high, unable to find the target. Even the Taiping Taoist Lord is lost. What am I doing? Whom do I intend to attack? Why did I summon the yellow turban warriors and manifest my blue sky? He knows not, nor can he recall. The cause and effect are severed, celestial secrets hollow, destiny absent. And then, a majestic figure appears behind the Taiping Taoist Lord. Those in the Taoist temple recall everything, recalling before and after. At this moment, the Taiping Taoist Lord, terrified, turns around, waving the floating dust, forming a seal with his hand, performing another mighty divine technique, and cries out, "The Nailhead 7 Arrows book is a supreme treasure, and Nailhead 7 Arrows is a divine technique, one of the 36 heavenly techniques. The world's ultimate curse-killing divine technique, evolving into all killing intents from past to present, is the heavens' killing intent, stars shifting, the earth's killing intent, dragons and serpents rising, the humans' killing intent, the world overturning. Ancient killing intents entwine into a black river, pouring down upon the great true man, cloaked in 36 colors of light, surrounded by primordial clouds. Yet the great true man simply raises his head, smiling and facing it. The black river approaches, suddenly becomes gentle. Chapter 533, 339, fully Dharma body, subduing the Tao Lord with a single hand. _5. _5, as if it had found its master. Using the divine technique of the Nailhead 7 Arrows against the master of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. How could it possibly succeed? The divine technique of the Nailhead 7 Arrows was originally derived from the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. And so, in the bewildered gaze of the Taiping Taoist Lord, the Black River, formed by ancient murderous intent and evolved from the supreme curse-killing divine technique, spiraled, tumbled, and calmed in the hands of the great true man. Finally, it became a single black flame in his hand. The Taiping Taoist Lord spat blood with a cry, having suffered a backlash from the divine technique. Zhang Fuxing merely pinched the black flame with 2 fingers, extinguishing it. The Taiping Taoist Lord questioned again, attempting to deploy a third great divine technique. Zhang Fuxing did not grant him the opportunity. He spoke with a smile, lifting his hand, a killer move from the heaven-opening chapter, causing heaven and earth to tilt. In addition, another killer move from the heaven-opening chapter, the chaos seal. Though the fully great true man was still standing in the Taoist temple, the temple appeared within his palm, accompanied by an endless, original, chaotic light. With a flip of the large hand, the temple was overturned, along with everything within it: corpses, bone bells, bone chimes, even the Taiping Taoist Lord standing inside, and the 9 million yellow turban warriors guarding him, and the blue sky, all accompanied by the giant hand, smashed upon the Taiping Taoist Lord's head. Indeed, the Taiping Taoist Lord was smashed upon his own head. This scene was so bizarre and disjointed that Zhuge Yui nearly vomited, and Sima Shi felt dizzy. As for Zhuge Si, he had long since fainted. And at this very moment, a loud noise echoed. Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi struggled to lift their eyes, seeing only a bright white light, a vast expanse of whiteness. As if all things were destroyed, all events annihilated. Then, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It felt like the short time it takes to drink a cup of tea, yet also like an infinitely long time. The white light gradually faded to silence. Everything reappeared before their eyes. The Taoist temple, the bone chimes, the Taiping Taoist Lord seated on the corpses, was also the one who had returned to his original size, wearing a mysterious black robe and bronze mask. It seemed as if nothing had happened, as if it were all just an illusion. But Zhuge Yui could clearly see a fine crack appearing on the Taiping Taoist Lord's forehead. The crack gradually expanded, spreading all over his body. Silence, silence. The Taiping Taoist Lord coughed softly, wearily speaking. The weak voice echoed throughout the Taoist temple, touching the bone bells, yet this time there was no mourning of divine spirits or scenes of earth deities' death. The mysterious figure in the black robe and bronze mask responded faintly, sitting cross-legged opposite the Taiping Taoist Lord. Beneath him, a meditation mat unknowingly appeared, and before him, a jade table materialized out of thin air. On the table, there was also a teapot and 5 teacups. Zhang Fuxing picked up the teapot and poured tea into each teacup, the fragrant aroma of tea wafting through the air. Zhuge Yui subtly sniffed, feeling instantly refreshed. Every pore on his body opened. The Taiping Taoist Lord gazed at the tea leaves, softly saying. He heard the mysterious figure in the black robe and bronze mask calmly reply. Sima Shi and Zhuge Yui showed little reaction, not knowing what 3-light divine water was, but the Taiping Taoist Lord fell into a long silence. For a while, he sighed softly. As he spoke, the Taiping Taoist Lord felt a bit dizzy. 3-light divine water. 3-light divine water. This was the 3-light divine water, rare even in Daluo. Yet just now, this mysterious person before him had directly materialized it from nothing. Throughout history, those capable of creating the 3-light divine water were exceedingly few. Apart from those supreme beings, merely 2 or 3 people. Zhang Fuxing smiled, gestured with his hand, then picked up the calming tea made from 3-light divine water and bamboo leaves of the purple bamboo forest, sipping it quietly. The remaining teacups flew into the hands of several people, except for the unconscious Zhuge Si. Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi cautiously tasted it, just 1 sip, and their entire beings began to glow, emitting boundless clear light. The Taiping Taoist Lord also took a sip. His face showed a look of amazed praise, softly saying. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. The Taiping Taoist Lord gave a bitter smile. The peach of immortality. Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi exchanged a glance, collectively swallowing hard. Zhang Fuxing now set down the teacup, speaking calmly. The Taiping Taoist Lord remained silent, then took a deep breath. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the Taiping Taoist Lord, speaking calmly. The Taiping Taoist Lord was silent for a long time, then answered in a deep tone. Chapter 534, 340. Supreme, I'm here to make a request. Chapter 534. Chapter 340. Supreme, I'm here to make a request. A peerless demon monkey, great sage, equal to heaven? Zhang Fuxing's forehead broke out in question marks, and his heart stirred as he softly asked. The Taiping Taoist spoke in a deep voice. One must first converse with the elder within this Taoist temple. Mentioning the great sage equal to heaven is without concern, but once outside the temple, within this netherworld, it's best not to mention the four characters great sage equal to heaven. Sima Shi and Zhuge Yui were both chewing over this name. Zhang Fuxing curiously asked. The Taiping Taoist lord gazed complexly at the seemingly ordinary existence before him, which in reality was something no means could entirely manipulate. He judged that this mysterious person had an extraordinary origin, definitely a resurrected true spirit from a bygone era, and terrifyingly powerful at that time. The reason is very simple. The capability this person displayed at the level of great power was too frightening. In the prime, was the true form Daoyuo? Or is it even stronger? The Taiping Taoist lord immediately discarded the last thought. Impossible. He took a deep breath, calming the chaotic thoughts, and replied. Pausing briefly, the Taiping Taoist lord continued. Those immortals, demons, and deities personally slain by the great saint have no possibility of resurrecting as a true spirit like you after countless years. And as the years went by, the resentment of the residual souls accumulated to be incredibly dense. As he spoke, he pointed to the tens of thousands of bone bells hanging in the Taoist temple. Zhang Fuxing had a sudden realization. Is this how the resentment of earth deities came about? The Taiping Taoist lord continued at this moment. Zhang Fuxing felt a slight tremor in his heart. So many immortals, demons, and deities are buried in this netherworld? An earth deity, even the weakest, is a celestial human, among them not lacking those at the venerate level. And if they are earth deities of renowned mountains and mighty cities, the upper limit is even higher. Let's not mention anything else. The mountain god of Mount Tai, the Emperor Dongyue, is the transformation of the Cyan Emperor, a true Daoyuo. Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi on the side listened with trembling hearts and souls. Deities' resentful souls, numbering in billions? The magnitude of this number is somewhat incomprehensible. The Taoist temple fell silent. All were digesting this terrifying information. Except Zhang Fuxing felt more joy than fear amidst the shock. Central Pole sect leader, emperor of the underworld, master of the nine netherworld. If in control, becoming the ruler of the netherworld? Then, whether by manipulating these billions of deities' resentful souls through the body of the Central Pole sect leader, or by passing it to the world venerates Dharma body for enlightenment, leading them to conversion, or simply integrating them into his divine realm, transforming into nourishment and resources for the self. The benefits are unimaginably vast. Zhang Fuxing realized it seems a broad path has spread before him. This trip to the capital turned out to be worthwhile. Just the netherworld, its importance to him rivals even the map of mountains and rivers. Thoughts revolve, countless considerations, all dissolve into silence. Zhang Fuxing steadied his mind. All aspirations must wait until he enthrones the netherworld. He then raised his gaze, continuing to stare at the Taiping Taoist lord, whose cracks on his body were slowly mending, and then asked, Then what about your matter of serving the great sage equal to heaven as the supreme master? Late Easter Han period? Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi were a bit confused, while the Taiping Taoist lord's expression turned solemn. Speaking in a deep tone, the Taiping Taoist lord's voice fluctuated in tone, raising his head, his eyes blazing like fire. Zhang Fuxing, if he didn't remember wrongly, even not considering the mythological timeline, only looking at the history of his past life, the late Easter Han period, wouldn't the monkey brother still be trapped under Five Finger Mountain? In real accounting, the monkey was imprisoned for 500 years, pushing forward from the Tang dynasty. It coincides with the Han dynasty, but definitely not late period. Thoughts spinning, Zhang Fuxing pursued. Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi both perked their ears. The Taiping Taoist lord replied softly. Zhang Fuxing was silent. It must be the monkey brother many years after the westward journey for Buddhist scriptures. The timeline doesn't match. Daoyuo, He suddenly shivered. Daluo, transcending time, observing history, traversing the ages. The monkey brother proving Daluo seems a matter of course, but it also reveals a peculiar truth. Zhang Fuxing's deep voice echoed within the Taoist temple. Since it's the great sage equal to heaven who became Daluo, deliberately returning to the time before the end of the Han, specifically finding the dying Zhang Jiao to rewrite history. It indicates the great saint was also strategizing and calculating. As for whom the strategy serves, and what does the calculation entail? Zhang Fuxing had no clue. He simply quietly stared at the Taiping Taoist lord, awaiting the other's answer. Chapter 535, 340. Supreme, I'm here to make a request. _2. _2 The Taiping Taoist lord licked his dry lips and said calmly, the Supreme Lord's scheme spans eons, and I only know a mere fraction, a glimpse through a narrow view. Zhang Fuxing narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. A bead of sweat emerged on the Taiping Taoist lord's forehead, but evaporated in an instant. The surrounding Zhuge Yui and Sima sure might not notice, but he himself understood very well. Though it seemed both parties had reached a peaceful agreement, actually, the entire Taiping Taoist temple had been severed from the netherworld by this mysterious figure cloaked in black with great mana. At this moment, the Taiping Taoist temple seemed to still reside in the netherworld, but in reality, it was already suspended alone in the great void. In other words, if I answer incorrectly, this mysterious person will strike. Escape is impossible. A strong sense of impending death tightly enveloped the Taiping Taoist lord. He was never afraid of death. Back when he chose to rebel against the Han dynasty for the sake of the people, he had already prepared to be shattered to pieces. However, the tasks the Supreme Lord instructed remain unfinished. I cannot die yet. Taking a deep breath, the Taiping Taoist lord spoke in a low voice. Travel backward in time? Zhuge Yui's heart pounded violently, feeling a bit dizzy. Could such a great power really exist in the world? Who truly is this great sage equal to heaven? Zhang Fuxing maintained a calm demeanor and said. As he spoke, he picked up a teacup, took a small sip, the delicate fragrance of the tea mixing with abundant divine essence, surging through his body. The Taiping Taoist lord continued to respond. Zhang Fuxing pondered. You were supposed to change the Han dynasty's fate. The Taiping Taoist lord replied candidly. Zhang Fuxing pressed further. The conversation between the two had surpassed the comprehension range of Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi. At this moment, they both listened intently, realizing that hearing such grand secrets might cost their lives. But even if it's the worst outcome, they want to be informed ghosts. However, the Taiping Taoist lord pointed at the two of them. Sima Shi, Zhuge Yui. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the two youngsters and immediately understood. The Taiping Taoist lord took a deep breath. After a pause, the Taiping Taoist lord continued. Zhuge Yui licked his dry lips. Zhuge Liang. Was that also the ancestor of my family? Sima Shi also breathed slightly faster. Eagle-eyed, wolf-ambitious Sima Yi, who usurped the mandate of heaven for himself. Did his ancestor achieve such greatness? Their hearts pounded, yet a look of confusion appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. He spoke solemnly. The Sun Monkey should have better choices. The Zhuge and Sima families are remarkable, but they're still human. The Taiping Taoist lord was slightly shocked, gazing at the person before him. Zhang Fuxing's mind swiftly turned, able to grasp a general idea. The Sun Monkey likely knew the tragic fate of Mengtang and others, choosing to overturn the table, though this overturn could also represent the will of some supremes. He recalled the words of Li Xin. Those undertaking the journey had immense merit purple qi, hence, the immortals and Buddhas feasted upon it. The great sage does not trust the immortals and Buddhas, choosing instead to scheme with the human race. Untainted by merit, his thoughts roamed and finally settled. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the heavily wounded Taiping Taoist lord. The Taiping Taoist lord nodded candidly. Zhang Fuxing squinted. The Taiping Taoist lord truly withheld nothing. He could perceive that every inch of himself was being monitored, not only essence, chi, and spirit, but also cause and effect. He couldn't lie. The Taiping Taoist Lord answered deeply. Zhang Fuxing caressed the teacup, lowered his gaze, and quietly pondered. Taiping Taoist Zhang Jiao, the Sima family, the Zhuge family, the yearly Tai Sui star monarch Yin Jiao, who had been slain. If I'm not mistaken, the 60 Tai Sui gods under the Tai Sui star monarch have also been subdued. But evidently, mentioning even 60 Tai Sui gods, let alone 600,000, 600 million, has no bearing on the grand scheme. Zhang Fuxing asked. The Taiping Taoist Lord responded softly. Chapter 536, 340. Supreme, I'm here to make a request. 3. Chapter 536, Chapter 340. Supreme, I'm here to make a request. 3. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. Secondly, the Dragon Palace Crown Prince, the 8 celestial dragons. Zhang Fuxing was surprised, and his thoughts soared higher, higher, and higher still. From an infinite height, looking down at the netherworld, he saw that the entire netherworld was shaped like a winding, twisting long strip, resembling a snake, or rather a dragon. He thought of what Tiangong, who had seized Li Shuyuan's body, had said about how the little white dragon was suppressed beneath the earth, turned into a dragon pulse, and consumed by earth deities and ghosts. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood and sighed softly. The Taiping Taoist Lord's expression changed slightly. Zhang Fuxing nodded. His mind roughly sketched out the causes and consequences of that year. He listened as the Taiping Taoist Lord continued narrating. The Taiping Taoist Lord raised his head and spoke in a solemn tone. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow. The Taiping Taoist Lord's voice first rose sharply, then suddenly fell, sighing. Of course, I don't know what shocking change occurred, but not long ago, the Jinjiao Celestial Venerate, along with the Doluo Palace, were moved out of the netherworld. Zhang Fuxing tightly knitted his eyebrows. Doluo Palace? The Doluo Palace in the relics of the starry sky, originating from the netherworld? Wow! But what does the expelled mentioned by the Taiping Taoist Lord mean? Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, his voice solemn beyond measure. The Taiping Taoist Lord answered candidly. What I said not long ago is not in terms of time scale. It is not long after transcending time. The light words echoed in the Taoist temple. Zhuge Yui and Sima sure felt chills throughout their bodies and were dizzy. The turning of time and rewriting of history. And this time, even Zhang Fuxing was filled with unease. He asked heavily, the river of time continuously rushes forward. The wave at the end of the river is the current time node. Before that line is the past. The void after that line is the future. Although history was altered countless years ago, the corresponding current time can be found. For instance, if Zhang Fuxing were to lightly knock on the gate of the past right now, changing history from a year ago, that history would start altering from a year ago, but for current time, it starts to rewrite the past at this moment. The Taiping Taoist Lord recollected for a moment. The words echoed in the Taoist temple, then fell silent. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged, rubbing the teacup, as his mind was tossed about like a tempestuous sea. Laozi journeyed west from Hanggu Pass, or rather, he himself journeyed west from Hanggu Pass, standing before ancient times and setting down the 5,000-word Tao Te Ching on that day. The great sage equal to heaven rewrote history, kicking the Doluo Palace out of the game. All that can be said is, as expected of the Sun Monkey, truly audacious to the extreme. Many thoughts crashed violently in his mind, and Zhang Fuxing dared to assert that Sun Wukong ousting the Doluo Palace was because he set down the Tao Te Ching. Yet why? What is the reason? Zhang Fuxing did not know. What truly shocked and frightened him was that time itself had undergone a violent change without his awareness. To put another way, thoughts churned. Although he knew these things long ago, facing history being rewritten for the first time, the tremendous horror hidden within still made Zhang Fuxing feel deeply troubled. He had a very unreal feeling. Everything he had done, all his efforts, could be erased at any moment, just by a Daluo casually rewriting a segment of history. That's all. An inexplicable panic enveloped Zhang Fuxing, and then he forcefully cut it off from his spiritual world, his Dao heart worn down, but in the blink of an eye, it was whole again, even stronger than before. Chapter 537, 340. Supreme, I'm here to make my request. Chapter 537. Chapter 340. Supreme, I'm here to make my request. The heart slowed from its frantic pace to tranquility. Zhang Fuxing ignored the others in the Taoist temple, closing his eyes, reciting his true self's name, contemplating his heart with unwavering calm. The Tao heart is becoming increasingly resilient. His will transcends into the divine realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself above the sea of clouds in the celestial realm. Zhang Fuxing did not pause. His thoughts descended upon the body of the world-honored one Buddha, pushing open the thatched hut, grabbing the elder Jinshi left on the other shore mountain, and then using the cause and effect on the other, he directly looked at the beings upstream in the river of time. An instant, Zhang Fuxing's will, under the guidance of that entity, appeared above time, transcending beyond the years. The being upstream asked wearily, as if the last time the 9 heavens and earth, the innate willow were given still had its backlash. Zhang Fuxing stood at the end of the river of time, not answering directly, but first carefully observing the entire river of time. The river of time, in essence, is composed of countless threads. Each thread is essentially a segment of history. The thread at the top is the present history, and below it are the many discarded histories that have been rewritten. And at this moment, with each passing second, Zhang Fuxing could see more and more threads appearing in the river of time. He felt a heaviness in his heart, looked towards the central celestial emperor, or rather, Jade Emperor, the great celestial venerable, and asked in a deep voice. The end of June last year was when he first used the contract and embarked on the path of cultivation. Zhang Fuxing continued to ask. The being upstream chuckled twice. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. The being upstream thought for a moment, then replied. Before Zhang Fuxing's heart could be stirred, he heard the being upstream continue. Zhang Fuxing fell into silence. An instant, 20 instants make one moment, 20 moments make one snap of the fingers. In a day and night, there are over 10,000 snaps of the fingers. Nearly 5 million instants flash by, yet within one instant, history was rewritten 670 million times. More than 8 months of time. After a long time, Zhang Fuxing spoke hoarsely. The being upstream slightly shook his head and said softly. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows. The being upstream was taken aback, as if recalling, then nodded. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, merely saying in a deep voice. The being upstream was surprised. There was such a thing? After a pause, the being upstream turned the conversation. On Zhang Fuxing's face appeared a wry smile. My past seems like an illusion. How can it not be disturbed? The being upstream was slightly entranced, sighing softly, and said, the being upstream slightly raised his head. Zhang Fuxing, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but ask. The being upstream gazed across endless, boundless time at him, and after a long silence, the being upstream sighed gently and replied calmly. He lowered his eyes, suddenly said earnestly. These heartfelt words entered Zhang Fuxing's ears, and he was silent, then cupped his hands in respect. Saying this, the being upstream coughed lightly, and also cupped his hands towards Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing re-immersed himself in the river of time, returning once more to the sea of clouds in the divine realm of the celestial court. He made no movement, merely stood there, lost in thought. The 3 pristine ones, the Buddha, the central celestial emperor, the Eastern emperor, in a certain sense, he has faced them all, except for the celestial lord of numinous treasure among the 3 pristine ones. And each supreme has bestowed upon him great benefits, all showing extreme kindness. Taiching's 8 sceneries palace and the title Taiching, Yuqing's floating Li. Sutra, was original body and position of the human ancestor, plus the bestowed treasures and enlightenment from the celestial emperor, with the Eastern emperor even residing within his divine realm. Every Supreme has treated him well, very well. The vast majority also warned him, be careful, be very careful. Chapter 538, 340. Supreme, I'm here to make demands. Chapter 538, Chapter 340. Supreme, I'm here to make demands. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, suddenly with a bitter smile. Have I become a public pawn? He lowered his eyelids, his state of mind oscillating between solidity and chaos, cracking at times, seemingly chaotic and destructive, yet glowing and clear in the next moment, repeating in this cycle. And then, in an unknown passage of time, suddenly, Zhang Fuxing calmed his heart, steadied his thoughts, and focused his mind. Or rather, he possesses something they want. Zhang Fuxing whispered in his heart, gazing at the 8 Sceneries Palace, and then again at the hidden dark aspect of the divine realm, where the chaos clock resides. He pondered, stepping into the 8 Sceneries Palace, standing before the meditation mat. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and in his hand, the divination cups appeared, held in his palms as he softly spoke within the quiet deepness. He addressed him as a friend, no longer lowering his head. His words conveyed asking, yet his tone carried no humility. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing continued, having spoken, Zhang Fuxing threw the divination cups 9 times, all resulting in Yin cups, indicating the gods do not permit it. Tai Ching does not permit it. Zhang Fuxing's smile slightly faded, and he spoke again, threw them again 9 times, still 9 Yin cups. His smile completely dissipated. He stood tall in the 8 Sceneries Palace, raised his head, and for the 3rd time spoke. This was no longer asking. It sounded more like a demand. Zhang Fuxing no longer held the cups in both hands. Instead, he grabbed them with one, extending his arm outward, then flipped his grip, followed by Zhang Fuxing whispered calmly, then let go of the cups. The divination cups fell to the ground, rolling into the distant darkness. Time trickled away bit by bit. Sima Shi and Zhuge Yui were filled with increasing anxiety. The Taiping Taoist lord cautiously observed the one in mysterious black clothing with a copper mask before him. He didn't know what the other was doing, but he was very aware that his fate lay in the hands of the other, waiting for him to open his eyes again. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The Taiping Taoist lord's heart grew heavier. What is this enigmatic person in black doing? Simply closing his eyes to rest, or using this to threaten him? He was uneasy, having indeed confessed everything he knew honestly, without an ounce of deceit. The greatest worry now was being killed by this mysterious figure, unable to fulfill the tasks entrusted by the Supreme. So, does this person have any enmity with the Supreme in his true form of the old world? Likely he does. The Taiping Taoist lord understood clearly. The Supreme stands opposed to the myriad of immortals and Buddhas. Therefore, the person before him, with his remarkable position in the old world, should definitely be one of those immortals and Buddhas. Time passed. When Zhuge Si slowly regained consciousness, the Taiping Taoist lord seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up to see the person in mysterious black garb with a copper mask abruptly open his eyes. He was laughing heartily, so much that tears and snot were running down his face. Zhuge Yui was stunned, Sima Shi's heart chilled, and the just-awakened Zhuge Si was full of confusion. As for the Taiping Taoist lord, he was shocked and confused, so he cautiously asked. The laughing man in mysterious black garb and copper mask did not answer. He merely spread his hand. The Taiping Taoist lord wondered, staring at the horror-filled being calmly holding the divination cups, which presented both the yin and yang aspect simultaneously. Yin and yang together represented the Holy Grail, signifying divine approval. The Taiping Taoist lord softly inquired. Mockery flickered in his gaze as he spoke lightly. Sometimes, \P for a long time. He slowly stood up, gazing at the divination cups in his hand, gazing at the yin and yang Holy Grail sign in his hand. His eyes flickered with a keen glint, as he enunciated every word. Ha! He laughed heartily, and crushed the divination cups in his hand. Chapter 539, 341. Central Pole Sect Leaders Remains? How would I know? Chapter 539, Chapter 341. Central Pole Sect Leaders Remains? How would I know? Celestial Capital, Floating Island. This is an island that soars above an area of 8,000 zhong, not built upon a jimu tree. The inhabitants here are genuinely either exceptionally wealthy or noble. At worst, they're the offspring of great power families. The Buddha's son looked at Zhu Xiaoming beside him and whispered, "Do not speak recklessly in this place." Although there's an unspoken rule that the gods will not broadly project their divine thoughts to eavesdrop on the conversations of juniors. Zhu Xiaoming dutifully nodded his shiny bald head, then asked. The Buddha's son's eyes were as calm as water, and after a brief conversation, he patted the withered woman lying on his back, and then led Zhu Xiaoming through the cold, long streets of the floating island. That is the residence of the Meng family. One of the 10 sites directly opposite is the gateway of another 10-site family, the Xianyuan clan. Along the way, the Buddha's son introduced in a rambling manner. As they passed the Research Institute's building, Zhu Xiaoming curiously peeked inside, just in time to see 2 young girls walking out side by side. "Xiaoxi, it's late at night, and you're dragging me out shopping instead of sleeping. All right, I'll accompany you. But we must agree that we'll stroll for no more than half an hour, okay?" The 2 young girls, full of youthful vitality, also noticed Zhu Xiaoming and the Buddha's son with the withered woman on his back, but they only gave them a cursory glance without paying much attention. "What are you daydreaming about?" the Buddha's son whispered. Zhu Xiaoming snapped back to reality, scratched his head, and quickly followed, letting out a light sigh. The Buddha's son was momentarily stunned before he realized that old Zhang was Zhu Xiaoming's talented childhood friend. He turned back to take a look and said. The Buddha's son paused and consoled him. Zhu Xiaoming mumbled a response. The 2 walked through the shadowy night, quickly stopping in front of an old-fashioned courtyard. The Buddha's son took a deep breath, stepped forward, and was just about to knock on the door when it opened on its own. He and Zhu Xiaoming exchanged glances and entered side by side into a spacious courtyard. Inside, there were 2 females standing in a peculiar pile-skill stance. One appeared to be in her 20s. The other looked about 6 or 7 years old, while an elderly woman with white hair rested on a nearby lounge chair. Lin Dongxi and Chen Yuk, who were in the midst of performing the celestial secret pile, couldn't help but glance at the late-night visitors. Accompanied by a soft scold, a willow branch lightly struck the 2 women, leaving no mark on their skin, but causing them to wince in pain. The elderly woman, who had recently returned from the Research Institute, held the willow branch with a solemn expression. The elderly woman gave a sidelong glance at the 2 visitors and said coolly. The Buddha's son bowed respectfully. Mandala lineage? Lin Dongxi, just returned to peace, felt a ripple in her heart and looked aside in shock. Just as the willow branch was about to strike again, she cried out, "Little child," stood firm again. The great matriarch glared at the little girl before slowly looking at silent fury Buddha's son. A dignified Buddha's son. Why come to my small courtyard? Zhu Xiaoming observed quietly, remaining composed, while the Buddha's son took a deep breath and continued respectfully. I've heard that the Interception sect provides a sliver of hope for all beings, and you, great matriarch, are the current pope of the Interception sect. The great matriarch raised an eyebrow. A sliver of hope must be fought for, not asked for. And even if you weren't a cultist, coming here with such a pleading attitude, I would not clue you in any way. Saying this, the great matriarch waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind from nowhere. The Buddha's son called out loudly. As this was shouted, Lin Dongxi and Chen Yuk felt their minds disrupt their clarity once more. They both found the name faintly familiar. The 2 women quickly returned to a state of calm. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Zhu Xiaoming quickly clasped his hands together, emanating a bright light from his body, illuminating the courtyard like a Buddha country. The great matriarch murmured softly. The wind that was about to sweep them out suddenly ceased. She looked Zhu, xiaoming up and down, surprised. Huh? Lin Dongxi and Chun Yuk both looked askance and were greeted by the flying willow branches. The latter stood firmly again, the former yelped in pain. The Buddha's son solemnly waited until the great matriarch finished striking the little child, then began speaking in a deep voice. The great matriarch observed calmly and said, The Buddha's son took a deep breath. Chapter 540, 341. The remains of the Central Pole sect leader? Why didn't I know about this? 2. Chapter 540. Chapter 341. The remains of the Central Pole sect leader? Why didn't I know about this? 2. Hearing his words, the ancient lady chuckled softly. The Buddha's son declared resolutely, I wish to reverse descend and take over the body of the six-armed great black heaven. He bowed deeply. The courtyard suddenly fell silent, and the ancient lady was clearly taken aback. After a moment passed, the old woman sat up straight from her recliner, her eyes bright and piercing. The Buddha's son nodded decisively. Precisely because of this, if I succeed, you who help seize this chance for me will naturally gain great benefits. After a pause, he continued to speak to himself. For every fate the cult of interceptions alters for a living being, the Pope grows stronger. The ancient lady stared fixedly at the Buddha's son, then suddenly laughed. With her laughter, the courtyard seemed to encounter spring, with flowers blooming everywhere. She solemnly presented a dignified appearance and said lightly. As she spoke, the ancient lady's eyes turned deep and profound, as if weaving with countless starlit patterns, and then she spoke with solemnity. Soon, there will be great changes in the netherworld. The netherworld? The Buddha's son bowed and performed a ritual. The ancient lady nodded, simply saying go now, and the wind suddenly arose, blowing the two visitors away. Peace returned to the courtyard. She looked at the two women standing wearily on the celestial secret pile and suddenly gave a helpless smile. Chun Yuk let out a long breath, collapsing on the ground to catch her breath, while little child cheered. This celestial secret pile is definitely not ordinary. It doesn't temper essence, chi, and spirit like pile skill. It refines the fundamental true spirit, the burden of cause and effect, and the destiny decreed by heaven. Cheering twice, Lin Dongxi suddenly looked toward the old woman. The ancient lady nodded calmly. Her gaze had unknowingly turned fervent. Her voice suddenly rose and fell as she spoke. Our line of the cult of interceptions has been passed down through endless years, truly endless years. After a pause, the ancient lady lowered her eyelids, covering the light in her eyes, and continued. Lin Dongxi couldn't help but ask. The ancient lady was silent for a moment before speaking in a long breath. The two women widened their eyes, both pointing at themselves. Huh? The ancient lady nodded. As she spoke, she stood up and looked up at the moon. Chun Yuk was pensive, while Lin Dongxi, like a curious child, asked incessantly. The ancient lady smiled, and only after a long while did she speak with a sigh. He is, from ancient times to now, the second among the Daoyuo. Buddhist sect. Buddha? Lin Dongxi was astonished, seeing her master look upon her with a gentle voice, echoing, Rest assured, it's not about making you a vessel or such. Chun Yuk and Lin Dongxi exchanged glances, still wanting to ask more, but saw that the ancient lady had already lain back on the recliner, picking up a willow twig. The willow twig swung down. Chun Yuk cried out in surprise, and little child wailed ghostly. The ancient lady, waving the willow twig, was lost in thought, her gaze unfathomably deep. The netherworld, central extreme city. Legend speaks of the dwelling place of the master of the nine netherworld. If it could truly be claimed, she licked her dry lips. The netherworld, the Taiping Taoist temple. The entire temple, seemingly situated upon the earth, yet strangely out of place, with illusory air flowing. Within the temple, Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyes, gazing at the scattered divination cup fragments on the ground, and then became calm again. The others inside the Taoist temple remained bewildered, still clueless about what had happened. After a moment passed, the Taiping Taoist lord watched as this mysterious figure in dark robes and bronze mask stomped the shards of the divination cups into the dirt and suddenly spoke, his tone completely without a trace of fluctuation. So, excluding the Dulua palace that was kicked out, there remained 3 auxiliary fort towns left by Sun Monkey in the Netherworld. Are there? The Taiping Taoist lord took a deep breath and simply shook his head. Zhang Fuxing calmly pursued the question. The Taiping Taoist lord raised his head, staring at the dark-robed, bronze-masked figure standing steadily, his figure like a grand iron mountain, blocking the faint light of the pitch-black round sun in the sky, casting a shadow that piled up on him, pressing heavily. Utterly alarming. For no apparent reason, utterly alarming, as if just a moment ago, this mysterious existence had accomplished something extraordinary. All thoughts went silent in this moment. As the Taiping Taoist lord solemnly spoke, Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The Taiping Taoist lord said nothing, merely extending a hand, pointing toward the distant magnificent fortress city, and then said, Chapter 541, 341. The Central Pole Sect Leader's Remains? How would I know? Chapter 541. Chapter 341. The Central Pole Sect Leader's Remains? How would I know? Each word and sentence echoed through the Taiping Taoist temple, as Zhang Fuxing was first taken aback and silent. Then, amidst the puzzled glances of others, burst into loud laughter. The laughter was deafening and reverberated endlessly. For a long time, Zhang Fuxing took a breath, stared at the Taiping Taoist lord, and spoke plainly. The Taiping Taoist lord was taken aback, shook his head, and said, The Taiping Taoist temple fell back into a deathly stillness. Zhuge Yui and Sima sure dared not breathe heavily. As for the just-awakened Sima Si, at this moment, he was curled up, his face full of confusion. Another long moment passed. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts raced 1,000 times over, and by then they had settled. He merely asked a final question. The Taiping Taoist lord replied candidly. The Taiping Taoist lord's voice was rhythmic, like a chant. The sound echoed, subsiding only after a long while. The figure in black and bronze merely gave an enigmatic smile. The former residence of the Central Pole Sect leader? Did the Central Pole Sect leader know about this? No, he did not know. But now he does. And the remains and relics of the Central Pole Sect leader? When did he acquire a body he didn't know about? Interesting. What exactly had the great saint prepared for him? Besides, since they are the remains of the Central Pole Sect leader, shouldn't the Central Pole Sect leader himself be able to control them freely? Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, closed his eyes in thought, and after a long time nodded, I'll take your word for it. The Taiping Taoist lord breathed a slight sigh of relief, performed a gesture of courtesy, and said, Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, then asked in confusion, the Marshal Tianpeng, now Li Xun, the sutra taker. How can he return? Yet the Taiping Taoist lord nodded resolutely. Seeing this, Zhang Fuxing asked no more, nodded slightly, and without hesitation, turned and left. Just before stepping out of the Taoist temple, he spoke softly. The crisis pressing against the Taiping Taoist lord's heart dissipated, and performing a gesture of courtesy, he replied candidly. The low words reverberated, making Zhuge Yui and the others tremble to their core. The ongoing chaos and rebellious trend in all the provinces, the mastermind behind it is actually the Taoist in front of them. This news is too shocking. If spread out, it would shake the entire federation. Zhang Fuxing also looked back, deeply casting a glance at the Taiping Taoist lord, who was only at the great power level. Without questioning his words, his form vanished in a thin air, leaving only a slowly fading sentence in the air. The lingering resonance never ended, and the Taiping Taoist temple, seemingly cut out from the netherworld into vast emptiness, returned to its place. The Taiping Taoist lord took a heavy breath. He muttered to himself, paying no mind to the 3 others nearby, reached to touch his back, At some unnoticed time, it had become covered in cold sweat. The Taiping Taoist lord let out a wry smile, stood up, stepped forward, then crouched back down again. Crouching before the pile of divination cup fragments trampled into the mud. The Taiping Taoist lord said without lifting his head. As he spoke, he extended his hand, picked up the largest fragment among the divination cup shards, caressed it for a moment, then grasped it tightly in his palm. After a long while, the Taiping Taoist lord pushed his hand forward, and under the bewildered gaze of the three, the divination cup fragment vanished in a thin air, its destination unknown. Source Point Research Institute. Underground. Although the old woman had long departed, the yellow-teeth old man still remained, gazing intently at the dark entity suppressed in the array. He stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a low tone. The mass of darkness merely twisted silently without speaking. The yellow-teeth old man wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite the array suppression, facing such a fearsome entity directly, even he, with his vast experience, couldn't help but feel a deep-seated dread. After pondering for a moment, the yellow-teeth old man continued. Chapter 542, 341. The Remains of the Central Pole Sect Leader? Why didn't I know? Part 4. Chapter 542. Chapter 341. The Remains of the Central Pole Sect Leader? Why didn't I know? Part 4. The pitch-black entity suddenly twisted more violently. The yellow-teeth old man understood. It truly exists. But what is it? The world-honored One Buddha? Or that ancient who submitted and self-proclaimed as the Northern Emperor? Or perhaps something else entirely? He couldn't figure it out. As he was about to continue probing, the yellow-teeth old man saw the pitch-black entity, suppressed and shackled by the array, unexpectedly swirl into a massive vortex, and after a while, something actually emerged from within the vortex. That thing shot straight out from the array, landing accurately at the yellow-teeth old man's feet. He bent down to pick it up and examined it carefully. It's a fragment of an unknown entity, still smeared with soil. When he brushed off some of the dirt and sniffed it, the yellow-teeth old man's expression subtly changed. He exhaled, then looked again at the mass of pitch-black entity, cautiously asking. The pitch-black entity roiled incessantly, with spiritual rising and forming words, imprinting on the yellow-teeth old man's spiritual world. The yellow-teeth old man let out a muffled grunt. Despite being prepared, listening to the words of this pitch-black entity still wounded him. Inner demons grew, the flesh deteriorated, and the spirit withered. It took considerable effort to withstand this terrifying contamination. The yellow-teeth old man, panting, had the vast sound of the pitch-black entity echoing in his mind, his face showing confusion. You want me? He raised the fragment in his hand. The pitch-black entity just quietly rolled. The yellow-teeth old man licked his lips. The Supreme Saint Celestial position resides in a different dimension, with no one seated, but the Source Point Research Institute has a special technique to communicate with that immense, great success predecessor Supreme Saint Celestial position through sacrifice. Each communication allows for 3 inquiries, and the Supreme Saint Celestial position will provide answers. Any question, any matter can be answered. The yellow-teeth old man glanced deeply at the pitch-black life form inside the array, solemnly pocketed the fragment covered in netherworld soil dust, and turned to leave. Around the 2,000-yard area, hotel, Ruan Yutu gently lowered her head. Zhang Fuxing, having taken off his dark clothing and bronze mask, responded with a simple sound. At this moment, Chui Luduo and others were in their respective rooms. The living room was empty, leaving only Ruan Yutu waiting there. Zhang Fuxing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night scene on this floor, not bustling, not even as much as the midnight of Jiangzhou City, from afar, appearing calm yet lonely. He stood there quietly, thoughts swirling and converging, various matters clashing in his mind. Taiping Taoist Lord, Great Sage equal to heaven, Marshal Tianpeng, Central Extreme City, Northern Emperor. Finally, it was the divination cups. transformed forcibly into an aspect of the Holy Grail. At that time, in 8 Sceneries Palace, the third cast of the cups resulted in the aspect of the Holy Grail, with a heavenly omen declaring, 12 hours later, the now gate shall open. 12 hours, equivalent to 24 hours. In other words, tomorrow night, after midnight, I can enter that portal, enter into the true 8 Sceneries Palace. It might not even be just 8 Sceneries Palace. Perhaps there's also J Void Palace, along with those 3 supreme-level supreme treasures. Zhang Fuxing's face showed a smile, carrying a hint of mockery. Reverence. There's no longer reverence, neither for the 3 pristine ones, nor for other supremes. Ruan Yutu quietly approached. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow, calmly said, after a pause, he suddenly turned to glance at Ruan Yutu. Ruan Yutu was taken aback. Zhang Fuxing chuckled again. Ruan Yutu felt a bit confused, not quite grasping the meaning. Just then, with a click sound, the switch was turned, and the living room lights suddenly brightened. Chui Luduo had unknowingly walked out. She looked over at this young man in coarse hemp clothes and said indifferently. After a moment of consideration, she maintained her commanding posture, raising her head. Though you bear an outside family name, your veins still run with the blood of my Chui family. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, assessing this proud young woman, gently thanked her, but said nothing more. Chui Luduo raised her eyebrows again, clearly displeased by Zhang Fuxing's attitude, and was about to sound off when the doors of other rooms opened at that moment too. Chui Wending, and that elder all walked out. Chui Wending curiously asked, and Zhang Fuxing simply waved his hand calmly. Chui Luduo snorted coldly. Her demeanor made the elder perspire with worry, fearing that this little ancestor would offend a terrifying entity. He hurriedly intervened to mediate. All right, it's late at night. Chapter 543, 341. The Central Pole Sect Leader's Remains? Why didn't I know? Chapter 543, Chapter 341. The Central Pole Sect Leader's Remains? Why didn't I know? The clan elder wiped his sweat and called out to everyone. Just moments ago, the Meng family, one of the top 10 in the past millennium, issued a notice. Chui Luduo suppressed his anger and frowned as he asked, "Not in the celestial capital?" The clan elder's face showed a bitter smile. "In the mysterious netherworld that I mentioned." Chui Luduo raised an eyebrow. The clan elder hesitated, then nodded. "I have been. Lord Taishui is in the netherworld." He shifted the topic and continued. "Although the location for the competition is set, the exact date is not." After a pause, the clan elder seemed to remember something and continued. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, and Chui Luduo also became interested. The clan elder nodded affirmatively. Chui Wenda was a bit confused, not quite understanding the significance of the floating island or what it meant to build a residence there. Beside him, Chui Wending became excited, his eyes sparkling. He licked his lips and spoke excitedly. "It's the most important place in the Federation." The clan elder smiled and nodded, then suddenly looked cautiously at Zhang Fuxing and coughed. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. He had planned to meet Li Xuan, who was preparing to set off on a journey, and to send his thoughts to the depths of the starry sky to see the Dolua Palace. However, the floating island, the most important place in the Federation, where the Six Paths prison is located, is also worth visiting. After all, it's just a day. In the evening, he could visit the real 8 Sceneries Palace. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly. "Of course, I can go." The clan elder nodded affirmatively, thought for a moment, and added. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. The Research Institute, the 9 departments. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the high heaven order he had given to Meng Xiaoshi was on the floating island. At that time, he had encountered Meng Xiaoshi, the niece of Kong Shintong, part of one of the 9 departments, the Investigation Bureau, in the Chongyang Heaven and Earth. She said she had seen something similar to the human emperor seal in the hands of the 7th department head of the Investigation Bureau. So Zhang Fuxing gave her a high heaven order to bring it to the capital. Now, it could serve its purpose, his true form entering the capital, no longer isolated by the array, can naturally communicate with that token and harness its power to project his will. Taking something similar to the human emperor's seal wouldn't be too difficult. Zhang Fuxing's mind spun with endless thoughts as he listened to the discussions about the floating island and the research institute, letting out a soft sigh. The research institute would be worth a visit. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Xiaoxi seemed to have gone to the research institute. While his mind wandered, the clan elder concluded, "As for now." The night passed without incident. The next day, morning, after boarding the hovercar booked in advance, the group headed towards the floating island, high above 8,000 zhang. Passing through multiple checkpoints and inspections, they finally arrived at the floating island near noon. As they got off the hovercar, the clan elder gestured towards the numerous hovercars slowly descending in the distance. Zhang Fuxing took a casual glance and saw Zhuge Yui and Sima Shi. They, too, had emerged from the netherworld, from the peaceful Taoist temple. Except, Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing a subtle change in the aura of both individuals. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the specifics. Beside him, the clan elder spoke up. Cui Luduo asked in surprise why. The clan elder replied offhandedly, "I've heard that the Research Institute is holding a grand ceremony today, consulting the Supreme Saint Celestial position for answers." Zhang Fuxing's heart skipped a beat. A grand ceremony? Consulting the Supreme Saint Celestial position? His mind raced with thoughts, suddenly forming an idea. With his current mastery over cause and effect, interfering with a nearby grand ceremony would be effortless. Perhaps he could inquire on behalf of the Research Institute, or answer on behalf of the Supreme Saint Celestial position. A gleam of understanding flashed in Zhang Fuxing's eyes as he looked up at the celestial vault. Today, he would reveal his divine presence. Chapter 544, 342. One word settles the storm. Human ancestor arrives, entering Doloa. Chapter 544. Chapter 342. One word settles the storm. Human ancestor arrives, entering Doloa. At the same time, it feels more like an independent city. Walking along the long street of the floating island, or rather the imperial city in the sky, the clan elder meticulously warned of many taboos. The clan elder pointed with his hand, and everyone looked up to see the kind of stall that only small towns had, with an old man in cotton cloth sitting beside it, yawning, looking plain and ordinary, like a regular old man trying to make a living. The clan elder said, "It could very well be the child of a deity or the scion of a noble family." Zhang Fuxing glanced over, sensed within, and nodded slightly. Indeed it was. The old man selling sugar appeared ordinary, yet his essence was as pure as crystal, with 360 grotto heavens like radiant suns, clearly an extreme celestial being, maybe even half a step into the realm of a venerate. His bloodline was extremely dense, filled with substantial divinity. His father was probably a great power. TSK. Zhang Fuxing felt a bit emotional. The floating island, the imperial city, truly sheltered dragons and crouching tigers. As they passed a street full of noble family residences, the clan elder pointed again. They looked again to see people coming and going from the building, with several figures floating above, each unusual, all of them venerates. Perhaps they are here to protect the path for the grand festival today? The clan elders speculated casually, subconsciously glancing at the young man in rough clothes beside him, who was staring at the Research Institute's building and quietly stopped in his tracks. At some point, Zhang Fuxing had furrowed his brow slightly. Strange. He gazed at the Research Institute's building, most of its matters and things faintly perceived, but underground, within perception and cause and effect insight, was vast shadow. This Research Institute indeed was not ordinary. Even with his current cause and effect proficiency, he could not see or penetrate it at all. Was that Zhang Xiaoxi? Zhang Fuxing saw a young girl hop in, with rice grains still on the corner of her mouth. clearly having just finished lunch. This girl, he unconsciously smiled. Cui Wenda elbowed Zhang Fuxing, teasing, "Why are you smiling at that girl?" Zhang Fuxing glanced sidelong at this young man, too lazy to respond. This guy was not a good person. In the calculation of his cause and effect, this person had a part, probably passing messages or the like. Cui Wenda, unaware of propriety, tried to continue speaking when the clan elder suddenly lowered his voice. Everyone instinctively looked over. Young men and women were approaching, each with extraordinary auras, true prodigies of the era, accompanied by seemingly inconspicuous but extremely oppressive elders. Zhang Fuxing immediately saw Zhuge Yui and Sima sure among them. The Cui family elder, slightly nervous, spoke. "These are the 6 great noble families from other provinces. Though they also have residences in the celestial capital's imperial city, they're practically just offices." Cui Wenda and Cui Wenda gulped, while beside them, Cui Liudua's eyes were shining brightly, like a hidden flame, fixed on those true nobles, she whispered. The clan elder's complexion subtly changed. "Be cautious." Before he finished speaking, an indifferent voice had already reached them. Zhang Fuxing glanced over. Among the approaching noble prodigies, a young boy with dragon horns, looking no older than 20. Beside him, Ruan Yutu softly spoke. Zhang Fuxing nodded thoughtfully, watching the little dragon man walking over with hands behind his back, the other noble family members also watching the scene with heads held high. The clan elder quickly stepped forward to greet him, fearing Cui Liuduo might say something offensive. Of the 10 illustrious 6, they were all here. The little dragon man, clad in brocade, glanced over everyone, lingering slightly longer on Ruan Yutu, then smoothed his clothes and calmly said, "Those noble family scions watching the show squinted their eyes. With a new contest among the 10 illustrious, these old 10 illustrious families were certainly determined to retain their status. Having thoroughly studied all clans, the Qinghe Cui family was universally acknowledged as one of the greatest threats, because of that artifact that could alter lifespan." The Cui family elder forced a dry laugh. The little dragon man spoke calmly. The elder's face froze. The little dragon man raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you think I would attempt to steal it in front of so many friends?" Seeing the elder's silence, he sneered, raising his voice. Chapter 545, 342. A word settles the storm. Human ancestor arrives, entering Doloa. Chapter 545. Chapter 342. A word settles the storm. Human ancestor arrives, entering Doloa. Sharp gazes fell upon them, and when faced with the highly threatening Qinghe Cui family, the noble families didn't mind stepping on them lightly. Zhang Fuxing watched all this with great interest, seemingly lost in thought. The 10 noble families, with 6 of them outside, while in the celestial capital, there are 4. The 6 outside families are already here. What's missing are the 4 from the celestial capital. The Confucius and Mencius families, plus the Xianyuan and Li families. TSK, upon closer inspection, none are ordinary. Zhang Fuxing's gaze became deeper. As for the AO family, there's no need to mention. The surname of the true dragon clan of the old world, Zhuge, and Sima need no further words. Zhang Fuxing could sense that within the body of someone with a Nyo surname, there are clear signs of the strong bull demon scripture, or, to put it another way, the great sage equal to heaven scripture. Everyone from the Nyo family practices this great sage equal to heaven scripture. The final step of the great sage equal to heaven scripture is to unlock that secret treasure and become the great sage who pacifies heaven. In other words, the Nyo family might all be methods left behind by the Ox Demon King. The external 6 noble families are such. What about the internal 6? Confucius and Mencius families, the families of the saints. This surname alone says a lot. As for the Li family, the internal situation is temporarily unknown, but ancient tales speak of the 9 Li, which includes Qi Yu and his 8 brothers, all surnamed Li. Qi Yu is known as Li Tan. In this light, The remaining Bao and Zhang families among the 10 noble families are probably not ordinary either. Zhang Fuxing looked at the children of those two surnames, quietly discerning the cause and effect, finding it peculiar. Strange. Why do these two surnames have some cause and effect with me? But the cause and effect were still very vague, like incubating, and nothing could be seen clearly. Interesting. The 10 noble families are all very interesting. As thoughts churned, the family elders spoke humbly in a low voice. The little dragon man's face remained full of mockery, as if here deliberately to provoke, his proud gaze sweeping over the faces of several people. Though his age was young, his tone was grand. Even Chui Wenda's face displayed anger, but Zhang Fuxing and Ruan Yutu remained remarkably calm. At this moment, Chui Luduo coldly spoke. The family elder's expression changed dramatically, quickly covering Chui Liudua's mouth, repeatedly apologizing. The little dragon man, however, wasn't angry. On the contrary, his smile broadened as he shook his head. Suddenly changing from his earlier mockery and arrogance, he clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. The Chui family's offspring are even worse than I imagined. The little dragon man seemed to lose interest. Now it was clear he was here to provoke and test. The results, though, Chui Liudua's expression turned unsightly, veins bulging on his fair fists. The little dragon man paid no heed, his eyes shifting to Zhang Fuxing and Ruan Yutu, nodding slightly. He strode forward. The arrogance and aggressiveness on him had entirely dissipated, now revealing a remarkable sacred aspect, each step leaving brilliant golden footprints on the ground. With each breath, wind and clouds seemed to circulate through his mouth and nose, reverberating like a bell. Zhang Fuxing was slightly surprised. What an impressive, special constitution. Very dazzling young fellow. As thoughts flickered, the little dragon man had already reached close and was then stopped by Ruan Yutu's outstretched hand. Ruan Yutu spoke softly. The little dragon man arched an eyebrow. He squinted, sensing these two calm onlookers were quite extraordinary, intent on probing further, and simply raised his head, exhaling sharply through his nose. It was as if the sound of an arrow slicing through the air mingled with a dragon's roar, resounding mightily, eliciting a solemn expression from even the distant, observing noble airs. Beside him, a cold woman from the Zhang family nodded. As they spoke, the mighty force crashed down towards Ruan Yutu, who remained unchanged in expression, simply repeating. The overwhelming force melted away like ice and snow, leaving not a trace. The little dragon man's expression hardened, and all the noble families showed surprise. Chui Luduo, ready to act, widened his eyes. Huh? Gazes converged on this maiden appearing like an immortal. What technique was that? The long street fell silent for a moment. Ruan Yutu, however, remained expressionless. She is one of the 9 virtuous people, favored and looked after by heaven and earth, having once stood by Zhang Fuxing's side during the Hanga Pass incident, bringing writing materials, earning a significant amount of merit purple chi, now possessing skills truly extraordinary, naturally equipped with abilities akin to the pen of merit. The little dragon man, stand out among the crowd, shouted violently, grotto heaven revolving. The 5 aspects of the celestial human manifested. Celestial music arose, clothing turned to light. Even waves of vast dragon roars emerged from his brow's ancestral acupoint. He struck, a finger piercing through the void, carrying a mighty surge of water essence, a momentum unstoppable, targeting Ruan Yutu. Chapter 546, 342. A word settles the storm. The human ancestor arrives and enters Doloa. Chapter 546. Chapter 342. A word settles the storm. The human ancestor arrives and enters Doloa. Chui Liudua's expression changed, and as she sounded the alarm, the clan elder rubbed his forehead, while Chui Wenda spread his hands, seemingly wanting to ask for the book of life and death. At this moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, the girl, resembling an immortal, faced the earth-shaking force of the incoming lethal finger, merely shook her head. The vast essence chi on the little dragon man's finger dissipated like smoke. The 360 caverns fell silent, and his awe-inspiring vitality was thoroughly dispersed. It was as if he had turned into an ordinary person. The finger thus became ordinary. In a moment of disbelief, the little dragon man saw the immortal girl shake her head, let out a soft breath, retreated, and brushed her sleeve. His vision blurred, and he found himself flying backward, caught by his own protector's hand. The long street fell into a slight quiet. In the silence, the noble families saw the terrifying woman silently retreat, back into the shadow of the plain-clothed young man who had remained silent and unchanged throughout. Like a maid, the cold woman from the Zhang family arched her brow, her tricolor dress fluttering, and murmured, "This girl is extraordinary, with divine spirit-level methods." No one could answer. Even the protectors of each noble family, disciple, slightly furrowed their brows. This Qinghe Chui family is exceptional. In the silence, Chui Luduo appeared a bit dazed, then heard someone among those so-called noble family prodigies ask. Zhang Fuxing smiled without answering. The immortal girl behind him spoke coldly. Before she finished speaking, a voice came from the end of the street. Everyone looked over, slightly changing their expressions. For more groups arrived. These were the remaining noble families rooted in the celestial capital. And the one who spoke was the current leader from the Meng family, Meng Tianhe. Zhang Fuxing looked over. The young man speaking donned an ancient style, resembling a graceful gentleman from ancient times, still shaking a paper fan in his hand, more like a scholar of talent from the past. At this moment, Meng Tianhe walked to the forefront of the four families' youth. His smile shone like spring breeze. "Honored guests whom my Meng family invited to be here to witness the great ritual of the Research Institute is truly the blessing of my Meng family." He jested, paused beside the members of the Chui family without glancing at Chui Luduo and others. His gaze landed directly on Zhang Fuxing and Ruan Yutu. Meng Tianhe closed the paper fan, bowed slightly, and graciously said, "Born in a humble family, yet more outstanding than the 10 noble disciples." He referred to them as the Dao family instead of Chui family. If Zhang Fuxing truly was an outsider of the Chui family, it might lead to friction between the two families. Zhang Fuxing showed no expression, merely nodded slightly. He pointed at Chui Luduo and others. Meng Tianhe didn't even glance at them, happily nodded. "Since Dao brother asks, it should be so." Zhang Fuxing scrutinized the young man, slightly surprised. "This fellow is intriguing. I clearly sensed a touch of Sangtian within his body, essence, qi, and spirit. Meng family, celestial principle sect. Might a portion of the new heaven the celestial principle sect venerates be concealed within this youngster's body?" Zhang Fuxing glanced around at the 10 noble families present, sensing increasing incongruities. Soon in the netherworld, when the 10 noble families compete. Meanwhile, as Central Extreme City opens, there's a high probability the map of mountains and rivers holder will attend. As for observing these 10 nobles now, AO family, if truly of real dragon bloodline, in some sense, a descendant of Little White Dragon. Taiping Taoist, Lord desires to establish a clear heaven, and here resides Meng Tianhe. Zhuge and Sima are closely linked to the netherworld, and within the netherworld, the means left by Sun Monkey connect deeply to the human race. Thus here are the Xianyuan and Li families. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts swirled. A coincidence? It seems too coincidental. As for the Bao and Zhang families, with whom I seem to have a cause and effect relationship, they are not so clear. This visit to the capital was not in vain. His thoughts turned, smiling. Meng Tianhe displayed a radiant smile, waved open a paper fan. Zhang Fuxing responded softly, nodded towards the clan elder, Chui Luduo, and others, then led Ruan Yutu and entered first. On the street, everyone exchanged glances, then streamed in. The Chui family followed along. "Elder sister duo, this outsider." On the way, Chui Wending whispered, but Chui Luduo did not respond, merely followed silently. Suddenly a bit confused, she continued to recall the earth-shaking finger from the little dragon man earlier. In earnest reflection, if it were herself, she would be unable to block it. Not necessarily fatal, but certainly heavily wounded. Yet such a terrifying blow was quelled with just a word from the girl trailing behind that fellow like a loyal follower. Chui Luduo murmured to herself, but rather than being dispirited, her heart was invigorated. Soon she'll catch up. In the depths of the starry sky, on an ancient planet. Chapter 547, 342. One sentence settles the turmoil. Human ancestor arrives, entering Daloa. Chapter 547. Chapter 342. One sentence settles the turmoil. Human ancestor arrives, entering Daloa. In a makeshift outpost research institute, researchers hustled back and forth. Shun Baobao huddled in a corner, looking at the calculated results on the instruments, then turned to gaze at the distant crack on the ground outside. Within the crack floated that mysterious Taoist palace, inscribed with the words, Daloa Palace. Outside the Taoist palace, there stood a giant stone tablet with just 2 words engraved on it. Tai Ching. Shun Baobao licked her lips. Her gaze fell on the doors of the Taoist palace, which opened and closed intermittently. At that moment, the doors swung open, inviting her to glimpse inside, only to see a massive furnace, with flames beneath that were eerie, not like fire, more like flowing liquid sunlight. On either side of the furnace were 2 figures, fanning the fire. No sooner had she tried to take a closer look, the doors closed once again. A voice came from beside her. Shun Baobao glanced sideways. It was the director of this temporary research institute, a significant figure responsible for this relic excavation. It was said his rank was high and not under the jurisdiction of the research academy. He had come from a certain figure in the capital, arriving not long ago. Shun Baobao quickly bowed her head. The elderly man nodded with a smile, suddenly said, "The institute plans to organize an expedition team to explore the mysterious interior of the Taoist palace." Shun Baobao. Huh? The old man nodded with a smile. Yes, you. Prepare yourself. Shun Baobao was dumbfounded and wanted to say something, but the old man raised his hand to stop her. The old man drifted away, leaving Shun Baobao utterly bewildered. As she was lost in thought, the old man returned to the top floor of the research institute, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant Taoist palace. Beside him, someone asked curiously, "Old Zhang, why did you choose a young one?" Old Zhang spoke calmly. The middle-aged man's face showed a pondering look. "Golden Province." Old Zhang responded succinctly. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue in wonder, but suddenly changed the topic. "It seems there's going to be turmoil in the netherworld." Old Zhang shook his head and said. He turned around and stared at the middle-aged man. "Our Zhang family is very ethereal, very elusive, as if we shouldn't exist. And the cause of our Zhang family's existence, which seems to be still nurturing, is related to the netherworld." The middle-aged man listened quietly to the old man's words and clicked his tongue. "Don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky, having the fruit of existence first, and then nurturing the cause of existence." Old Zhang chuckled and did not respond, his gaze becoming more profound. He gazed at Daloa Palace and spoke lightly. Pausing, Old Zhang lowered his eyelids. The middle-aged man curiously asked. Old Zhang remained silent for a moment, then spoke softly. The middle-aged man was initially stunned, then laughed and cursed. "Human ancestor? Isn't everyone a descendant of the human race?" Old Zhang interrupted. Pausing, he changed the topic. The middle-aged man was somewhat puzzled. Old Zhang suddenly raised his head, his gaze becoming intense, murmuring to himself. The middle-aged man stood up, visibly changing his expression. Old Zhang exhaled and spoke solemnly. "This is what I have seen through the Tai chapter passed down from our ancestor. Tai chapter is about cause and effect." The middle-aged man's expression changed multiple times. Then he licked his lips. "I'd like to see what your Zhang family's ancestor, that original human ancestor, looks like." The two continued their conversation. Meanwhile, below, Shun Baobao returned to her room dejectedly, her heart filled with anxiety. Exploring that Doloa palace? Isn't that seeking death? No way. She took a deep breath, silently prayed to the true man for help. Seconds ticked by. A vast, illusory scene of the Eight Sceneries Palace appeared before her eyes. Along with it came the voice of the true man. A friend of the celestial venerate will descend a wisp of will into your divine realm. Shun Baobao felt elated, subconsciously asked in her heart, a friend of the great celestial venerate. After a moment of silence, the voice of the true man echoed again. Shun Baobao felt dizzy. Her heart suddenly began to pound, like a great drum thundering. The human race, the first ancestor. Her mouth went dry. The true man's voice echoed again. Shun Baobao's scalp tingled. She silently obeyed, only to see her divine realm violently shaking. An immensely vast, immensely magnificent, immeasurably broad will, akin to a majestic universe, descended with a roar. Human ancestor, the original ancestor of the human race. Visions burst forth, myriad harmonies intertwined. Shun Baobao breathed rapidly, silently observing the supreme existence that had arrived. To be continued tomorrow. Chapter 548, 343, Revelation of Divinity, Shocking Upheaval. Chapter 548, Chapter 343, Revelation of Divinity, Shocking Upheaval. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyes, seeing only a desolate and barren landscape that defies description. This is Shun Baobao's divine realm. Her grand figure floats above the divine realm, towering heaven and earth, akin to an ancient titan, at this moment gazing, overlooking everything bleak and desolate. Accustomed to the prosperity of his own divine realm, the arrival in another's divine realm makes him somewhat uncomfortable. To think about it carefully, too. Shun Baobao's divine realm, filled only with desert and wasteland, is the true nature of a divine realm. Like his own, apparently already a small, three realms divine realm. Throughout the world, likely few share this. A slightly trembling voice rises. Shun Baobao stands within her own divine realm, facing an immensely towering being, herself as small as an ant. No, even less than an ant. She calls him Tao Ancestor, not Elder or Revered One. For the true man had made it clear, the one who arrived is the original human race's Tao Ancestor. Wouldn't that make him her Tao Ancestor? As thoughts churn, Shun Baobao watches the towering presence lower his gaze, his eyes as radiant as the bright sun looking at her. She feels as if all things about her are completely seen through. A moment passes. A sound majestic as a primal drum echoes, shaking the entire divine realm. The Tao Ancestor queries, surveying, his face showing confusion as he sees no presence that could be called anchored scenery. Shun Baobao gazes at the supreme, grand existence, softly responds. She points to a low hill, then points to a narrow creek. Zhang Fuxing listens silently, his eyelids twitching. What are these things? He is somewhat speechless, pondering all. They are merely ordinary hills and rivers. He shakes his head slightly. Just as Zhang Fuxing is preparing to speak, he sees Shun Baobao point to beneath the ground. After a pause, Shun Baobao continues respectfully. Fire Cloud Cave? Zhang Fuxing raises an eyebrow, his gaze piercing the earth. He sees nothing, no erupting flames at all. But Shun Baobao wouldn't lie about such matters. The Tao Ancestor asks. Shun Baobao dares not slack, stomps a foot, her thoughts stir, and the divine realm's earth opens seamlessly. A deep chasm stretches within the divine realm, like the mythological bottomless abyss. Without dirt covering it, Zhang Fuxing sees directly the scenes and matter beneath the earth. Indeed, there is a hill suspended in a void underground. The hill not particularly towering, seemingly just a part of some unparalleled divine mountain. And within the hill's central cave, there is truly something like flames erupting, swirling continuously. Boundless wonders breed and spread within. making Zhang Fuxing's heart race. His eyes can see, yet sensing it feels empty. And when gazing, his heart feels a sense of a place of belonging. My place of belonging? Zhang Fuxing raises an eyebrow. The gigantic, sky-reaching body compresses to normal size, descends upon the fire cloud cave. He uses touching the void, reaches out, lightly touches the radiant flame-like object. Barely making contact, he involuntarily lets out a muffled sound. This isn't flames, nor is it any divine essence, energy like matter. It is force and luck. Pure, thick, vast, mighty, human path's grand force and human path's original luck. Force and luck combined, yet cannot be simply called fortune. Zhang Fuxing quietly perceives the weighty, grand force and luck beyond his imagination, with kinship, intimacy, joy, and cheer. This is the force and luck responding to him. He struggles to move these forces, luck, or rather, the foundation of human path, from the endless flame-like objects, revealing, glimpsing faint scenery, a palace, an ancient, primal palace. Shen Baobao cautiously asks. The Tao ancestor awakens, sighs gently, and says, "This is not Fire Cloud Cave, but should be called." Shen Baobao's eyes widen. Ancestral. Land ancestral vein? Although she doesn't understand ancient times, hearing these names, she can roughly guess their meanings. Amidst the bewildering thoughts, Shen Baobao sees the Tao ancestor suddenly turn, with an unseen solemn posture asking. Shen Baobao pauses, recollects for a moment, hesitates and says, "That supreme treasure is called the Sword of Imperial Might?" Zhang Fuxing's eyes deepen immensely. He looked back at Fire Cloud Cave, Fire Cloud Palace, within no trace of living beings reside, indicating the true Fire Cloud Cave is indeed empty. Chapter 549, 343, Manifestation of Divinity, Shocking Transformation. Part 2. Chapter 549, Chapter 343, Manifestation of Divinity, Shocking Transformation. Part 2. This is quite normal. If it weren't for the position of our original ancestor of the human race, it might not be possible to get close to this place, let alone any other divine spirit. It's just a coincidence. Such a coincidence. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts were racing, and just as he was about to enter the netherworld, he suddenly encountered the Fire Cloud Cave, encountered such a place that bears the fundamental momentum and fortune of the human race. He turned back and asked again. Shen Baobao answered especially quickly this time, without the slightest pause. Her voice spread, diffused, yet Zhang Fuxing's face remained impassive, as if he had expected it all along. Indeed, he had expected it. He whispered, using the power of touching void, wrapping himself in the fundamental momentum like a glorious fire glow, and then stepped forward towards the Fire Cloud Cave. In his ears echoed an epic, a magnificent epic, as if it were a tribute to the entire ancient history of the human race. And in the surging and overwhelming fire glow before him, it also seemed to flicker with some ancient scenes, such as Cangjie creating characters, Swearin starting fire, Fuxi developing the 8 trigrams, Shinnong tasting all herbs. All these sorts of things floated and ebbed before him, never extinguishing. He advanced. A short journey seemed to stretch over millions of years, as if he had seen the entire human epic of the most ancient years. He stood before the Fire Cloud Palace. Gazing within, there were no objects, no supreme treasures, only 9 great positions, 3 above, 5 in the middle, and the remaining 1 neither up nor down, standing aside. 8 out of the 9 are tributed with tablets, which are Fuxi, Shinnong, and Xianyuan of the top 3, and Diku, Xiaohao, Zhuansu, Yao, and Yaoshan of the middle 5. Only the position that stands empty to the side is not tributed with a tablet. It seems to have no owner yet, as if no one has ever sat upon it. Zhang Fuxing murmured, standing in the gale and storm of the human path grand momentum. Even as an original ancestor of the human race, he felt a sense of disintegration. It's not that the ancestor is unworthy of standing here. It's truly that his accomplishments are insufficient. It's that the weight he holds within the human race is still not enough. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, inhaling the vast momentum and fortune of the human path into his body, spreading to every corner. Casting him into a special physique, he then opened the ancestral acupoint in his brow, frantically absorbing the glorious fire glow, until his whole being shone bright as the sun, until every pore in his body spewed fire glow. Thus he cast himself into a special divine body, purely composed of the vast momentum and fortune of the human path, closely related to the human race, mingled with the incense of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' divine body. This is the body of the regal Tao of all sovereigns. Though it is just a prototype, merely in embryonic form, Zhang Fuxing could perceive that the embryonic body of the regal Tao of all sovereigns already surpassed the fully Dharma body. He murmured deeply, suddenly understanding. This was a gift left by the person who established the Fire Cloud Cave in Shun Baobao's divine realm. If he guessed correctly, it is highly likely the great sage equal to heaven. But the great sage equal to heaven is only a Daluo, not a supreme. What could his intention be in trying to draw me in? Could it be he wants to join forces with me to rebel against the heavens? Thoughts surged, then all returned to silence. No matter, as long as there are benefits, he would accept them all. Zhang Fuxing grinned, taking a deep look at the tablets of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' tribute in the Fire Cloud Palace, then turned his head and left without hesitation. Thus, Shin Baobao saw a figure composed as if by glorious fire glow emerge from the Fire Cloud Cave. He stood before her, and as she watched in reverence, it was as if she saw a magnificent epic of the human race, saw the ancestors of yore. Shin Baobao gently lowered her head. The glorious fire glow on the ancestor gradually retracted, returning to its original state, and then he calmly said, "Yes." Shun Baobao prostrated, offering a grand ceremony and worship. Zhang Fuxing accepted it calmly, sitting cross-legged, contemplating the self as the true and profound, contemplating the endless fire glow of the human path gushing forth, thoughts turning, and then returning to the shadow body in the celestial capital's imperial city. Celestial capital, in the floating island known as the imperial city. Chui Wending softly marveled, looking at Sister Du, only to find that Sister Duer showed no interest in the various peculiar instruments within the building, her gaze glaring intently at the figure walking ahead dressed in rough hempen clothes. Chui Wending instinctively glanced at the trump card of his Chui family. The young man in hempen clothes and the immortal maiden were walking shoulder to shoulder, very slowly, the former slightly lowering his head, making it impossible to discern his expression, seeming absent-minded, lost in thought. Chui Wending imperceptibly pursed his lips. A gentle voice rang out just then. "The grand festival is about to start. Let's head to the testing ground." Zhang Fuxing came back to his senses, suppressing the surging body of the regal Tao of all sovereigns within him. His bodies were all connected. Once one body was bestowed and benefited, so too were the others. After all, upon employing flying body with traces, his true body was equivalent to being suspended beyond reality, while the many bodies in reality, along with the world venerate Tao body and central pole sect leader that have been severed, were merely the shadows projected into reality from the true body outside of reality. To some extent, the flying body with traces was more powerful and fearsome than manipulating the stars and movements of fate with the rotation of stars. Chapter 550, 343, Manifestation of Saints, Sudden Upheaval. Part 3. Chapter 550. Chapter 343, Manifestation of Saints, Sudden Upheaval. Part 3. Thoughts returning to silence. He gazed at Meng Tianhe, who had just spoken, and calmly asked. Meng Tianhe nodded, smiling as he replied. Massive upheaval? Following behind, Chui Wending couldn't help but ask. Meng Tianhe's smile remained, but before he could answer, the little dragon man spoke indifferently. This was originally top secret, but it's no big deal to say it. Pausing, the little dragon man and other noble family descendants wore expressions of seriousness. Even the ice-cold, noble lady, Zhang, unknowingly furrowed her brows. The group proceeded towards the testing site, and the little dragon man continued. The result of that grand ritual was the Supreme Saint Celestial position projecting a mysterious Taoist palace. Pausing again, he continued. The Chui family's expressions changed dramatically. A Taoist palace beyond mental limits? The noble family descendants were mostly shaken. Yuan Yutu was somewhat lost in thought, and the only one who remained unaffected was Zhang Fuxing. He had known about this earlier, and when he had been seated in the Eight Sceneries Palace, he indeed sensed something looming, projecting out the Eight Sceneries Palace. Meanwhile, they were led by researchers to the vast testing site located behind the building. The entire testing site wasn't actually large, but after spatial patterns were applied, it became immensely vast, and the ground was made up of a single piece of metal. In the testing site at this moment, researchers were bustling around, making final adjustments to many specialized instruments. Meng Tianhe spoke with a smile, and Zhang Fuxing followed his gaze, spotting an old acquaintance. The yellow-teeth old man. It was unexpected. However, the yellow-teeth old man seen before in the other shore world was just a puppet. Now, this was his true form. Zhang Fuxing squinted slightly, suddenly looking up at the celestial vault, just as brilliant suns arrived one after another. A noble family descendant exclaimed in appreciation. Everyone looked up with anticipation, seeing venerates arriving one by one and a lesser number of great powers following. They occupied the Songtian, each shedding glorious radiance without reservation. Some prominent figures were especially eye-catching, like a figure shrouded in crimson mist, exuding a venerable aura, yet behaving imperiously. "Move aside. Make way for me." The venerable was arrogantly driving away other venerates, and even pointed at great powers, reprimanding them. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Didn't you hear me?" And surprisingly, that great power truly endured it and stepped back. Zhuge Yui remarked gravely, "This legislator appears to be a venerate, but I've heard that's just one of his avatars." The other noble family descendants swallowed hard. Even the little dragon man and Meng Tianhe showed reverence, not finding the figure in the crimson mist too arrogant. This was indeed expected. Chui Luduo watched this scene, feeling slightly dizzy. How wonderful it would be if she could reach such a level. How wonderful it would be to become such an existence. "No, I certainly can." She took a deep breath, silently resolved, then suddenly glanced at the Taoist venerable and Dao Yutu, pausing slightly. Neither of them showed any reverence on their faces. Their expressions looked a bit strange. Indeed, Zhang Fuxing and Yuan Yutu both had rather peculiar expressions. They recognized the figure in the crimson mist and the voice. "Old bull." Yuan Yutu touched her nose, subconsciously glancing at her adoptive father, while Zhang Fuxing gave a faint shrug. This old bull, assured of his true form residing in a painting and unaffected by his avatar, utterly fearless. No, this went beyond fearlessness. Zhang Fuxing watched on as a great divine power user arrived, accompanied by a myriad of colors and grandeur. And what happened? As soon as they approached, they were scolded unceremoniously by Old Bull. "Don't touch me." The goddess-like great divine power user's face darkened. She wanted to say something, but Old Bull widened his eyes. "What are you looking at? What? Are you trying to fight me?" "Great." He actually rolled up his sleeves, looking ready for a street brawl. And the distinguished great divine power user, who arrived amidst 1,000 colors, did indeed back away. Zhang Fuxing chuckled wryly and shook his head, understanding the underlying truth. The great divine power users could naturally discern Old Bull's peculiarity and tell he was an avatar of another great divine power user. The higher one's cultivation, the more cautious they became, and nobody wanted to provoke such a universally reviled madman. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.